Hey guys. Here is part 3 of What If Naruto Grew Up in Anbu. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are paid, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 15, The Blood Cult Part 2. Team Hokage left Konoha and traveled northeast, towards the borders between the Land of Fire and the lands of rice and hot water. This part of the Land of Fire was perhaps the least inhabited, and there was still an almost untamable quality to the area. Long ago, before the founding of the hidden villages, the infamous Senju clan had called these lands home. It had been a dangerous place for somebody not affiliated with the clan to travel, and many people have simply disappeared within the Senju borders, never to be heard from again. In time, the mystique died, and some settlers did venture into the lands, joining the remnants of the Senju clan who had remained in their ancestral homes. Together, they carved themselves a niche in the industrial sector. Whether it was due to the powers of the first Hokage, or perhaps a Senju in the long-forgotten past had also possessed the notorious wood-release techniques, but the trees in this part of the Land of Fire were different. Some would say that they were sentient, aware of the coming and goings of those around them. The villages and towns in the area didn't seem to think so and made their living in the lumber industry. The wood here was highly prized, very sturdy, and in high demand in all parts of the world. Initially, there had been some concern that sacred trees of the Senju would all disappear. Early on, though, the lumberjacks had discovered that the stumps of the trees they had felled would relatively quickly regenerate, and within the span of a few years another tree would have taken its place, as tall as any of its brethren. It made the lumber industry extremely profitable, cutting down on costs, and they used the rivers in the area to transport the lumber to other parts of the Land of Fire. Given the mystique of the area held by much of the common populace, the region was relatively quiet. War had not touched the land there since the time of the warring clans. Any hostilities between Kumo and Konoha had taken place in the bordering countries between them, the Land of Rice, the Land of Hot Water, and the Land of Frost. This had not endeared the great villages to the populations in those areas, but some would argue that it was a worthwhile sacrifice. As the area was relatively peaceful, there wasn't actually a large shinobi presence. There was a battalion of Leaf Nin located on the border between the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Fire, and a few scattered Chunin police squads in the region, but that was about it. Occasionally, outlaws or bandits did try to intercept traveling merchants and supply caravans, but lumber was a hard commodity to smuggle, and many thought that it wasn't really worth the effort. Team Hokage consisted of the remnants of Recon Squad Iota and Gamma Team's 3rd Squad. Naruto was still officially attached to Gamma Team and had joined Jonin Kamachi, Chunin Tawa, Chunin Yuka, and Chunin Daichi in this mission, all under the command of Jonin Captain Kage. For the first few hours, Team Kage patrolled the border, flying through the trees. Kage, Daichi, and Yuka were in their elements here, as they occasionally stopped to look at tracks and signs that Naruto hadn't even noticed. Kamachi and Tawa also looked out of their elements as well. They were combat specialists, not trackers. It was several hours into their patrol, and Kage had taken them closer to where one of the attacks had reportedly occurred, just 15 minutes outside the nearest town. The Anbu leaped from branch to branch, Kage in the lead, and came to a halt when the captain raised his hand. Naruto, who had taken position at the back, watched as Kage cocked his head. A minute went by as the Anbu squad waited patiently. "Listen," murmured Kage, his voice barely audible. "Do you hear anything?" Kamachi, his second in command for this mission, tilted her head. Naruto frowned underneath his mask, straining his senses to the maximum. He closed his eyes and allowed the sounds of the world around them to drift into his ears. He could hear birds chirp, the wind rustling leaves, the faint cries of distant animals, and the chirp and buzz of insects. His own heartbeat filled his ears, the rising and falling of his breath quite noisy when he was still. Yet, from all of that, nothing unusual struck his senses. Kamachi evidently thought so too, because she shook her. "I hear nothing unordinary," she answered quietly. Kage nodded. "Yes," he agreed. "Nothing unusual. Yet, Katsura village is located only 15 minutes west of our position. It's a small village that produces a great deal of lumber. During this time of the day and this time of the year, there should be men all throughout these forests working. There's no sound of human activity," Kamachi said with dawning comprehension. Naruto listened again. Kage was right. He couldn't hear anybody speaking near them at all. There were no distant thuds as axes thumped into trees. There were no sawing noises as workmen processed the fallen trunks. No chatter, no laughter, no nothing. Kage sniffed the air. "Yet there is a smell." He fell silent, pondering. "We're going to divert off our path for a few moments." The rest of the team acknowledged Kage's instructions, and together they bounded towards Katsura village. Katsura village was a rather small village located in the inner depths of the Land of Fire. Surrounded by dense foliage, thick trees towered over it, doing a very good job of hiding it from aerial view. As they approached the village, Naruto saw that it was quite undefended. There were no walls or gates. It was an open village, made primarily from timber and wood. The roofs of the houses were made from the thick bundles of leaves from the forest and must have done an adequate job of keeping the water out. The biggest structure in the village was at the other end, a large rectangular building that had been built next to the flowing river. The river pushed a water wheel, which must have turned something inside the factory. It looked like a nice, quiet village. Yet, the closer they became, the more and more Naruto tensed. Kage had been right. There were no sounds of human activity coming from ahead of them at all. They had passed a worksite a few minutes ago, and it had been completely deserted, as if nobody had shown up for work. No smoke rose from the chimneys of the factories, and nothing around the houses seemed to move. Team Kage approached the village at good speed and leapt from the edge of the tree line. They landed in a crouch on the cobbled road that led into the village and rose. The village ahead of them was silent. Nothing moved. Kage's hands flashed, and Naruto inclined his head in agreement. Although the sun was shining rather nicely down on him, he shivered as he passed the boundary and entered the village. The team split up and Naruto walked forwards, his footsteps silent. The houses lined up neatly around him, looking undamaged and untouched as far as Naruto could tell, but many of the front doors had been left open, rocking and creaking as the wind blew through the ghost town. Naruto clenched his hands, his heart beating quickly, and approached one of the houses. Despite the lack of an immediate threat, his hand slipped into his cloak and he pulled out a kunai. He also noted the positions of several objects suitable for the replacement technique, before he took a deep breath and entered the house. It was the house of somebody who tried very hard to keep it clean despite the aged and cluttered nature of the house. It was a small home, with only 4 rooms. Naruto had walked into the kitchen and he stared at the dinner table. There were 5 seats, 2 large seats at both ends of the table, 2 smaller seats on the sides and one that had been clearly raised up for a small child. Dinner plates and tin cups had been left uneaten. There was a chopstick on one of the plates that had speared a piece of meat and then dropped, as if the entire family had decided that they weren't hungry at the exact moment. Naruto bent down and placed a gloved finger in one of the dinners. It was cold. He pulled it out and carefully wiped it on the faded green patterned tablecloth. The sun shone in from the kitchen windows as the blonde Anbu decided to inspect the other rooms. They were much the same. The beds hadn't been slept in and were still neatly made and tucked in. In the main bedroom, he saw a bundle of muddied and soiled clothes, large big enough for a man. His eyes also tracked down and saw a pair of thick, rubber boots and an axe leaning on the doorframe. The worker had come home. He had gotten change out of his work clothes, expecting his wife to wash them for him. He had started dinner with his entire family. Then, they had all left and vanished. He searched the rest of the house for any more clues, pausing briefly in the smallest bedroom and staring at a fluffy white teddy. It stared back at him with dull black eyes, a grin sewn onto its face, and Naruto quietly closed the door. He made a cursory inspection of everything else, but nothing else jumped out to him, so he left, leaving the front door open exactly the way he had found it. The wind flew into the village and the wooden creaked. Naruto continued his search for the next few minutes, and met up with the rest of his squad at the end of the street. "Report," commanded Kage, his voice barely a whisper. "There was a disturbance at the village stables," Daichi murmured. "The soil was disturbed and the wood had been chipped near the stalls. The horses seemed to have taken the doors out and bolted." Daichi's report was the only one of substance. The rest reported what Naruto had already seen. The occupants of the village had come home from work. Dinner had been made, kids had been brought in from outside. Then, for no discernible reason, everything had been left exactly where it was and the population had vanished. Naruto finished his report and waited for Kage to speak. He felt tense. The eerie atmosphere of this silent village was beginning to get to him. "Could it be poison?" Kage asked Yuka quietly. "Maybe," the Yamanaka replied softly. "It would have had to be distributed in an instant, and affect the entire village at exactly the same time. It might have been airborne. It would have needed to be extremely potent, causing immediate symptoms. I haven't detected any poisons in the air, so it's possible it broke down after a short period of time. But there are 2 problems." Kage nodded at her to continue. "There's no indication that bodies had fallen on the ground," Yuka said quietly. "Nothing was knocked over or disturbed. It might have caused immediate paralysis, but on this scale? And there are no bodies," Daichi finished for her grimly. "I've used my Byakugan to scan the village. I can't detect any chakra signs at all." "Are there toxins that can dissolve corpses?" Kamachi asked. "Some," Yuka answered, but she shook her head. "But not like this." There's usually something left over. Puddles, dust, grit. There's nothing here. Kage was kneeling down, examining something in the dust. He traced it with his gloved hand and stood back up. I saw a lot of tracks coming from every home, he murmured. Multiple people, all leaving at about the same time and heading towards the other side of the village. Orders, sir? Naruto asked quietly. Personally, he wanted to get the hell out of this strange village. Continue searching for survivors, Kage commanded after a few moments. He brushed the dust off of his cloak. We'll split up and cover each area of the village. After 10 minutes, converge on the entrance to the factory. The Anbu nodded grimly. Kage had said survivors. They were now acting under the assumption that the village had been attacked in some way. They disappeared in a flash of movement. Naruto began his search of the village in a small patch of grass at the edge of the village. Somebody had attempted to put up a fence at one point, but grass and plants had quickly overtaken it, the forest working hard to reclaim the stolen land. Nonetheless, somebody had taken good care of the park. 4 lawns had been arranged in the middle and a pile of sand had been dropped into it. The grass was trimmed neatly and a children's playground had been set up. Naruto passed the sandpit and eyed the children's toys on top of it grimly. The cheap, plastic, IWA-made shovel and bucket had been in use when the incident had occurred. He could imagine a small child digging into the sand, filling the bucket, and then stopping the spade still half full as the child. Well, he didn't know what had happened. He moved on, past the sandpit and to the park benches. A book had been dropped on the group, its pages flipping in the wind, and a pram lay unattended next to it. A bright-faced doll, 2 red circles for cheeks, grinned up at him happily, its blank eyes gazing unseeingly into the sky. Naruto carefully bent down and inspected the inside of the pram. He found a crumpled bag and a small bottle of souring milk, left unattended like everything else, but the baby was gone. His eyes caught sight of bright pink threads lining the pram and he frowned. The parent had been able to pick the baby up, who had probably still been wrapped in the blanket, as the incident was occurring. The more Naruto saw, the more he became convinced that it hadn't been a poison attack. The strongest poisons could be found in the Land of Wind, produced by Suna for their shinobi, but nothing he had ever heard of could have caused something like this. There was a dark feeling in the air as Naruto stood up again. He surveyed the area carefully, almost nervously. His sensor abilities weren't amazing, but they were adequate in small areas, yet he couldn't feel a single shred of chakra around him. Still, there was something unpleasant lingering in the air, something that weighed down on his shoulders. He continued to inspect the village, moving past the park and further into the dead town. Doors lay open, streets unused and fires long burned out. There was a fountain further up ahead, still operating and shooting a gentle spray of water up into the air. A cart lay unattended in the middle of the road, full of dirty workers' gear and sharp axes, while something howled and jumped at him. Naruto jerked back, his chakra flaring as he instinctively used the replacement technique. His body felt like it was being squeezed as the space around his body warped, an almost instantaneous swap happening with one of the large crates on the unattended cart. He crouched, his kunai whipping into his hand as he tried to get a good look at his attack. The wooden box splintered as whatever it was pushed it away and lunged towards Naruto. Its movements were slow to a shinobi, and the young Anbu dodged a wild, feral swing and swung his leg up. The attacker let out a grunt as Naruto kneed in the stomach, bringing the handle of his kunai up and slamming it into the attacker's cheek. With a skittish howl, the creature drew back and the blonde finally got a good look at his attacker. It was a man, emancipated and greasy. What Naruto thought had been fur at first was actually filth, covering almost every inch of his body. His eyes were wild, his mouth frothing, and blood seemed to drip from every inch of his exposed body. The rags he wore clung to his body and he snarled wordlessly at Naruto, readying for another lunge. Naruto made a hand sign, his chakra flaring, and abruptly the feral man shrieked, his arms coming up as if Naruto had struck him. Then, he turned and bolted away like a madman, howling madly into the air. Naruto, his hand still formed in a hand seal, watched him go, his heart beating madly as adrenaline coursed through his veins. Shit! He gasped, the shock of the encounter wearing off. The man's howls ran throughout the village as Naruto formed a seal and thrust his arm up in the air. Lightning release. Lightning signal flare. A bolt of electricity discharged into the air, lighting up the sky as it exploded. A good user of this technique could change the specific way that the technique exploded, and Naruto formed the Anbu symbol for rendezvous and waited. After a few minutes, the rest of Team Kage began to converge on his position. Naruto's hands flashed in code and they formed a defensive perimeter until the rest of the squad had reached their position. Status? Single enemy contact, male, unknown age, moving west. Daichi frowned, his head rising and peering in that direction. He gave a slight shake, indicating that his Byakugan couldn't see anything. Nonetheless, Kage gave the silent command to form up and Team Kage began to follow the path that the feral man had left. They rose to the rooftops in a defensive formation, Kage and Daichi at the front and rear ends, Kamachi and Towa right behind them, and Yuka and Naruto side by side, a flexible formation that allowed them counter and attack from all directions. There was no sign of the man, but it seemed like he had been heading for the large factory. After they had reached a certain distance, Daichi suddenly raised his hand and the group halted. Kage turned his head, his two glowing eyes shining brightly behind the artificial darkness of his hood, and nodded as Daichi silently requested to speak. "There's something unusual about the factor," the Hyuga murmured. "I thought it was just empty, but it's not even registering on my Byakugan. It's a big black spot that I wouldn't even have noticed if I hadn't been looking at it." "Chakra sources?" Kage asked. "None." Daichi made a strange noise. "But there's something there. I can see a mist of. He struggled to explain it. "It's a mist of nothingness, I suppose, the absence of anything. It's leaking from the building, blocking out everything behind it." Naruto peered at the looming factory. He couldn't see anything, but he trusted the eyes of a Hyuga. Kage took this into consideration and the squad advanced, jumping on rooftops and making their way to the factory. As they reached the entrance, they halted and Naruto took in a deep breath. There, on the large metal doors, an archaic symbol had been drawn with a thick crimson liquid that Naruto instinctively knew was not paint. There was a lot of it, 2 more blood than one person would have been capable of donating. The shutters on all of the windows were down, and there was a strange chill in the air, causing the skin on Naruto's arms to prickle. "Something inside of me is screaming not to enter that place," Kamachi murmured. The squad had unconsciously drawn closer together, their shoulders pressed against each other like rookie genin. Kage stood at the front, surveying the factory quietly. "I don't think we're going to like what we find," Towa said grimly. Kage's fingers blurred. Defensive formation, recon team top window, combat team main entrance, care for traps. Daichi and Yuka leaped forward and began climbing up the vertical wall of the factor, Kage in the lead, while Kamachi raised an arm and signaled Naruto and Towa to take formation. Together, they walked to the bloody door and entered the desolate factory. Outside of the factory walls, Katsura village had been virtually intact. There had been no signs of a struggle. The buildings had not been damaged or destroyed. There had been no signs of violence. Within those 4 factory walls, Team Kage had descended into a kind of hell that none of them had ever encountered before. The first indication that something was terribly wrong was when they had opened the door, and 2 things had seeped out from the inside. The first had been a veritable river of blood, the crimson liquid oozing over their feet and pushing against the door. Naruto had instinctively applied chakra and watched with a sort of horrified detachment as the blood flowed out of the factory. Then the second thing had struck them all at once, a terrible, overpowering stench of death. It filled his nostrils, threatening to make him gag, and he was only just able to activate the mask's filters before he was sick. The buzz of flies filled his ears as Towa pushed the door open, passed the river of blood, and then stood back with the rest of his team. Despite all their training and emotional conditioning, each Anbu member hesitated. None of them wanted to go inside because they knew exactly what they were going to find. Kamachi recovered the quickest and gestured forward. Naruto and Towa reluctantly obeyed, stepping inside the darkened factory. The door slowly creaked shut behind them, cutting off all of the light. The loud buzz of flies filled the air, intermingled with the harsh breathing from all 3 Anbu. The floor was sticky and wet. The 3 shinobi were pressed up against each other, grateful for the body warmth that they produced that fought against the unnatural coldness that lingered in the air around them. Naruto didn't want to turn on his enhanced vision features of his mask. He really didn't want to. He did, and Hell greeted him, leering at him with broken teeth and hollow eye sockets. Naruto flinched, his breath shortening, and he staggered back until his back was pressed against the door. The corpse grinned maniacally at him from its spot at the entrance to the foyer, crucified against the wall. Its body was missing large chunks of flesh, and its skin had been peeled off. Blood, urine, fecal matter and all kinds of body matter clung to it. Many of its bones were visibly exposed, and its nose had been torn clean off its face. It was the most horrible thing Naruto had ever seen. He had thought the Sky Nians had been horrible as they burned their way through the southern regions of the Land of Fire. But their torture and murder of the inhabitants of those helpless towns was nothing to what was inside that factory. Naruto, Kamachi and Towa had stepped inside the factory and into the entrance lobby. It was hard to tell what features it had had before. The floor was literally overflowing with blood, and symbols of all sorts had been drawn on the walls with surprising care. There were no other bodies within visual range, but the buzz of the flies only grew louder as they looked past the first crucified victim at a set of double doors which lead to the factory floor. Naruto swallowed and embraced his emotional conditioning. His mind became strangely calm as he forced the horror of what he seen down into the very recesses of his mind. With a deep breath, he gently bumped Tawa and Kamachi. The two turned to him as Naruto gestured silently at the door. Then, somewhat breaking protocol, Naruto took the lead and allowed Kamachi and Tawa to follow him. He reached out with a gloved hand and gently pushed the doors open. There were mountains of bodies twisted, disfigured, deformed. Men, women and children had been thrown into piles, blood flowing down them towards the entrance lobby. From what remained of many of the faces Naruto could see, they had not died well. Their faces were twisted into eternal expressions of agony, signifiers that their last moments had been squeezed horribly out of them. Beyond the mountains of corpses, bodies had been pinned up on the walls, arms splayed out and bolted down with thick metal spikes. Blood dripped from these corpses as well, or what was left of them. Many of them were not in one piece, some with only a head and a meaty limbless husk for a body. Strangely enough, every body Naruto could see had a head. He caught movement in his eye and froze, his eyes swinging up. It was Kage, leading Daichi and Yuka up above them on one of the metal walkways that crisscrossed over the factory floor. Bodies had been pinned up against the ceiling, arranged around that same symbol that had been splattered over the factory doors, a perfect circle with an upside-down triangle fitting in it. His tattoo pulsed and Naruto sent a pulse back, silently gliding over the blood and past a pile of hacked-off limbs. The closer he got the bodies, the more he saw how horrible, mutilated, and tortured these poor people had been. In one case, the enemy had torn off the flesh off the poor boy's torso and carved symbols into his very bones. The sheer look of agony on the corpse's face made Naruto shiver. He looked like he had been alive when it had happened. The deeper they walked into the mass grave, the denser the flies got. They were everywhere, drawn in from miles away by the smell of death, and hovered over and in the bodies without care. They stayed away from the Anbu group, content with the meal they already had. He was so very glad that his mask had filters on, he really was. Kamachi and Tawa strode behind him, each taking in the horrifying sights around them with forced detachment. It was carnage, the worst kind of carnage that Naruto could have possibly ever imagined. Kage, Daichi and Yuka leapt off the rails and landed down silently in front of Naruto. Yuka and Daichi had that air of forced detachment around them, but Kage was as enigmatic as ever, looming over the piles of tortured bodies, the two little white lights that represented his eyes glowing soullessly. Their squad captain knelt down by the nearest body and began inspecting it as the rest of the team formed a loose formation around him. Naruto saw Tawa staring at the agonized expression of a small boy, no older than 5, as if he was unable to look away. He only reacted when Kamachi touched him on the shoulder, jerking back as his head flew around, and then he patted her hand softly. Both Daichi and Yuka had drifted closer to Naruto, the two exchanging lingering touches as if to reassure each other that they were still there. Naruto gestured at Daichi. "Watch for incoming," he signed, and Daichi nodded. Although he couldn't see the bulging veins around his eyes, he knew that were there as Daichi became still, seeing all around them probably with perfect clarity. The Byakugan was possibly the second worst bloodline to possess around living nightmares like this, the first being the Sharingan. He couldn't imagine having these images seared into his head for the rest of his life, unable to forget. Kage stood up from the body and led the team deeper into the factory. Ritualistic symbols had been drawn everywhere. Naruto didn't like looking at them. They seemed fine at first, and they had been drawn with care. It was definitely more preferably examining the sigils than it was the bodies. But the longer he looked at them, the more it seemed like they were moving, blood oozing against the power of gravity, and squirming in the confines of the symbol. Yet, when he looked away and focused his attention somewhere else, he could always see them at the edge of his peripheral vision, something deep within his psyche recognizing them as a threat to be watched. His breathing was harsh to his ears as Kage stopped, eyeing the bodies all around him. Their cloaks were blood-free, the liquid flowed off it as water did on oily surfaces. Kage reached into his cloak and pulled out a small book. He consulted it for a few moments. "Total population 714, Kage signed. Naruto looked around grimly. That seemed around right. There was no sign of the mysterious attacker as they came to the center of the factory floor. Here, makeshift barricades had been placed up and many bodies lay on the ground. These were different, they had relatively normal inflicted wounds one might receive in battle. Naruto eyed the shovel held the hands of a corpse, and the axe buried in that same corpse's chest. They have fought each other. His eyes raked over the battlefield, pausing briefly on the middle-aged woman who still had her hands wrapped around a child's throat. The little girl's face was blue, her wide green eyes frozen with terror and horror and betrayal. The resemblance between the girl and her attacked was too much, and for a moment Naruto's mental stability threatened to collapse. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and steadied himself. Something was brewing in the deep, dark parts of his stomach. Embers were being stoked, a terrible fire beginning to crackle and burn. Naruto embraced the feeling, his fists clenched tightly. Kage bent down on some of the corpses. He examined them as Naruto looked away, the young, blonde Anbu not wanting to risk threatening the mission with an emotional outburst. Kage stood, his fingers flashing. Flesh underneath the fingernails, factory tools used as weapons, free for all struggle, the silent captain signed. Cause amusement for the enemy? As Naruto stared at the makeshift barricades and the walkways around and above them, he could just imagine their faceless enemy watching from above as the civilians fought each other to the death. The woman had been willing to strangle her own daughter to comply with whatever the enemy had wanted. Perhaps they had been promised freedom, or guaranteed that they would be spared, lies said as their friends, families and people they knew were butchered all around them. There was a loud clang and the Anbu squad stiffened. They formed around each other, standing in the middle of the arena, backs together. Kage kept his head straight as he whispered very quietly. Daichi? Negative, the Hyuga breathed. I want him alive, Kage said emotionlessly. There was a flicker of movement from the shadows. Naruto tensed and watched, his eyes peering past the mountain of bodies and into there. The same feral man jumped out, screaming and wailing as he had before. He had a logger's hand axe in his hand, waving it about madly as he charged at them. It was an unfair fight. Naruto simply moved forward, ducked underneath he first wild spin and delivered a solid uppercut into the other man's gut. The feral man wheezed and Kamachi moved, Saban and wire whipping through the air as she bound them man together in an elaborate rope of metal. The man ranted and screamed and wailed, driving away the deathly silence in the air as the Anbu squad surrounded him. There's no chakra in him, Daichi said. His voice was faint. It's impossible, but it's true. There's not a single shred of chakra in him at all, just that blankness. Yuka. Kage only said her name and the Yamanaka nodded. She seemed reluctant as she approached the prisoner and placed both hands on the side of his head. At her touch, the man stilled and Yuka froze. It lasted a few moments, and the last echoes of the man's screams faded away. The silence returned. It didn't last long. With a sudden scream, Yuka's hands flew away from the man's head as if it was on fire, and she staggered away. She was bent over, almost gasping, and managed to take off her mask before she was sick all over the floor. Naruto was there instantly, patting her gently on the back as she took deep breaths of air. What did you see? Kage asked quietly, waiting a few moments so that the Yamanaka had time to recover. Not much, she answered. She was still breathing hard, but her voice had taken on a dead tone, flat and uncaring. His mind is a mess. There's not much left of him, he's almost gone, almost one of them. Who? Kage asked urgently. I don't know, Yuka answered. She gestured at the now flailing and crying man. He didn't know either. He was eating dinner when they all stood and walked here. It was as if something had compelled them to come here. When they got here, there were robed men, I don't know how many, maybe 10? Maybe more. Despite her tone, she seemed reluctant to go on and Naruto squeezed her shoulder. They spent the entire night torturing them, Yuka continued quietly. Most of them just stood there, waiting for their turn. They tied him up, she gestured at their bound captive, and made him watch. They forced his family to fight in the arena. His wife used their baby as a club to beat their son to death. They gave him a knife and showed him how to carve his skin, to praise their god. She struggled to find the word. Then? Kage pressed. Then they left. Yuka finished softly. She held her hand to her head, her eyes fluttering shut in concentration. That man there, he thanked them for their gift, and wished them luck. Kage was motionless. The twinkling dots behind his hood seemed to be growing brighter. Will we get any more information from him? No. Yuka sounded certain. Kage nodded. Then, he raised his dull black machete, and ended their captive's suffering with a single swipe. Come, he ordered. Let's get out of here. In the following hour, the Anbu secured Katsura village. Naruto had summoned a messenger and sent a message to the Hokage, asking for immediate reinforcements for the region. Kamachi had drawn a few sketches, tracing the symbols very carefully and briefly drawing some of the bodies they had recovered, and Naruto had sent them too. The entire squad was somber and quiet. Yuka had donned her mask again and had gone silent. She didn't speak and spent a lot of the time seemingly staring at nothing. Naruto could see her emotional conditioning at work, completely repressing her emotions and memories. When she did speak, her voice was monotone, but she sounded oddly distracted at times. It was the curse of the Yamanaka. Kage had secured the perimeter of the town, and the squad formed up around him. There are tracks heading north, he told them grimly. They left sometime this morning, after they were done here. There's another town not far from here. 400 citizens. The implication was not lost on them. It's possible that this cult is the one responsible for the disappearances, Kage said. As such, we will pursue. They've gotten balls, Daichi murmured. Going from picking off some travelers to wiping out entire towns. The Sky Blitz may have provided them with the opportunity they were looking for. Kage sounded like he had been thinking about this a lot. Konoha is distracted. The Fire Lord's eyes are south. They packed up their equipment and prepared for departure. Naruto had reached into his pack and pulled out a flare. He aimed it at the sky and fired it. It flew high up into the air and exploded in a shower of crimson sparks, a glowing ball of light hovering in the air. It would stay there for some time, the code red symbol warning for all those who saw it not to approach. Hopefully reinforcements would be there within a matter of hours. Kage nodded at Naruto. Although the young Anbu had never really seen Kage show any strong emotion, ever since leaving the factory there had been a deadly stillness to every movement he made. Naruto knew that, in his way, Kage was furious, and he nodded back at his captain seriously. They would find out who was doing this, and then they would put a stop to it permanently. Chapter 16, The Blood Cult Part 3. Team Kage left the small lumber village behind them in silence, the glowing red orb of light still hovering over the village silently, casting a chilling glow down upon it. It was fitting given the mass execution site that they had just left, and they were all silent, lost in their own thoughts. For Naruto, it was still something that he was having trouble coming to terms with. From what he remembered from his life before Anbu, and there wasn't much, Naruto had experienced some of the harsher realities of life before. There had been loneliness, ostracism, and sadness. People hadn't liked him very much. It had not been nice, and he would forever be grateful for the Hokage for lifting him above those feelings, molding him into a shinobi and giving him purpose and a place to belong. However, Naruto was not deluded or conceited enough to claim that his childhood had been worse than everybody else's. In his age group alone, Uchiha Sasuke had gone through a much more traumatic and horrifying experience, one that would forever linger in back of the other boy's mind. Perhaps the Uchiha would have understood better than he did. Naruto just couldn't comprehend the point of all the suffering and pain that those poor people in the village had gone through. He simply could not comprehend why somebody do something like that. Even with all of his experiences in the Anbu and working as the Hokage's assistant, it still eluded him. It kept the young Anbu quiet during their fast-paced travel to the next town. Daichi and Yuka were in the lead, the former using his Byakugan and the latter using her limited sensor skills to try and locate the enemy. It was a long shot, especially after what Daichi had reported back at the village. The tortured man had not had any chakra in his body at all, and that warehouse had emitted a kind of energy that acted as a kind of blind spot to the fabled eye techniques of the Hyuga. Naruto couldn't explain that either. Everybody, from the lowest of the academy's students even civilians to the most powerful Kages, knew that chakra was essential to life. Without chakra, one could not live. It was the product of physical and spiritual energy, naturally produced by all living creatures, plants, animals, humans. Even the world had natural energy, ancient chakra flows that ran deep through the earth, far out of reach by any living being. How could somebody survive without chakra? What had that strange energy been? Naruto leapt from one branch to the next, the wind rushing through his hair. As he landed, his hand had drifted up and touched his stomach as a startling realization came to him. Was that strange energy demonic? But no, it hadn't felt anything like what Naruto briefly remembered from those hazy memories inside Anchor Vantion. Still, if anybody in Team Kage could locate the enemy, then it would have to be Daichi and Yuka. Daichi had his eyes, and the blank spots would be just as good as an indication as actually seeing them, while Yuka had the best sensing capabilities out of all of them. The human body, especially those of shinobi, expelled chakra from their tenketsu regularly. It was part of the chakra circulatory system, much like how humans exhaled carbon dioxide. Such chakra quickly dissipated into the air quickly, but it acted like a beacon to those with the talent to perceive it. Even if the enemy were not using chakra, perhaps Yuka could detect some residue of that other strange energy. Hopefully Team Kage could locate and intercept the unknown attackers before they reached the next village. At the front of the group, Daichi held up a hand and Naruto tensed. He took a deep breath as he finished his jump, shelving his thoughts, questions and emotions and landing neatly on the thick tree branch. By his body language, Daichi was looking forward intently, peering at something far beyond the range of a normal eye. With the Byakugan activated, and for the most part, Daichi could automatically see 50 meters around him. With some effort, he could extend that range and see 10 times further, although it took some chakra. "There's something up ahead," Daichi murmured. "Blank hazy spots in my vision, wait!" He fell silent and his hands flashed. Contact, 3 to 5 contacts incoming, 450 meters and closing. The Anbu team moved back into the shadows and waited. They didn't have to wait long. For a shinobi, covering 450 meters could take less than a minute. Naruto stilled his breathing and quieted his mind. His senses were trained on his surroundings, a strange, calm clarity filling his mind. He heard them before he saw them, the faint tap of feet striking against wood and the rustle of leaves as the contacts came closer. Then, they came into visual sight and Naruto almost breathed a sigh of relief. Leaf headbands gleamed in the light of the sun as the 3 new leaf nin leapt through the trees. One wore the vest of a jonin, although it was torn, battered and stained with blood. The other 2 wore bandanas over their faces, clad in chunin vests. The lead jonin looked vaguely familiar and Naruto was sure that he had seen him before in the mission's assignment room. He sent a pulse through his tattoo possible friendlies and suddenly Kage appeared in front of them, causing them to halt. Identify. His voice was short, sharp and to the point. The jonin cocked his head, staring somewhat curiously at the Anbu. Naruto got a closer look at the jonin, and a name popped in his mind. He sent a request through his tattoo, a series of chakra pulses, and Kage tilted his head fractionally. Naruto leaped forward, landing in front of the newcomers in a crouch and standing up. You're Konoha's lion, Naruto said quietly. The name rang a bell for Kage, who nodded in recognition. Where's the rest of your squad? The lion had been the A-ranked jonin first assigned to the region after the reports of raids and attacks had filtered through to Konoha. He had led a group of 7 chunin, a more than adequate amount of shinobi to take care of a B-ranked mission. Tall, with dark shaggy hair and a thick beard that almost looked like a lion's mane, Naruto remembered him as an intensely focused man. Now, though, he looked somewhat dazed, drenched in blood and eyeing the surroundings curiously. You don't understand. The lion's voice was hoarse and rough, as if he had been using it too much. What? Naruto asked, frowning. A strange feeling was tingling in the pit of his stomach and he was beginning to feel edge and tense. He was faintly aware of the rest of Team Kage moving into position around them, ready to drop in if necessary. Kage took over the questioning, sounding faintly irritated. Where's your squad, jonin? He pressed. Something flickered over the lion's face, and he gestured absently at the 2 people behind him. Naruto could hear the harsh breathing of the chunin, deep and raspy. Their eyes were fervent and bloodshot, the only things visible from behind the bandanas wrapped around their face. Identify, Naruto commanded. They can't talk, the lion explained. He seemed agitated, his body twitching. They spoke only of blasphemy, and the Lord decreed that they shall never speak again. He grinned rather madly. It was a good thing, he said sagely. Now they understand. Where's the rest of your squad? Kage repeated. I will not ask again, jonin. They did not understand. The lion grinned, showing his bloody teeth. Naruto saw something caught in them, the flesh or meat of some kind of animal, and a strong aroma washed over him. He sniffed it, recognizing it almost instantly. Blood, human blood. Kage recognized it too. Stand down, jonin, he ordered. We've been sent to take this situation under control. You will be escorted back to the nearest garrison and questioned. The lion abruptly focused. I can't let you do, he said thickly. He swallowed and licked his lips. You don't understand. We will show you. With almost no warning at all, the lion demonstrated one of the techniques that had earned him his moniker. He reared up, head drawing back and roared. It was a terrible beastly roar, the roar of a lion with the power of wind behind it, and Naruto and Kage disappeared under a concussive wave of pressured air that tore them to shreds. Their bloodied husks fell to the ground and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, one from a shadow clone dispersing and from the replacement technique. The lion did not look disappointed. In fact, a savage grin crossed his face and he motioned to his squad. Show them! He boomed, his voice rising into the air. Make them understand! Team Kage was already on it. The moment Kage had shown himself to the arrivals, Tawa had raised his arm. The intricate and elaborate seals tattooed onto it glowed with bright scarlet light, stretching off the skin and creating a glowing, chakra-based version of something that looked like a cross between a crossbow and a tube. With Kage's escape, he let loose and fiery darts of blazing chakra shot from the contraption in his hands. They slammed into and pierced the chests of both chunin, causing them to stagger back. Then, to his surprise, the chunin righted up, seemingly unaffected. They reached for their bandanas. They unfurled them, revealing mutilated and mangled heads. One of them had been bludgeoned by something and parts of his head were caved in, while the other had been scalped and burned, her face completely destroyed. Dried blood, muck and dirt covered their wounds, but no fresh blood seeped out of them. Only their eyes had been left untouched, feverish and completely insane. Naruto and Kage moved to intercept the lion, moving in tandem as they blurred forward. The lion brandished his arms and revealed the second reason why he had earned his moniker. A set of thick, jagged metal claws emerged from the back of his hand, tearing through his dirty skin. The artificial contraptions planted in his hands must have hurt, but the man showed no indication as he leapt forward, swiping madly. Naruto rolled to the right as Kage parried the blow with his dull black machete, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a set of shuriken. He threw them and made a hand sign. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. 3 shuriken became 3 dozens, slamming into the lion's chest and upper arms. The lion made a loud, frantic noise, pausing for a brief moment, and that gave Kage enough time to lodge his blade in the traitorous man's chest. The man gasped, his eyes rolling back into his skull, his face slackening and becoming strangely at ease. Crouched down he was. Naruto reflexively recoiled in disgust as he saw the lion become aroused, his entire body shuddering. Then, with a wide grin, he swiped at Kage again and again. "You make me so happy!" he roared. Spittle flew from his mouth. "Give it to me again!" Naruto's hand blurred. He drew in a breath, released molded elemental chakra from the tenketsu in his lungs and used the tenketsu in his diaphragm and roof of his mouth to spit out a swirling sphere of compressed air. Wind chakra, depending on how it was refined, could be used as either a heavy sledgehammer or a fine scalpel. Naruto had chosen the latter, and the razor-sharp wind shredded skin and dove into the lion's knee. His leg buckled and his kneecap exploded in a shower of gore and flesh. The lion let out a shriek of ecstasy which was only cut off as Kage neatly took off his head. It bounced to the ground as the lion's body froze, and then it suddenly collapsed like a puppet with all the strings cut off. "Shit!" Naruto muttered in disgust, rising up from his position. Kage stood over the body as the rest of the team finished up their fights. Despite their fearsome appearance, the Chunin had not been able to survive the blunt force of Tao's glowing, scarlet battle axe or Kamachi's razor wire, and the 2 Anbu brought the bodies over, laying them next to the lion. Naruto stared down at the lion's head. "I've talked to him before," the blonde Anbu murmured. "I mean, he was an arsehole, but he was loyal to Konoha and a good shinobi. He was compromised." Kamachi sounded somewhat angry. "But they fought poorly, disregarding their own well-being and actually wanting to be hurt. They fought like berserkers or mad Inuzuka, not proper shinobi." Daichi stirred next to him. "He had no chakra in his body," he said solemnly. "Only the blackness of that strange energy. From what I saw, it was holding them together, but when you damaged them, it began leaking out into the air. The more you damaged them, the more the blackness left their bodies. It's used to sustain them," Kage murmured. "Typical fatal attacks will likely prove to be ineffective, where blunt force trauma and physically damaged attacks will probably be more effective." Yuka had taken out a small black book and was carefully writing down the general description and names of the shinobi they had just taken out. When she was done, she closed it and placed it back in her pouch. Kage pondered the bodies for a moment longer. "They most likely saw the flare," he concluded quietly. "Therefore, they must have been relatively close. Dispose of the bodies. We must catch up to them." Naruto burned the bodies with a fire technique, scorching flesh and bone and letting their charred remains sink into the ground. Then, he joined the rest of the team as they continued their pursuit of the enemy. The implications of the battle they had just fought were disturbing. Although the remnants of the traitorous patrol had shown a significant decline in combat ability, the fact that the enemy were able to brainwash a seasoned and experienced jonin was worrying. Then there was the strange energy emanating off of the indoctrinated shinobi. According to Daichi, their chakra had been completely replaced by whatever that power was. Naruto couldn't see it, but he could feel it. It left chills down his arms and caused an uncomfortable prickling sensation in the pit of his stomach. Naruto had a few ideas what that was about, but now wasn't the time to think about it. Instead, he followed Kage's lead as the tall, silent captain led them through the forest. They leapt from one branch to another, the trees growing thicker and thicker the further they ventured into the Senju's ancient territory. Naruto had once read a theory that proposed the reason why the Uchiha had been so proficient with fire release techniques was because of an old, centuries-long plan to invade and destroy the heart of the Senju homeland. Looking around at the thick brush around them, Naruto concluded that liberal use of fire techniques would have had a devastating effect on the region. Although the battle hadn't taken very long, by the time they arrived at their destination Naruto knew that they had been too late. The chill in the air seeped through his cloak and into his skin as something prickled uncomfortably in his gut. Daichi flicked off a few hand signals and Kage nodded grimly. The squad captain led the team out of the dense brush and past the tree line, approaching a small, deserted town built on the edge of a river. The sun was lowering on the horizon, casting a brilliant orange and yellow glow over it, but it did little to hide the atmosphere of wrongness that clung to the town like an invisible, thick shroud. The town was much in the same condition as the village they had just come from. Things had been placed down or abandoned as if the residents had simply stood up and walked away. After seeing how powerful the unknown brainwashing technique was, Naruto supposed they had done just that. The street lamps remained unlit and doors and windows were open. This time, because of the town's proximity to the river, there were hundreds of footprints lining the muddied streets. They led to the river, over a small, wooden bridge and into a rough, makeshift path that led into the forest depths on the other side of the riverbank. Kage knelt down by the tracks, staring at them intently. He pressed on them with his fingers, measuring their depth, and then eyed the sun. His team stood around him, waiting patiently, while Kage made his conclusions. After a few moments, Kage nodded and rose to his feet. They have not been gone long, 20 to 25 minutes, Kage told them quietly. Naruto felt a blaze of determination well up within him. In Katsura village, their enemy had taken the entire night to ritualistically torture and slaughter the defenseless population. They had shown a great deal of interest in causing pain and suffering. This was good news for Team Kage. The citizens of this village could still be saved. The team leapt off of the road and began to follow the tracks that the civilians had made. However, before they had even left the village, Daichi had paused. "Contact!" he called out. Kage raised a hand and the team paused. "Deceased, but there's lingering chakra. 400 meters at 2 o'clock. The team followed Daichi's directions, moving towards the west side of the small town. As they moved through the streets, Naruto looked on the horizon and saw the trees give way to a small hill at the end of the town. A large villa stood, framed by the sun slowly setting behind it. At this distance, he could see the rows of vineyards planted on the base of the hill, and the large marble path leading up to the luxurious house. It must have been the estate of the noble in charge of this region. It was far too nice for a simple villager or worker. The squad closed the distance quickly and, at the base of that hill, they paused. They had found their first casualty. It was a man in his 30s, fierce gray eyes staring up at the sky blankly. His face had been contorted into grim anger, and even acceptance of his fate, and he held the shattered remains of a halberd in his hands. He wore some kind of uniform, but it was hard to tell what it was with the large chunk of flesh missing from his upper right side. The man's heart, and everything around it was simply gone, his entire body stained crimson red. He lay back against a carriage of some sort, which showed evidence of an attack. It had been a nice carriage, too, with a splendid gleaming wooden frame and fine silk coverings over the broken windows. Now, it was barely more than a pile of firewood. "A noble's guard?" Kamachi suggested quietly, having made some of the connections that Naruto had. "Perhaps," Kage murmured, eyeing the body speculatively. "But that uniform, I have seen that before." Naruto's eyes widened and he exhaled loudly. "So have I," he murmured. His team turned to look at him as Naruto bent down, gingerly parting the bloodied scraps of cloth around the man's mangled chest and turning it around. It was soft, even soiled, and he picked up the unique emblem stitched into it. Naruto nodded grimly, his suspicions correct. "This is one of the 12 guardians," he told Kage. "What?" Daichi exclaimed. He sounded shocked. "One of the guardians here?" Kage said nothing as he bent down to examine the sash. As Kamachi began to offer reasons why a guardian might be here, especially when the Fire Lord was in Konoha at the moment, Naruto was still. His thoughts wandered back to the other day. When he met the Fire Lord, what they had talked about, he had made them tea and placed it on the desk. There had been a map with a route traced out. The carriage was one of the finest he had seen. The Fire Lord had said something about raising money motivation, to motivate the nobles, and then Naruto was there. "Oh shit!" he breathed, his eyes widening. He stood, staring at the carriage in horror and hoping that he was wrong. "Oh shit!" "Report," Kage commanded quietly. "I overheard a meeting between the Fire Lord and the Hokage," Naruto explained quickly. "The Fire Lord was telling the Hokage how he planned to raise money to help rebuild Konoha. He mentioned that his daughter was touring some of the far-out regions, to ask the nobles for help. There was a map." He hesitated, his eyes fluttering shut as he tried to recall it. "I can't remember exactly where the route went, but I'm positive that it around this region." The squad absorbed what he had said. Tawa summarized what they were all thinking. "Oh shit! Where are the rest of the guards?" Kamachi wondered. "The princess wouldn't leave the capital without a contingent of samurai." Naruto turned to the villa on the hill. It was still a fair distance away, probably out of range of Daichi's Byakugan. "Probably up there," he said grimly. "And they might have been affected by the brainwashing technique like the lion was." "Send a shadow clone," Kage ordered Naruto briskly. Naruto complied and his clone darted up the hill. Then Kage turned back to the way they had come. "There are attacks leading this way," he murmured. Only 1 pair of feet small, a young woman's they lead from this estate. We have to find her, Naruto said urgently. He remembered the Fire Lord, his strange mannerisms and odd way of talking, and how he couldn't be read, and how something intense had laid behind his eyes. The Fire Lord. He trailed off. It didn't have to be said. The Fire Lord would not react well to losing his only daughter. Wars had been started over less, and the Fire Lord would find somebody to take his anger out on. Konoha, as the land of Fire's largest military force, would be obliged to join him. It would be war. After the Blitz, Naruto never wanted to be in another war again. Let's go, Kaga murmured. He seemed to share Naruto's thoughts. They followed the tracks, dashing past the town and delving into the untamed wilderness. Branches and shrubs had tried to claw back the little strip of path that the town's residents had created, but somebody had recently sliced away a lot of the offending plants. They continued following the tracks of the villagers, Kage occasionally pausing to stop for a few moments while Daichi rationed his use of the Byakugan. Not even the strongest Hyuga could maintain the activated state of the Eye bloodline indefinitely. It was during one of these stops that Naruto felt his shadow clone dispersing. His chakra shot back towards him at speeds far greater than any shinobi, shooting into the tenketsu around the back of his neck. His vision blurred for a few moments as the visual stimuli of the shadow clone was processed by his brain. Then, he grimaced. While it had not been as bad as Katsura village, the inside of the villa had not been pleasant. There seemed to have been a fight between the enemy and the bodyguards of the princess. The samurai had all fallen in the main foyer, while the staff and workers of the estate looked like they had been hunted down and slaughtered. There had been a rather obese man wearing fine clothes attempting to hide in the master bedroom, but he too had been killed, his head removed from his body. He told Kage, who processed the new information carefully. This is different from what we've been seeing, he murmured. Their usual operation seems to involve brainwashing or tricking the civilians to come with them voluntarily. Here, the enemy actually attacked first, taking the estate by force. Perhaps the princess was their primary target, Kamachi offered. Perhaps, Kage said, but he didn't sound like he agreed. Or perhaps she is merely a target of opportunity. The daughter of the Lord of the Land of Fire would be a valuable prize for many people. The discussion ended there. They continued on at top speed, following the tracks for another 5 minutes as it took them upwards up a great slope. Then a warning pulse flared through their Anbu tattoos. Naruto's eyes flickered back to Daichi as the cool wind rushed through his hair, watching as the Hyuga silently informed them of what he saw. Contact 500 meters at 10 o'clock, multiple chakra signatures detected, low emissions, E-rank, enemy presence detected. Kage changed course and they cleared the distance in a few moments. The journey took them over a ridge, and they came out of the trees and they came to a stop on a rocky plateau. It was several hundred meters in length, hidden by the enormous trees that surrounded them. In the middle of the flat stretch of land was their enemy and their hostages, and, for the first time, Team Kage got to see who they were truly fighting against. There were 14 robed figures standing on the tallest part of the plateau, their faces hidden from view by their masks. It was almost like a mockery of the Anbu mask, disfigured and demonic faces leering out into the world. They all held a bladed weapon of some kind, each unique and looking equally as spiky and painful as they last. Their black robes were mostly bare, except a single symbol on their chests. It was an inverted triangle surrounded by a circle. It had been painted on with a dark, crimson liquid blood, most likely, and it seemed to squirm and writhe on the fabric, as if it were alive. They stood over the villagers imperiously, looking down on them as if they were cattle. The villagers themselves stood in seemingly random spots around the base of that mound, their faces blank and their bodies relaxed. Only their eyes betrayed their thoughts on the matter, terrified and unable to comprehend what was happening to them. Whatever technique had been used to lure them up here, it looked like it only controlled the body and not the mind. There were two things that immediately stood out. The first was the giant wooden cross that had been planted in the middle of the plateau, where the enemy stood. Spread out along that cross was a bloodied woman covered in scraps of clothing. They might have been nice once, and she might have been pretty, but it was hard to tell. She looked like she had been beaten, her clothes torn and her face bruised and swollen. Her hands and feet had been nailed to the cross with thick, iron bolts, and she seemed unresponsive to anything around her. Her eyes were rolled to the back of her head, and she was shaking madly. The second thing that stood out was the silver-haired man that stood right in front of them. He seemed young, in his 20s, and wore similar robes to the enemy up on the hill. He wore no mask and he held a large 3-pronged scythe in his hand. His eyes stood out the most, and up until that point, they were the worst things that Naruto had ever seen. They seemed like a normal pair of eyes until Naruto stared past them. They were two foul beacons of depravity and pain. They were the eyes of somebody filled with an unholy flame. They were the eyes of somebody who looked out into the world and took delight at the misery and suffering of others. It was hard to describe, but as the man stared down at them, the unholy light in them burned brighter than any flame, the antithesis of the will of fire. They were terrible because they were the eyes of a human, the worst of humanity embodied into a single individual. Before then, Naruto had had trouble comprehending what could possibly have motivated somebody to commit the atrocities that these people had. Now, after meeting the gaze of this man only once, he understood. This man did horrible, terrible things because he could. "Welcome, heathens!" he called out mockingly, spreading out his arms. "Have you come to witness our celebration?" Kage had somehow produced his weapon the instant he had seen the man, and his grip on it tightened. He said nothing, however, as Daichi let out a loud gasp, his hands flying up to clutch his head. It's. He seemed lost of words. "That man, that nothingness, he is nothingness and nothingness is him, there's so much." "Deactivate!" Kage ordered harshly. Naruto didn't know if Daichi, with hands on his head, complied. Kamachi and Tawa were visibly shivering, their breaths leaving their masks in clouds mist. Yuka's had taken a step back while Kage's body language looked tense and uncomfortable. Naruto could feel a chill up his arms and a prickling in the pit of his stomach, but that was it. He glared at the man behind his mask, sending a pulse through his tattoo that seemed to stir his other teammates. The man looked puzzled for a few moments, and then a terrible smile crossed his face. "This is fucking fantastic!" he roared, gesturing at Naruto. He licked his lips, his eyes glinting madly. "Oh, Lord Jashin, you have blessed me today! I shall honor your name with this coming battle and offering the suffering and life of my enemy to your endless appetites." Naruto tensed, but the man frowned. Suddenly, his attitude abruptly changed and he scowled, looking quite sulky. "But first we must commence our harvest," he told them seriously. The sun was setting behind him, casting him in a hellish glow. "Our great lord cannot be kept waiting." Kage took a step forward. "Yes," he said stonily. "He can." "Blasphemy!" the man in front of them screamed. The volume was deafening as the silver-haired maniac raised his scythe. "Attack them, my pre—" His voice ended in a gurgle as Kage was suddenly beside him, his machete coming up and taking his head off of his shoulders. It did not deter the robed figures on the hill, and they shrieked and cried as they charged down at them, plowing through the frozen civilians. Naruto, Kamachi and Tawa darted forward to meet them. The blonde's hands flew as the first robed figure passed the motionless villagers, a crude, spiked axe swinging forward. Shadow Clone Technique. With a puff of smoke, 3 shadow clones appeared on all sides of the man, and at different heights, with kunai gleaming in their hands. The first, who was crouched down, slammed the blade in the back of the robed figure's knee. The second, at chest height, punctured the man's stomach and dragged the blade sideways. The third, appearing in the air at head height, dove his blade down into the man's skull with a 2-handed blow. The man screamed and collapsed as the shadow clones collapsed, and Naruto moved on to the next one. He ducked a swing, dodging the wild and careless attacks with ease. In hand-to-hand combat, Naruto's raw strength was mediocre at best, good for his age and stature, but nothing compared to a muscular adult. Instead of striking hard, Naruto focused on his speed and evasion of not getting hit, and used weapons and tools to enhance his attacking power. This time, he held a loop of wire in his hands and managed to coil it around the man's arm. He leapt back, the wire in his hand, and made a single hand sign. Body Flicker Technique. In a short, sharp burst of movement, Naruto appeared behind the man, the wire still in his hands. The momentum of his sudden movement caught the enemy by surprise, and his arm was almost ripped from his socket by the instant burst of force. He came rocketing back to Naruto, who weaved between the man's flailing limbs and coiled the wire around enemy's neck. Body Flicker Technique. Naruto used the same strategy again, except this time with the man's neck. There was a loud, distinctive crack as Naruto dropped the wire. On Naruto's right, Tawa had slid past the defenses of his robed attacker, sliding a bright scarlet battle axe up the man's torso and splitting him in half in a spray of blood. Then, the chakra representation of the axe shimmered, and suddenly Tawa was holding a short sword, which drove into the throat of the next enemy he saw. There were flashes of crackling lightning and the hiss of Saban sliding through the air as, behind him, Kamachi made short work of one of her attackers. Yuka had thrown a gas bomb of some sort back from where they had arrived, and 2 of the enemy in front of her attacked one another in a yellowish cloud of hallucinogenic poison before Kage dispatched them with the same devastating efficiency that he had taken down the leader. Naruto reached into his pouch and lobbed a trio of shuriken into the air. He made a sign, channeling chakra from his tenketsu and shaping it into an invisible billowing cloud around him. Shadow Shuriken Technique. He formed the technique, and the chakra above him shimmered as dozens, hundreds of replicate shuriken appeared. A second later, he was cut down as two more demon-faced men swung their scythes at him. As his attackers were fooled by the genjutsu-laden replacement technique, Naruto appeared a short distance away in a crouch. Chakra pooled in his feet, and he leaped up towards where he had just been standing, forming an unusual hand sign. Lightning release, static pulse shot. Fire release, great wave of flame. Lightning flickered around his dingers as he molded lightning elemental chakra, pushing it from the tenketsu in his fingertips. At the same time, he laid a buffering layer of neutral non-elemental chakra around it, and molded fire elemental chakra above it, flooding the tenketsu around his throat. Fierce and heavy chakra engulfed his form, his other tenketsu releasing an enormous buildup of pent-up chakra and discharging it in the air around him, a sign of less than perfect chakra control. Nonetheless, the combination technique worked. The hundreds of shuriken, which were only now beginning to fall, were charged by a powerful streak of electricity that roared from his hands. At the same time, Naruto's chest swelled and he spat out a searing blast of heat down at them. The lightning-empowered shuriken were propelled by the raging wave of heat and slammed into the enemy, who had just realized that they had attacked a rock. The red-hot metal tore through the enemy with ease, bursting through their robes and flesh like a hot knife on butter. An instant later, the searing wave of heat engulfed them in a shimmering haze and they shrieked as their flesh blistered and cooked, eyes rolling into the back of their heads. They fell, twitching, as Naruto landed gracefully on the ground, his chakra raging all around him. When he landed on the ground, the battle was over. The enemy, like the lion before them, had fought without care for their own well-being and had been no match for the skill of the Anbu. Report, Kage ordered as his team grouped up. 15 enemies identified, Kamachi said darkly. All killed in action. Kage nodded. Well done, he said quietly. Tawa go and… You stupid fucks! Kage abruptly jerked and Naruto let out a strangled sound, disbelief clouding his mind. From its spot on the ground, meters away from his body, the lead priest glared at them hatefully, blood still oozing from his severed head. Naruto stared, dumbfounded, as the priest began shouting at them. If I fucking miss this ritual, I'm going to make the rest of your short fucking lives absolute hell! He roared with spittle and blood flying from his mouth. His eyes glowed with fervor. Lord Jashin stops for nobody. You stupid fucking weaklings aren't going to do jack shit to his designs. Kamachi's hands blurred and a kunai slammed into the priest's severed head. The priest gurgled, eyes widening as it glimpsed the sizzling explosive node attached to the handle, and then disappeared under a small and compact explosion. The Grade 3 explosive node detonated with a bang, sending gory chunks of flesh and brain flying through the air. Kamachi withdrew her arm, radiating a sense of satisfaction, as Kage nodded approvingly. Make sure that you secure the enemy, he added unnecessarily. Some may have escaped death despite the damage caused. He trailed off, his breath creating a cloud of white mist as he exhaled. The chill in the air had increased and Tawa and Kamachi were both shivering madly. Kage was completely and utterly still while Yuka and Daichi flinched back. Although Naruto couldn't see the strange blankness that Daichi had talked about, it could definitely feel it. Bit by bit, from all over the graveyard, bits of flesh, bone and blood began to slide back to their bodies. The screams and shrieks Naruto had heard from the supposedly dying filled the air once more, and he abruptly realized that it was pleasure, and not pain that they had been screaming of. The leader's head was first to regenerate, his head building up on his body bit by bit. When his skull was mostly formed he staggered to his feet, regarding them with half a face. He said something, sounding raspy and distorted, his throat had still not been put back together, and raised his scythe. From all across the plateau, the robed priests began to rise up from their grievous wounds. Naruto was reminded of Shino and his regeneration techniques, but even the rogue Uzumaki had not shown anything like this. It was less like a healing technique and more like somebody reaching down and mashing flesh and bone together, like somebody with plasticine. The time is nigh, the leader gurgled. He raised his scythe as the sun almost finished setting behind him. Naruto's mask automatically adjusted to the different light levels, so he had barely noticed. Our sacrifice will begin. Then, almost as once, the civilians around them began to scream. His team were not responding, each frozen by the unholy chillness that had descended upon them despite the pulses Naruto continued to send through his tattoo. With a growl, his stomach prickling painfully, Naruto lunged forward and the half-repaired leader. The leader regarded him with soulless eyes and slammed the butt of his scythe on the ground. There was a terrible shriek and a blast of something. Blood rained down onto the ground as some of the nearest civilians simply imploded, sucked inwards into nothingness, and leaving only their blood behind. As Naruto got closer, the screams became more and more coherent. Save us, please! What's this? What's going on? Help! Mummy! Frozen and unable to move, the men, Women and children around them had been given their voices back. The leader had thrown his head back in relish, listening to them, and blocked Naruto's first swing of a kunai with his scythe. Sparks flew through the air as metal grated upon metal, the man looking down at Naruto cruelly. "Listen well, heathen!" he whispered. Some more screams were cut off and another terrible wail of power filled the air. "My name is Haiden, the head priest of our glorious Lord Jashin. You can fight me all you want later, but for now, don't fucking interrupt." Chapter 17, The Blood Cult Part 4. After the blitz on Konoha and in the aftermath of Team Sigma's battle against the S-ranked criminal Uzumaki Shino, Naruto had debriefed with Jiraiya of the Sannin. It had been a relatively quick rundown of the mission, what the team had encountered and how Naruto had proceeded. Jiraiya had listened intently, and then redirected the conversation onto lighter subjects. After Tsunade had returned, Naruto had completed a comprehensive report on his actions and decisions during the village crisis. As he wrote it, hindsight had struck him hard and questions upon questions had filled his thoughts, but two stood out amongst them all. What if Naruto had kept Daichi and Kage with him during the battle against Shino? The added firepower of 2 more Anbu members and the insight that Daichi's eyes may have provided could have completely turned the tide of that battle. Perhaps, if Naruto had acted differently, Team Mantis may have survived, although he still didn't know what platoon that they had belonged to, and any questioning on his part had been shut down rather promptly. There was only one other question that plagued him more. What if Naruto had been able to access the power of the nine-tailed demon fox with greater ease? If he had been able to harness and control that unfathomable power within him, the fight would have gone much differently. Perhaps they would have been able to stop Shino before he had activated his weapon and wiped a large city and almost 100,000 people off of the map. He had voiced both questions to the Hokage. The old man had nodded thoughtfully, and then told him to stop wasting his time. What-ifs were of no use if they were just being used to agonize and doubt every decision. Instead, the Hokage had said, Naruto needed to focus on what he would do next time. He had gone further with an answer for his second question, adding that Naruto hadn't been trained in the use of the power of the nine-tailed demon fox because the chakra simply hadn't been available during his childhood. The fourth, Naruto was told, had been a sealing expert to the highest caliber. The seal that adorned his belly had locked away every hint of the bubbling crimson chakra deep within him, slowly purifying it and pumping it into his body. It had given him immense chakra reserves, which in turn boosted the Uzumaki longevity and endurance. But from what the third Hokage had been able to determine, the seal had not been designed to allow Naruto access to the demonic chakra while he was young unless he had come across a life-threatening situation. Then, fail-safes in the seal activated and Naruto could and had accessed and harnessed the power of the most powerful tailed beast. The seal had clamped down soon afterwards and the chakra was again out of his conscious reach. The seal would soon begin to slowly deteriorate. The one exposure to the foul, corrosive chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox had caused minor but irreparable damage that would eventually snowball into complete seal failure. The more that Naruto used the demonic chakra, the faster this process would occur. Naruto must have looked worried because the third Hokage had laughed, clapping him on the shoulder and saying that as long as Naruto didn't use the Kyuubi's chakra again, such an event was a decade away at least, and that the seal could be repaired and refreshed before that had happened. Now though, as the young 13-year-old blonde boy pressed against the wicked, tri-pronged scythe of Haiden, the immortal priest of Jashin, he wished that he could once again call up that terrible power within him. All around him, men, women and children were bound by some kind of paralyzing technique, but still able to scream and plead and beg for their lives. Without any warning and almost seemingly at random, a random civilian would scream in agony and implode, their entire body disappearing into nothingness as their blood splattered everywhere around them. This only spurred on the sobbing and screams of the others, and Naruto's ears rang as sparks flew through the air. Haiden was laughing maniacally and Naruto grunted as the slick, silver-haired man pushed back against him. His feet slid across the ground, his smaller frame unable to match the pure strength of the enemy. Then, Naruto heard the flutter of a cloak and the clang of metal meeting metal, and Kage was suddenly there. His dull black blade slammed against the scythe, holding it there as the Anbu's squad captain stood between Naruto and the enemy. Go! Kage said firmly. His voice was fierce as his body shook, somehow fighting off the terrible paralyzing and debilitating effects that had struck the Anbu team the moment they had entered the engagement. Directive 1! Directive #1 to preserve the will of fire, to ensure the safety of Konoha's and the Land of Fire's citizens. Naruto nodded. He let his anger flow through him, drawing power off of it as he pressed against Haiden's scythe one last time. Then, after shifting his stance, Naruto used the enemy's weapon to push off away from him and leave the battle. He jumped through the air, landing in a crouch, and disappeared in a flicker of movement. He reappeared close to the nearest group of hostages and began to analyze them frantically. You're a strong one, Haydn roared. He sounded truly excited. My lord would dearly love your little soul. Come, heathen! Entertain us all! Metal clanged in the air and Naruto shifted his gaze for a moment. Haydn's scythe lashed out, bashing Kage away with incredible strength. The head priest was less like a shinobi and more like a berserker, howling and shrieking madly as he brought his weapon across again and again. There was little to no form or reason in the way he attacked, nor were there signs of any weapon stances. Instead, the priest seemed to rely on brute strength, his immortality, and a never-ending supply of dirty tricks to overwhelm his opponents. Against many opponents, it would have been undoubtedly successful. Against Kage, the only member of the team who was faster than Naruto, it was like trying to watch a dog trying to chase his own tail. Haydn flailed about, the scythe whizzing through the air, while Kage dodged and weaved around it. He lashed out with his blade, neat and efficient cuts slashing into Haydn's body as the experienced Jonin pushed past the enemy's meager defenses. He landed critical blows on vital points, forcing Haydn to concentrate fully upon him. The acolytes watched Haydn eagerly, many of them cheering and jeering. Whenever one of the trapped civilians imploded, they would gasp and moan in pleasure, their bodies shaking as they frothed at the mouth. This left Naruto alone with the civilians. The young Anbu knelt down on the closest one, a middle-aged woman. Her face was tanned and wrinkled, her eyes filled with tears as she sobbed openly. Naruto examined her carefully. Her foot were rooted to the ground, lines of little black symbols curled around her feet and digging into the soil. Naruto didn't touch them, but he traced over them, looking as the symbols rose past her shoes, onto her legs and possibly all over her body. He had tried to push her off of the ground, but it had been like pushing against a stone wall. The one who pushed moved, not the wall. Please! The woman sobbed as Naruto growled under his breath, eyeing the strange little symbols furiously. He looked up at her, seeing her face crumpled with miserable acceptance. Please forget about me. Save my chi dash. There was only a moment's warning of what was about to happen. The little black symbols coiled around skin contracted, and her skin split apart. Then, before Naruto could even more, the woman in front of him imploded as the chain-like seal brought a terrible pressure down upon her. She let out the first note of a piercing scream as her body warped and contorted, being pushed into a single point in space, before she abruptly disappeared. Her blood remained and it exploded out from her in a shockwave of crimson fluid. Naruto flinched as it struck him. His mask was splattered, his clothes drenched. All around that one woman, at least a dozen more of her fellow villagers had also died, their blood falling to the ground. The orgasmic cries and shrieks of the acolytes boiled Naruto's blood, but he held it in, his will rooted in his mind. He jumped up and frantically moved to the next closest group of trapped civilians, distantly aware that his body was shaking. He knelt down, his hands glowing with molded fire elemental chakra as he tried to burn the seal away, ignoring the pained screams of the man above him. Mummy! The littlest boy of the group cried. He looked about 4 or 5. Snot dripped from his nose, he looked utterly devastated and inconsolable. Naruto snarled, removing his hands as the seals refused to budge. Even when he had sliced off the flesh with a flash of sharpened wind elemental chakra, the seals had merely tightened. He stood up, his chakra surging, and formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground beneath the man thickened and liquefied, but the men, women and children remained rooted to the ground, even as a river of mud swept away the puddles of blood and rocks around them. The sealing array merely went deeper and deeper into the earth. There seemed to be no way he could cut it off without as good as killing the civilians himself. The symbols almost glowed with a malevolent purple, something eldritch and arcane brushing up against him maliciously and whispering babbling nonsense in his ear, and Naruto felt a terrible chill in the air. The symbols stretched and pressed down on the limbs of the trapped, and Naruto jumped back. Mummy! The little boy shrieked one last time before he, along with a dozen more, disappeared in a shower of blood. Naruto roared in frustration and moved on to the next group. This time, he was brutal with them, ignoring their screams of pain as he severed the feet. But the sealing script merely pulled the stump of the leg down onto the ground. This group disappeared almost a minute later, and he moved on to the next group. This was a group of children, some younger than him and some his age, all wearing the clothes of the Land of Fire's public education system. They were all crying and weeping as Naruto desperately examined the seals. He couldn't make heads of tails. They began to stretch and the children shrieked. In desperation, Naruto palmed a kunai and thrust it directly into the sealing array below the young girl's foot closet to him. A flash of something blocked his vision, and a coil of this terribly foul thing slammed into him. Naruto cried out as he was flung up and away from the group. He landed in a slump, his senses dazed but still acute enough to pick up the final piercing scream of the group of children before they were killed. His robe sizzled, in tatters, and his armor beneath glowed with heat, some parts twisted and melted. Naruto was gasping for air, shaking his head dazedly, as he slowly pulled himself across the muddied ground to the next group. He had to save them, he had to save as many as he could. But in the end, Naruto had not been able to save even one person. His efforts had been in vain, and he stood there amongst the blood-soaked rocks, the crimson liquid flowing off the tattered remains of his black cloak. He was panting madly, his eyes almost feverish, as his chakra grumbled within him. Behind him, Haiden roared furiously, cackling madly as he beat back Kage, heedless of the damage the Jonin did to him. Despite Kage's advantage in speed, Haiden outmatched him in stamina and durability, and the silver-haired man was grinning madly as he forced Kage back again and again. The other acolytes were coming too, rousing from their last pleasure-induced seizure. There were no more massacred civilians to occupy them, although the Fire Lord's daughter was still nailed to the cross. Naruto ignored them, his chakra raging within him, as he took a step forward towards Haiden. He channeled his chakra through his body, pausing before it left the tenketsu, layering it again and so forth 6-7 times more than he had ever done before. The dense, explosive pressure burst from him, and the ground quaked and rumbled. Little bits of stone rose up, crumbling into dust, the bloody puddles around him rippled and the air was hazy. Haiden noticed immediately and grinned manically. "What a scary boy!" he screamed madly, Kage forgotten. He raised his scythe and gestured at Naruto threateningly. "Come on, heretic! Fight in the name of the great Lord of Suffering!" Sarutobi Hiruzen was renowned throughout the elemental countries as the god of shinobi. He had many other monikers. In the Land of Fire, he was known as the Professor, the genius who had mastered every single technique ever produced in Konoha. He was also less commonly known and referred to as one of the three pillars of the Old World, alongside the third Chuchikage, Inoki of both scales, and Hanzo the Salamander. These three old men wielded incredible power, and individually, were able to lay waste to entire armies. Inoki of both scales was a master of the infamous dust release techniques, able to pulverize his enemies into molecular-sized dust. During his greatest battle against the third Hokage, Inoki reputedly destroyed an entire island, his dust techniques turning it into powder. Hanzo the Salamander was a master of close combat. Combined with his expertise in kenjutsu, his finesse with water release techniques and the extraordinarily potent poisons he could transfer with a single touch, Hanzo had single-handedly kept the Land of Rain an independent state for over 40 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with mastery in all forms of shape and elemental manipulation, had an entire library to draw on during his battles. In his younger years, the third Hokage was said to have had a chakra presence that dwarfed any other capable of going toe-to-toe with any Jinchuriki and Kage in the world. With a seemingly unique ability to form and combine multiple techniques all at once, Sarutobi had been a one-man army, capable of producing combination techniques that ordinarily would have needed entire teams of shinobi. Naruto was the third Hokage's protege. He had begun to training that Sarutobi had undergone when the Hokage had been young. He had a decent knowledge of many elemental techniques and had extensive training at manipulating all forms of elemental chakra. Unfortunately, Naruto did not have the control needed to mimic his mentor's style of fighting as of yet. Fortunately, the third Hokage had worked with him in overcoming his limits in this area, and together they had come up with a process that allowed Naruto to create devastatingly powerful combination techniques. That was why as Naruto walked towards Haiden, his chakra surging in his body furiously, his tenketsu almost sizzling as the air around him shimmered and shuddered, the very first technique he used was the shadow clone technique. A dozen puffs of smoke burst around him as replicas of Naruto's cloaked and masked form appeared. With a quick flick of his hand, Naruto directed most of his clones at Haiden, while those left began to make seals. Haiden roared and laughed as the shadow clones darted around him, lashing out with their weapons. While Naruto was an A-rank shinobi, he was also young, only 13, and he had a comparatively small stature. In hand-to-hand combat, Naruto was never going to win in pure strength. As such, he relied on his speed and his skill in weapons, and while the shadow clones weren't able to match Haiden's raw physical strength, they were able to dodge his furious swipes. Kunai plunged into vital points, one shadow clone ducking a scythe swing and coolly inserting the cool metal blade in the back of the enemy's knee, while another jammed it into the head priest's spine. Haiden merely laughed, and with a quick brandish of his weapon moving much faster than before, he dispelled the shadow clones around him with a crazed smile on his face. "You weakly," he began. The two shadow clones that had stayed with their creator had finished weaving their hand signs. Each clone had been given enough chakra to create their single ninjutsu. As the clones finished their techniques, they dispelled in puffs of white smoke as their chakra saturated the air around where they had been standing. Earth release, earth flow river. Wind release, great wind breakthrough. Fire release, blazing river. The earth around Haiden liquefied and became a raging river, rocking the Jashinist around furiously. The silver-haired man gave an unexpected yelp as he lost his footing and sank in the mud. The wind around him howled furiously, wind elemental chakra roaring forward and pushing a gigantic wave of mud with it. At the same time, the last of the techniques set the river of mud alight and the soil blackened and glowed, noxious smoke rising into the air as the mud became tar. Haydn was swept under by the black, bubbling liquid, his manic laughs cut off as he went under. The river of mud began to settle, the heat leaving almost instantly as the chakra that fueled it began to disperse. There was a rising chill in the air as Haydn burst free from the cooling ground, his cloak in tatters and his skin blackened and blistered. He howled in ecstasy, shuddering madly as his skin began to flake off, but he was cut off as a sharp spear of rock shot from the ground and impaled him in the throat. He gurgled, desperately clutching at the offending object, and disappeared underneath a hailstorm of metal as a shuriken shadow clone technique rocketed through the air. An instant later, the same unsettling chill returned and the wounds and pieces of Haydn were dragged back to their owner, like there was some unnatural form of gravity at work. The air was still. Naruto could barely hear anything as his body thrummed with chakra. His chakra was wound tight around his body, layered upon each other to create a dense field that gave his techniques more bursts. His mind, still reeling from what he had just experienced, was eerily focused. Haydn was a monster. He would not survive. Naruto would make sure of it. The ground quaked and the air seemed to shudder as chakra exploded formed Naruto's tenketsu. The dense chakra fueled Naruto's powerful techniques as he became an unrelenting, unstoppable force of nature. For the next few minutes, Haydn was unable to react at all as Naruto tore into him with vigor. The ground exploded in giant geysers of earth and shrapnel, ripping through the silver-haired man's chest and face. Great streaks of fire lit up the sky, tearing Haydn apart again and again. Plumes of smoke rose up into the air as shadow clones burst into existence, their hands flashing, and disappeared in puffs. Naruto weaved signs, his fingers never pausing, as he formed deadly techniques again and again and again. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. The ground was torn apart, soil and earth whipping up as a crackling discharge of glowing bluish lightning attacked Haydn from underneath, the piercing bolts ripping into his ankles and knees. Flesh sizzled and bones exploded, only to be forcefully pulled back together a second later. Earth release, Titan's fist. The cratered and rubble-strewn earth rumbled as a giant fist of stone rose up and grabbed the dazed Haydn before the enemy had a chance to react. Deep within the ground something rumbled ominously. Naruto's chakra roared furiously through the stone construct as the slab-like fingers began to squeeze. The newest of Naruto's techniques, and one that Sarutobi had decreed was one of his strongest once fully mastered, seemed like it would bind Haydn. But Haydn screamed. The terrible screeching noise filled the air, and the earth around the entombed priest cracked and fell apart. An instant later, a great wall of fire had enveloped the shattered remains of Naruto's construct. The combination technique howled as it created a backdraft, hungrily devouring the air around it as it grew larger and larger. Then, it too fell apart as an unseen, spine-chilling shockwave of something foul tore through the air. Naruto's fingers continued to blur, his breathing deep and steady. His tenketsu were hot, and his body felt strangely light, like he was made of air. Clones popped into existence, and disappeared an instant later. His hands never rested, his chakra flowed freely and his tenketsu burned in his veins. Combinations of techniques that would have required whole teams to perform were done by a single individual. Chakra that surpassed that of Konoha's most elite jonin was used with reckless abandon. For what seemed like eternity, Naruto tore into Haydn with the full force of his arsenal. The ground trembled, large swathes of the surrounding forest toppling over as the earth was violently torn apart from powerful earth and fire techniques. Trees disappeared under searing red-hot blazes of fire, thick, black smoke rising into the air. The winds howled, steam rose from the cracked and blistered ground, and trees disappeared underneath raging infernos. It was the legacy of the god of shinobi, the skill set and sheer power that had made the third Hokage considered one of the most powerful shinobi of all time. It was a possible future of the right hand of God, a glimpse into what one day could become a legend. Against Haydn, it was ineffective. The man simply would not die. Fire burst into existence, fueled by Naruto's raging chakra. It danced hungrily over Haydn's body, trying in vain to devour the tainted and unholy flesh. But as quick as the fire consumed the flesh was it put back together, blackened, cracked, and steaming but still whole. Even when combined with a wind technique, the flame was not hot enough to incinerate Haydn before he could recover. Haydn would not be put down with the flame. Shadow clones burst into existence as Naruto trapped Haydn again with his arsenal of earth techniques. The young Anbu rendered his enemy limbless with, tearing his arms and legs off of his torso with wind-natured chakra. 4 clones grabbed a limb each and sprinted as quickly as they could away from the battlefield. But the grasp of whatever power or technique that Haydn was wielding would not be deterred, and the limbs were summoned back to their bodies, the shadow clones dragged helplessly behind. He tried decapitating Haydn, but the head also flew back to the body, laughing and cackling all of the way. The earth rose around Haydn, and Naruto entombed him within a solid prison of rock. He layered the technique with earth-natured chakra, strengthening the rock until it was as hard and thick as a castle wall. The prison of stone lasted for a full 10 seconds. Then, cracks appeared and, even though Naruto concentrated with all of his might, large slabs fell off of the mound and the construct collapsed as Haydn reemerged, looking none worse for wear. There was always the possibility of drowning him, but Naruto didn't know any water techniques that could produce enough liquid. His briefly entertained the idea of dropping him in some kind of acid, but he lacked any techniques or liquids that he could use. Apart from the 2 lightning techniques, Naruto didn't know anything that seemed like it could put a dent in the man. Fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, all had failed. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, none had worked. Nonetheless, the time Haydn took recovering from each attack was time spent not attacking Team Kage, and Naruto continued the assault, even though he was out of ideas. Haydn's body reformed and stitched back together every time. Naruto tore him to shreds and something forced flesh, blood and bone back into a cohesive whole. The unholy power settled down on the blonde Anbu's shoulders, an oppressive, terrible weight that chilled him to the bone, and something in the pit of his stomach prickled uncomfortably. The battle seemed to be at a stalemate. Haydn hadn't even landed a single attack on Naruto, he hadn't even taken a step forward. Naruto's devastating barrage of ninjutsu had completely and utterly overwhelmed the cultist. Amidst the rumble and roars of the elements, Haydn's laugh could be heard. He laughed, shrieked, and praised his god as he was torn apart, seemingly ecstatic at the opportunity to experience such pain and suffering. He cried in pleasure as Naruto tore him apart again and again and again. Distantly, he was aware of the rest of Team Kage fighting against the rest of the cultists. His fellow Anbu had been roused or dispersed the techniques that had muddied their minds and stilled their bodies. He had almost forgotten about the rest of the enemy, but Kage and the rest dealt with them efficiently. Like Haydn, the other cultists reformed after every attack, but it seemed slower for them, although they made up for it with their numbers. Naruto focused on the leader of the enemy, gritting his teeth and panting as his tenketsu burned. For the 3rd time in the past month, Naruto felt completely useless. Shino had decimated them, his regeneration negating all of their damage much like Haydn was. He had been worse than the cultist though, his attack power far higher and deadlier. Tsunade had crashed through them with ease. Although she was an ally and a shinobi of Konoha, Naruto had no doubts that the member of the legendary 3 could have wiped them out with ease had she truly been an enemy. Now there was a third, another who seemed impossible to stop. Like Shino, Haydn simply didn't care about the damage he received, he seemed to welcome it. Like Shino, Haydn was truly abnormal, his healing and regeneration barely human. He would undoubtedly be classed as S rank, and Naruto had always known that the 3rd Hokage was a veritable monster in the arts of battle. Like Tsunade, like Shino, like Sarutobi, Haydn was on a completely different level. Was this the power of S rank, to transcend the limits of what was human and what was not? A part of Naruto wryly acknowledged that it was the same ability that once again had undermined him. When or if he got back to Konoha, he would find a way to get around a regeneration-based opponent. Haydn was sent flying as a combination of lightning release, electromagnetic murder and earth release. Seismic upheaval tore him apart, and it gave Naruto some time to breathe. He was gasping for air, sweat trickling down his face, and his entire body felt hot and sluggish. He struggled to move for a moment, and then realized that the ground beneath his feet and cracked and blistered the chakra he had been emitting from his tenketsu, heating up the soil and hardening it. How could he defeat Haydn? His mind raced, and again he was struck by the similarity between Haydn and Shino. Somewhere, in the back of his mind, that dark, forbidden thought rose up. Could he use the power of the 9-tailed demon fox again? But he didn't know how to access it, and during a brief respite, he searched deep within his body to find a glimmer of that strange, dark chakra. All he got was the uncomfortable prickling sensation at the pit of his stomach, and nothing else. Naruto briefly entertained the idea of letting Haydn strike him. Perhaps a near-lethal blow would set the seal in motion. But he discarded it just as quickly as it had come. It was too risky, and there was no guarantee that it would work. As Haydn was sucked underneath a glowing black river of tar, Naruto panted, his thoughts racing as he desperately tried to think of a strategy or technique that could help him. None came to mind. He lacked information. He always lacked information. Then he paused. Intelligence was an important asset, perhaps the most important, and Naruto couldn't beat Haydn because he didn't know how the cultist's power worked. He made a sign and a shadow clone appeared. It disappeared almost instantly as Naruto turned back to Haiden, forming another sign and beginning his assault on the immortal cultist again. Naruto's shadow clone had been designed to transmit auditory information back to its creator. While the clone itself had all of its senses, Naruto had no need for the visual or tactile stimuli that the clone had experienced. It wasn't a very energetic clone, made with just enough chakra to keep it moving, and its personality was barely half-formed. Had the clone's mask been off, there would have been no doubt that it was a fake. Nonetheless, it was a skilled fake and avoided a swing from the nearest cultist. It scrambled back on the ground, flipping over a reforming cultist and using its pitiful chakra reserves to dart away. A second later, Daichi was there, and the Hyuga delivered an expert jab to the back of the cultist's head. The cultist simply collapsed in a heap, frothing at the mouth, allowing Naruto's clone to approach the Hyuga. The blow to the cultist wasn't going to kill him, but it gave Daichi a respite, and he turned to the clone expectantly. Daichi. The clone's voice was blank and lacked any emotion. I have been sent to gather information. I need to know more about the enemy's power. I can't see it, Daichi replied. He reached into his cloak and flung a trio of shuriken at the cultist on the ground, who was beginning to stir. There's something there, but it's like it's... He hesitated. It's like it's in the corner of my eye, but whenever I turn to look at it, it's gone. I have been sent to gather information. I need to know more about the enemy's power. The clone repeated his words in the exact same tone, and Daichi sighed. I can't see it, he said, grimacing. He looked like he was struggling with something. It hurts to look. There's something there, and everything inside of me is telling me I don't want to see it. I have been sent to gather information. I need to know more about the enemy's power. The clone's voice didn't change, but it was somehow more insistent. Daichi shakes his head and takes a deep breath. Fine. He reluctantly obeyed. I'll give it another go. The real Naruto had once again torn Haiden to shreds as Daichi turned his head to watch. There was no indication that the Hyuga had activated his Byakugan until he began talking, his voice soft, almost monotone. It's just like I said, I can't see it. It's a mass of nothingness, Daichi struggled to explain. It just surrounds him, infuses with the broken parts and puts it all back together. He was beginning to shake. It takes some of the energy to restore them, there might be less of it. I don't know, I can't tell, but I'm sure that it takes some of whatever it is to heal. Naruto's clone considered that. Suggestions? It asked, almost sardonically, the first traces of emotion appearing. Keep beating him up? Daichi shrugged. That energy's gotta run out sometime. I guess we'll just have to see what lasts longer, your chakra or his powers. Naruto's clone nodded. Thanks, it said. Daichi ignored it. His voice was lowering, becoming an almost inaudible whisper. But there's something there, he breathed. Something I don't want to see, something in the corner of my eye. If I just twist it like this, I could... His head cocked, and he paused. Then he jerked back. I see it, he whispered furiously. I see it all, oh shit. There's a face, I see it, Naruto. The clone paused as it was about to disperse. What? He asked. It's looking at me, Daichi whispered. His head seemed to be frozen. The Hyuga let out a strange giggle. It's looking at me. The all-seeing eyes of the Hyuga stared into the abyss, and something stared back. The clone was a limited kind, just enough chakra to transmit a set of stimuli back to its creator. In a way, it was almost brain-dead, lacking the emotion and much of the thought patterns of the original. Yet deep within the limited chakra-based construct, something flinched in worry, and the clone hesitantly placed a hand on the frozen Hyuga's shoulder. Daichi suddenly jerked back as if struck, and blood began to ooze from the corners of his mask. My eyes! He moaned piteously. The clone quickly took off the mask. Daichi was oozing blood from all orifices, his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. He seemed delirious, sweat beading on his forehead. His once pure white eyes were now shaded gray, dull and lifeless, and the Hyuga shook. As Daichi began to seize and shudder, Kage was there, and the clone took the chance to disperse itself. Naruto received the stream of chakra and processed the new sensory stimuli. Daichi had seen Haiden use the strange power to heal himself, but no power was infinite. His path was set. Naruto would kill Haiden and force him to regenerate again and again, until there was no more of the strange power to draw on. The plan was crude, but Naruto felt a weight lift off of his shoulders, his doubts fading. There was a strategy now. A moment later, Haiden emerged from the latest whirlwind of fire. His skin was blackened, cracked, his eyes scorched and oozing, and his clothes all gone. Yet, he looked absolutely furious, and spittle flew from his cracked lips. One does not look upon the face of Lord Jashin, he screamed. He reached out and his fallen scythe leapt into his hands, strangely undamaged by the techniques that Naruto was employing. Heathen! Heretic! Blasphemer! You dare? Haiden launched the scythe away from Naruto and towards where he knew where Daichi was. He channeled chakra into his hands, wind nature taking form in his sword Tenketsu, and the scud was blown back by a buffet of wind. A second later, Naruto formed a hand sign and tapped the ground with his foot. Rows of sharp, rocky spikes burst from the ground and slammed into the raging cultist. He ignored them all, pinned as he was, and he screamed into the heavens. Lord Jashin! The heretic have trespassed in your domain. Bear down your utmost fury and smite them from this world. May the eyes boil and melt of all those who gaze in that which must not be gazed. May the mind break of all those who think of that which should not be thought about. May the ears of those who listen to what should not be listened to deafen and die. The words made no sense to Naruto, but the chill in the air intensified. Haiden began chuckling, his skin beginning to take back its creamy color, as new eyes formed in his sockets. Another! He shrieked. Another has gazed upon your work. He frothed at the mouth. Show her the truth. Show her the only truth there is. From the other side of the battlefield, Yuka screamed. Naruto sent a crackling bolt of electricity at Haiden, who convulsed as it splashed across his broad chest. The earth's spears were beginning to crack and break apart, but the lightning technique kept the cultist occupied for a moment as Naruto turned around, his eyes seeking out his teammate. Yuka was on her knees, her hands clasping both sides of her head. No, 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 she chanted endlessly. Stop it, stop it, stop it, don't look at me. The cultists around the fallen Yamanaka lunged at her, but Kamachi was suddenly there. She flung a pair of kunai at the first cultist, sending him sprawling backwards, and made a hand sign. The kunai suddenly exploded in a puff of white smoke and loops of wire burst forward, which wrapped around the next two cultists like snakes. Lightning arced through it, and the cultists screamed with pleasure as they convulsed. Haiden roared, and for the first time Naruto took a step back as the silver-haired man went on the attack. The stone spikes that had him pinned in the air collapsed, and he shrugged off the lethal lightning attack as if it was nothing. His scythe appeared in his hand and he threw it at Naruto with tremendous force. The blonde Anbu barely blocked it with a pair of kunai, but he successfully parried it, the scythe bouncing back, and then suddenly it went flying past Naruto as Haiden tugged on the rope attached to the handle. In that split second, Naruto channeled sharpened wind-natured chakra into his kunai and flung it at the rope. The glow surrounding the kunai spluttered and faded. The metal was not chakra conductive and Naruto was not skilled enough with wind to compensate, and the kunai bounced off of the thickened rope. At the same time, the scythe lashed out towards Kamachi, and it almost seemed like it was going to hurt her. But Tawa had been watching and he stood between the weapon and his teammate, barely blocking the scythe with a glowing scarlet shield emanating from his right arm. It had not been a perfect block, blood dripped from his arm and his robe was torn, but the scythe rebounded off of the shield and Haiden tugged it back into his hand. Perfect! Haiden howled, the scythe returning to his hand. A splatter of blood decorated the tri-pronged tip of the curious weapon, and the cultist's eyes were practically glowing as he bent down and licked Tawa's blood off of the weapon. I was just thinking that Lord Jashin needed a sacrifice. Before Naruto's eyes, his skin began to turn black. It wasn't from any fire or explosion, and Naruto watched with horrified fascination as the man in front of him changed. His skin had taken on a deep, unnatural shade of black and something shifted underneath it. Bulges of white pressed up against the flesh, and Naruto realized that Haiden's bones were tearing out of his body. The power in the air was numbingly cold, and the Anbu's breath came out of his mask as a mist. Let the ritual begin! Haiden howled. Naruto made a move to stop him, but before he could, the cultist seemed to explode in a shower of blood. It rained from every orifice, every exposed part of the silver-haired man's skin, splattering onto the charred and broken ground in large splotches. Naruto frowned, taking a defensive stance as Haiden staggered around, his feet dragging in the blood and his head bowed. Had one of his teammates done something? Then, Haiden's head rose and a maniacally grin had crossed his face. The blood around him was coalescing, Naruto suddenly realized, forming the eerie circular enclosed triangle that had decorated the factory in Katsura village. He lunged forward but was intercepted by an acolyte, who swept at him with a spiked mace. Haiden was laughing as he reached up, a black spear suddenly appearing in his hands. It radiated a sense of foulness truly surpassing anything that Naruto had experienced so far, and as the young Anbu dispatched the acolyte around him, Haiden brought his tip of the spear against his forehead and slowly carved a path through his own head. Above the screams and howls of the other cultists, Naruto heard Tawa let out an audible grunt. He turned his head and saw Tawa stagger back, holding his mask. Haiden laughed cruelly and his spear flashed again as the slick-haired man slammed it into the crook of his elbow. Tawa shuddered and the bright scarlet weapon he was holding faded. Blood dripped from the sleeve of his cloak and he staggered back, holding the crook of his elbow while delivering a vicious kick to a nearby cultist. Naruto made the connection almost instantly, but there was no time to warn his teammates. His eyes widened as Kage came flying forward, having dispatched the last of his enemies at the moment. The Jonin's blade glinted in the air as Naruto lunged forward. "Wait!" he cried out. Kage stilled in his movements, halfway through a devastating blow at Haiden's heart, and Naruto disappeared into the fastest body flicker he had ever pulled off. The dull black blade swished through the air, the momentum too strong for Kage to stop, and it thrust into Haiden's seemingly defenseless body. A sudden howling wind rose up into the air, drowning out the battlefield noises. Haiden's eyes rolled into the back of his skull, his tongue out, a look of absolute pleasure on his face, and Kage's blade lodged in his chest. Behind them, Tawa held a hand to his chest. He seemed frozen for a split second, still not comprehending what was happening, but he pitched forward and fell face first onto the ground. Tawa twitched and then fell still. Haiden's laughter roared into the night sky. Chapter 18, The Blood Cult, Part 5. Anbu Directive Number 1. At all times must an Anbu preserve the will of fire, ensuring the safety and security of the village of Konoha and her inhabitants, young and old. This supersedes any and all other orders. Naruto had failed. The inhabitants of the Land of Fire had been killed, one after the other, again and again, before his very eyes. The blood of dozens, hundreds of innocent men, women and children stained the cratered, blackened grounds. The last civilian, the daughter of the Fire Lord himself, hung limply from a cross, her hands and feet nailed into the wood and her body bound by an unknown sealing technique. Naruto couldn't get her free, and his duty meant that none of them could retreat without her. And his teammates were wounded and dying. There had been 6 in Team Kage. Hyuga Daichi, codenamed Crow 3, who lay on the ground, his short-cropped black hair stained with mud and his once brilliant white eyes dim and gray. Status: incapacitated. Yamanaka Yuka, codenamed Snake 5, who knelt down in the muck, both hands clasped to the side of her head. Her mouth was moving endlessly, her eyes unfocused behind her mask. Status: incapacitated. Tawa, with a terrible wound gushing from his elbow, a thin trickle of blood leaking from the side of his mask. Tawa, who had somehow been linked with the enemy command, a technique that seemingly transferred any injuries that Haiden suffered onto himself. Tawa, who held a hand to his chest as he toppled face first to the ground. Status: incapacitated. Now they were 3. Kamachi had fended off Haiden's cultists for the time being as she guarded the wounded, and Kage stood before Haiden, his dull black blade punctured through the slick, silver-haired man's chest. Naruto stood next to him, the palm of his hand bleeding as he gripped Kage's blade. For a moment, the 2 Anbu froze as Haiden shuddered in pleasure. Then, Haiden's face twitched and a look of rage flashed over it. Naruto was panting as he released his grip on the blade. He had just managed to drag it down at the last second, lowering the thrust from a fatal stab to the heart to a less critical blow to the chest. He thought he had missed most of the vital organs, but it was hard to tell with Haiden, with his blackened skin and abnormally protruding bones. Kage's head turned back to Haiden and his body language screamed his sudden understanding of what was happening. The normally stoic Jonin paused for a fraction of a second, and was almost skewered as a rage-filled Haiden brought his side down upon him. Both Naruto and Kage jumped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Kage's blade remained in Haiden, who looked furious. "You fuckers!" he growled. His eyes were wild, bloodshot. "Who the fuck do you think you are, interrupting my ritual like that? I'll burn you alive, heretics!" Naruto glared at him furiously, his chakra surging. His tenketsu were burning, his limbs were strangely light, and his tongue felt like he had licked a lightning release technique. He quickly looked at his captain and saw Kage was suddenly looking unsure, hesitant, even. The Anbu captain's dull black blade was still lodged in Haiden's body, a wound that had apparently been transferred over to Tawa. Haiden's body, his charcoal black skin and thickened, protruding bones began to contort as he began to revert back to normal, and the bloodied symbol by his feet was shimmering hazily, evaporating into nothingness. "Jashin will be fed today," Haiden promised. His tongue came out and he licked his scythe again, lapping at the smear of dull crimson liquid like a dog lapped at a drink. His skin, which had been fading, grew dark again and his bones surged out unnaturally. Naruto's eyes widened as Haiden's body exploded in a shower of blood once more, the crimson rivets dripping to the ground and forming the eerie symbol of the priest's dark religion. His thoughts were moving too fast to vocalize them, but his heart leapt as the young Anbu began to draw conclusions on Haiden's ability. His fingers blurred and he spoke to Kage in hand code. Formation March 4th 10. Formation's 3s were offensive -4 signaled a distraction, and -10 was the time limit. Kage was to provide a quick distraction for no more than 10 seconds before retreating, and to his credit, the Anbu captain did exactly that. He darted forward, bashing away a swipe of Haiden's scythe with the back of his metal gauntlets, and breaking through the priest's openings. Naruto watched furtively even as he made hand seals as Kage neatly plucked his blade from out of Haiden's chest, pulling it out without even cutting a hair on the silver-haired man's chest, and used it to block a downward thrust of the deadly spear. The blonde's eyes watched Haiden's footwork as he molded the last of his chakra and sprinted forward. As Kage swiped at Haiden's scythe and spear, a frantic dance of sparks and clangs, Naruto darted underneath the captain's furious attack and took a deep breath. Heat surged from the tenketsu in his throat as he infused his saliva with water elemental chakra, and Naruto spat out water. Water release, crossing streams technique. It was wasteful and shoddy, and the water came out in great big goblets instead of a thin, slicing technique, but that was exactly what Naruto had wanted. Fresh, clean water exploded around them and Haiden grunted as it pushed at him. Kage drew back as Naruto held his fingers at his lips, blowing the water onto Haiden and causing the priest to splutter. In effect, it was less of a dangerous technique and more of something you'd use to water your gardens, but it did the job, and Naruto withdrew back to Kage's side. Haiden shook his head furiously, droplets of water flying through the air. He looked furious, and his body began to revert back to normal. Naruto couldn't help the vicious smirk that crossed his face. The water had washed away the markings on the ground, and Naruto had been extra careful to target Haiden's scythe, washing away the last of Tao's blood. His fingers blurred as he passed on his suspicions to the others. Technique requirements: blood of enemy, symbol, changes, avoid injury. Kage's fingers blurred back. Defensive formation, prioritize squad health. Kage and Naruto withdrew, away from Haiden and towards Kamachi. Together, the three Anbu took a tri-pronged formation around their fallen comrades. Naruto stood there with the last of his weapons, a handful of shuriken that were squeezed between his fingers, and awaited his orders. His mind was whirring, considering the possibilities of attacking or retreating. He took a deep breath and forced his emotions down, doing his best to calm himself. Attacking was not looking like a favorable option at the moment, yet retreat would ensure the death of the Fire Lord's daughter, and he didn't think that even the Hokage could protect him from the repercussions of that. In the end, it wasn't his decision, and so he waited for orders. Around them, the other priests had pulled themselves together, some of them quite literally, and were yelling and heckling loudly. They swore and cursed and jeered at them as Haiden strode forward, his grin even more manic than it had been before. "That was a mistake," he said tightly. "Jashin-sama does not like being interrupted like that. He's angry, heathens. He's very angry." He righted his scythe over his shoulders. None of the Anbu responded. Naruto's heart beat furiously, his eyes flickering to his right to take in Yuka's motionless form. There had been some rustling from behind him, probably from Tawa, but it had stopped, and he didn't want to know what that had meant. It was at that moment that Naruto suddenly understood the dilemma of the White Fang all of those years ago. The rise and fall of the S-ranked prodigy of the Hokage family was perhaps the most well-known and debated case study in all of Konoha, and even to this day there hadn't been a single definite conclusion of what the man should have done. He had been caught between a rock and a hard place, just like Team Kage was at that very moment. Naruto felt his tattoo itch as it activated, and he kept his eyes on the enemy even as he awaited his orders. Then, one of the acolytes screamed in agony from behind him, and he twitched at the unexpected sound. Naruto resisted the urge to look behind him, gripping the shuriken tightly. But then another acolyte screamed. There was a gurgling, tearing noise, and Naruto felt the air behind him move. He neatly sidestepped, delivering a fistful of shuriken onto the oncoming object, and his hands flashed in preparation of a technique, but his tattoo flared and he froze. The object tumbled to the ground, revealing itself to be half a body, or what was left of it. His or head, for it was hard to tell. Skin had completely shriveled up, wrapping around the skull. Parts of the now brittle skin had torn, revealing bone that looked like it had been bleached white. All that remained of the acolyte was a desiccated corpse. Haiden was staring over him now, his features marred with his ever-present rage. "Who the fuck are you?" he snarled. From the corner of his eye, Naruto saw somebody enter the field, and he stifled his surprise. He hadn't even felt them coming. Without breaking formation, he waited tensely as the figures moved into his field of view. There were two of them, with long, dark black cloaks marked with red spirals and swirls almost like clouds. They wore large conical straw hats, blocking their faces from view, but one was a large, burly figure while the other was more slender, barely reaching the other's shoulder. The two cloaked figures seemed to ignore him, standing amongst the debris and devastation that the fight between the cultists and the Anbu had left. They came off as unconcerned, and Naruto resisted the urge to squirm. Something about them set his danger senses off. It was similar to how the Hokage felt at times. He couldn't actually detect anything, but there was something lingering around them that set all of his instincts off. The slender one spoke first, revealing itself to be a female. "Rude," she scoffed hoarsely. Her voice sounded throaty and coarse. "Hurry up. I've got things to do." Her partner shifted his head to look down at her. In doing so, he revealed a set of bright glowing green eyes. "Shut up, bitch," he commanded gruffly. "This is more important than your earnads." The female chuckled without any humor, and from what Naruto could glimpse underneath his hat, she seemed to be smiling nastily. "I don't like that word," she rebutted darkly. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and her partner shifted on his spot, angling his body as if he expected an attack. "I said shut up," the larger one ordered again. His eyes showed no emotion whatsoever. "I'm sick of your bitching, woman. Don't make me make you be quiet." The pair seemed oblivious to what was happening around them. Haydn stared at them, agape with disbelief and growing rage, while the acolytes were spreading themselves around them. One of them, a bald, wrinkled and hunched man, gripped a jagged, crude cleaver and launched himself at the pair with a wild whoop. The woman seemed to twitch, and her arm flashed forward. She met the acolyte's charge with a single palm thrust to the face, definitely with enough force to break his nose. But the moment she touched him, the air shimmered around her hazily, and the man screamed in pure agony. Before his eyes, Naruto watched as the cultist shriveled up almost instantly and dropped to the ground with a thud. The woman lowered her hand and seemed to shoot a look at her partner. "One of these days," she promised darkly. "I'm looking forward to it," the burly man said with a quiet, dangerous chuckle. "I asked you a fucking question, you heretics!" Haydn screamed maniacally. "Oh?" The burly figure cocked his head. All Naruto could see were the glowing green eyes from behind his hat as they surveyed Haydn with interest. "Let me ask you a question. Are you the one who murdered Lord Sadu and his retinue?" "What if I am?" Haydn countered. He licked his lips furtively and gave his scythe a swing. "What will you do about it, bitch?" The burly figure chuckled and turned his head to his partner. "That is an annoying name, isn't it?" he said with some humor. The woman was still underneath her straw hat, and the man turned back to Haydn. "If you are, then I'm going to kill you." Haydn began chuckling as Naruto felt Kage stir. "Identify," Kage's voice barked out. The dark-cloaked figures finally seemed to notice them, and the biggest one turned to face them. Naruto stared into those glowing green eyes and couldn't help but gulp. There was something lurking within them that made him feel very small and very weak. "Shut up, worm," the man growled at them. "Know your place. This bounty is mine." Naruto tensed up, ready to defend in case the other man attacked, but at that moment the acolytes charged at them, hollering and screaming madly. What followed made the Anbu look like a genin. The woman met the charge with hand-to-hand combat. It was a strange style that he hadn't seen before, one that emphasized palm strikes and spinning kicks that almost made it look reminiscent of the gentle fist. Yet every palm strike met with the same grisly result, and men and women dropped, screaming in agony as their skin shriveled and dried up on the spot. Within a matter of moments, the woman had taken out the majority of the cultists with a single strike. Two of them had bypassed her and made their way for the man. One held a giant bastard sword, the other held a mace. The burly man didn't even twitch as something glinted from underneath his cloak, and then suddenly the two men were impaled on some kind of wire. It tore through the cultists like razor-sharp wire, digging and diving into them and literally pulling them apart from the seams. Then, almost an instant later, the wires retracted back to the cloak and the splattered remains of the cultists dropped to the ground with a gruesome thud. In the time that it had taken both of them to dispose of the enemy, Naruto wouldn't have even finished a technique. Haydn was roaring with laughter now, a high-pitched manic sound that grated on Naruto's nerves. He would have been more annoyed by it, had not the woman of the dark-cloaked pair adjusted her hat. For a split second, Naruto saw her features: dark hair, bleached bangs and pupils brown eyes. His mind whirred the devastation of her techniques, her features, and suddenly he knew exactly who was standing in front of him. Naruto didn't move an inch. He continued breathing normally, focusing on his stance and making sure that he hadn't given anything away. He passed the message on to Kage, breathing quickly, and then tried his best to make sure that they all got out of his alive. He stepped forward, intentionally drawing the attention of the red-swirled cloaked man and woman. "You are the bounty hunters that the Fire Lord contacted, right?" Naruto asked. The man didn't make a sound, but the young blonde Anbu got the sense that he was annoyed. He continued on, almost desperately. "You will make the Fire Lord very happy by delivering this man's head, but I know how you can double your reward money." Now the man's attention was fully upon him, and Naruto was glad for his mask as those soulless green eyes bore into him. The woman on the hill. Naruto gestured. She's the Fire Lord's daughter. She's trapped by a sealing technique. Break the technique and we'll take her back to her father. We'll tell the Fire Lord what you did and he'll be sure to reward you for it. The man gazed down at Naruto for what seemed like an eternity. Then, at long last, he shifted and something like amusement flickered in those odd eyes. Naruto released the breath he hadn't known he was holding as the man chuckled lowly. How amusing, he said gruffly. What a smart little worm you are. Very well, I'll accept your little deal, but… All amusement fled his tone. I want triple the amount specified. You will convey this to the Fire Lord. Naruto nodded quickly. You're going to let them go? The woman sounded faintly amused. I'd say you're growing a heart, but well… She trailed off, perhaps an inside joke that Naruto did not understand. He doesn't like it when we leave witnesses, though. For the amount we'll get, I'm sure he'll put up with it. The man responded. Besides, he jerked his head at the crucified girl at the top of the mound. Do you want to carry her back to the capital? The woman made an odd noise. Oh, baby, she called, gesturing at Naruto. Come with me. Hey, what the fuck do you think, Dash? Hayden was cut off mid-rant as streams of dirty gray wires tore into him, wrenching him apart by the seams. He formed back together almost as quickly as he was torn apart, and the burly bounty hunter seemed to find this amusing. The woman beckoned Naruto again and disappeared in a flash of movement. Naruto eyed Kage, who nodded, and disappeared in a body flicker. He reappeared at the top of the mound, by the side of the princess, and a respectful distance away from the red and black cloaked bounty hunter. The woman seemed somewhat annoyed as she gazed upon the bloodied and broken form of the princess. Naruto watched her anxiously as she knelt down, her back towards Naruto as if she had nothing to fear, and he knew that she truly didn't. The air around her thickened and shimmered, a hazy aura surrounded her, and a sudden squealing noise filled the air, like metal bending. There was a thud and a splutter, and the woman stood up, brushing her hands on her cloak. Off you go, baby, the woman said mockingly. Take your little prize and run away like a good boy. Her mocking tone did absolutely nothing to Naruto, and he bowed gratefully. He carefully pulled out the nails pinning the princess to the cross and took her in his arms. She was lighter than he expected, and remained motionless and unresponsive as Naruto used the body flicker to reappear by Kage's side. Kamachi had Tawa in her arms while Kage had the still forms of Yuka and Daichi on either shoulder. Now leave, the large, unknown man ordered roughly. He turned his head, even as he tore Hayden apart again, and soulless green eyes bore into Naruto. And tell the Fire Lord what I've done here. I'm expecting my reward. Naruto nodded grimly. Bye-bye, little baby, the woman called out mockingly. The desiccated corpses around them were beginning to pull themselves together in a series of great screams and moans of pain and pleasure. The woman stomped on the face of one as the man hurled Hayden away with his wires, his fingers flexing. That was the last thing Naruto saw before Team Kage blurred away from the clearing, a full retreat in progress. The trip back to Konoha was a bit of a blur for Naruto. While his chakra reserves were fine as per usual for a demon host and a member of the Uzumaki clan, his mind and body were fatigued and exhausted. Team Kage jumped from one tree to another, fleeing the bounty hunters and the cultists as fast as they could in their condition. Each jump brought a flare of pain in Naruto's body, his overworked tenketsu straining to keep up the pace. Team Kage stopped only once, almost 30 minutes away from the battlefield, to assess the condition of the wounded. Naruto lowered the daughter of the Fire Lord gently down to the ground, and examined her wounds as Kamachi and Kage did the same for the remainder of Team Kage. The princess had deep, jagged puncture wounds in her hands and feet, courtesy of the nails that had pinned her to the wooden cross, and there were a series of lacerations on her back, as if she had been whipped. She might have been an attractive girl once, beautiful even, but it was hard to tell with the swelling and bruising around her face. She seemed to have been worked over with some kind of blunt instrument, and her nose was broken, her eye socket puffed up and swollen, and several teeth missing from behind her bloodied, chapped lips. Naruto reached for his medical kit for his bandages. He only carried the basics, but they were enough to carefully wrap the girl's hands, feet, and head, and there was a small tube of ointment that he carefully applied to her back before patching it up with gauze. Finally, he jabbed the girl in the arm with a disposable needle and injected her with a small, but potent, dose of painkillers. Some of the tension fled the girl's unconscious form, and she seemed to relax in her sleep. Naruto packed up his medical kit and stood up. Kamachi's hands were glowing with a flickering green light, and there were a pile of bloody bandages next to her as she finished her battlefield surgery on Tawa. Kage stood next to her, carefully swabbing and wrapping at the great stab wound in Tawa's chest. Naruto clenched his fists tightly but hung back, knowing that there really wasn't much he could contribute. Finally, Kamachi dropped her head, looking exhausted, and the light faded away. Tawa's chest continued to rise up and down, but his skin was pale and clammy, and Naruto could hear a wet rattle with every breath that the other Anbu operative took. Summoning technique. With a flare of chakra, and with his tenketsu burning, Naruto summoned a trio of man-sized gorillas. With surprisingly gentle hands, the summons carefully picked up the wounded, and the rest of Team Kage climbed onto their backs. Then they were off again, and Naruto rested his head upon the soft, furry back of his summons and rested his eyes for a moment. The wind rushed in his hair and the birds chirped around them, the sun beating down on their forms. All in all, it was a beautiful day. It took hours to reach Konoha and the sun was beginning to set. Kamachi, Kage and Naruto had taken turns in taking point. At some point, the group had rendezvoused with a patrolling Anbu squad and his tattoo flared up as Kage had delivered Priority 1 orders. They didn't slow down at all and, now with an escort, the ape summons bounded through the trees and approached the walls of Konoha. Naruto was alert, and somewhat rested as the Anbu darted past the main gates and dropped onto the ground. And then they were surrounded. An entire platoon of white-masked Anbu descended upon them, warned beforehand of their impending arrival. They formed a perimeter, taking spots on top of buildings and around Team Sigma. Anbu medical crew, Upsilon, approached them, and Naruto carefully passed over the Fire Lord's daughter. 4 of the medical crew disappeared as soon as they had her, taking at least half of the Anbu with them. The rest converged on Tawa, Daichi and Yuka. Naruto spotted 3 of them above Tawa, hands and palms glowing green as they attended him. The rest were examining Yuka and Daichi, making preparations to move out. He was exhausted and tired, both mentally and physically, and Naruto collapsed to the ground. The stone was cool to the touch, and he gazed up at the horizon, watching as the sun set while the Anbu scurried all around him. They broke ranks as a trio of Hyuga, led by clan head Hayashi, arrived to take Daichi. Moments later, Yamanaka Inoichi had arrived, looking grim, and he directed the Anbu to take Yuka to the Yamanaka-run mental health ward. There was a hand on his shoulder and Naruto jerked, looking up. "Come," Kage ordered, not unkindly. "We need to debrief." Naruto steeled himself and nodded. The sun had gone down by the time the debrief was over and Konoha twinkled in the night. After a quick shower, Naruto had changed and stood as still as a statue behind the Hokage right shoulder, who sat at his desk. Sarutobi's eyes were closed, and he rested his chin upon his wrinkled hands. Standing at the Hokage's left was the captain of ANBU's Alpha Platoon, Kitsune, and lining the perimeter of the office was Konoha's most elite Anbu teams, Alpha Teams 1 and 2, while the rest of the platoon had taken position outside. The atmosphere of the Hokage's office was tense, but Naruto was barely aware of it. All he wanted to do was sleep. The door opened and the Fire Lord strode in, flanked by 3 of the 12 guardians. Sarutobi opened his eyes and watched stonily as the Fire Lord came and took a seat beside him, the members of the 12 guardians taking point behind him. They waited, and 5 maybe 10 minutes passed. Then the doors opened again and a small contingent of Anbu strode in, escorting their visitor. The tall, thin and pasty man surveyed the room with his pinkish-red eyes, and Naruto could see him somewhat tense. The man ran a hand through his lank, white hair. "Good evening, Hokage-sama, Daimaso-sama," he greeted nervously, in a thin, reedy voice. The Hokage and the Fire Lord were silent, and Naruto stirred. "Sit down, Ambassador Basho," he ordered quietly. Basho smiled nervously. "I don't understand dash," he began. "Sit down." Naruto's voice dripped with ice. Basho took a deep breath and silently took the proffered seat. He tugged at his formal robes, loosening the collar and drawing himself up. "Ambassador." The Hokage's voice was quiet but no less firm for it. "Are you aware of the events that have occurred within Fire Country in the past 24 hours? Basho cocked his head in thought. "I am not, Hokage-sama," he answered neutrally. "Within the past week, Fire Country has come under attack," Sarutobi continued. The Hokage fell silent, and the ambassador cleared his throat. "Daimyo-sama, you have my sincerest sympathies," Basho offered firmly. "Please, if there is anything that my people can do, then please let us know." The Fire Lord stayed quiet, content to idly fan himself, and Sarutobi spoke up again. "There is one thing you could provide for us," Sarutobi murmured. He took his chin off of his hands and straightened his shoulders. "You could tell us why you attacked us, and perhaps offer a reason why we should not destroy you." Basho's face tightened. "I'm afraid I don't understand," he said quietly. "The land of hot springs has not attacked, nor have plans to attack, the land of fire. On the contrary," Sarutobi's voice was light. "You already have." He picked up a folder and carelessly slid it over the table. Basho picked it up and opened it up. Almost immediately, his face flushed and his mouth parted open in shock and dismay. As the ambassador surveyed the photos and action reports, the Hokage continued. "The cult of Jashin," he declared, and the name reverberated through the room. Naruto repressed a shudder. "It's a religion that began in the heart of the Land of Frost. Innocuous at first, it spread to the Land of Hot Springs almost 15 years ago, and your lord was seduced by the power and possibilities that it offered. Your hidden village adopted it as your official doctrine, and within a year the religion had almost 10,000 conscripts. Men and women came from all fields of life to join your village." He smiled thinly. "At one point you had an army to rival that of one of the Great Five." Basho was trembling, pale and shaky. "But then the true nature of Jashinism's depravities came to light when your forces invaded the Land of Frost," Sarutobi continued. "Your hidden village declared war and attacked. The cult led a crusade against the Land of Frost, massacring anybody who came in their path, right up to the capital." "Indeed," Basho said quietly. He closed the folder and placed it on the desk. "It's a terrible stain on our history, a time where reason and logic were displaced for brutal fanaticism. Had the Third Hokage not intervened, he took down 10,000 of your people to secure the capital of the Land of Frost, at the cost of his own life," Sarutobi murmured. "Before he died, he blunted the spear of your attack and sent your forces scattering. The Land of Lightning was quick to hunt down and destroy this cult, and I honestly believed that they had been successful. Alas, it seems that the Land of Hot Springs has begun a second crusade." "A crusade against us?" The Fire Lord broke in, his thin, reedy voice rather light. His face was mostly hidden by his fan. "No." Basho shook his head empathetically. "Never. A member of your former hidden village, a spokesperson of your once national religion, has shed the blood on our lands," Sarutobi thundered. His voice rose, and the windows shuddered. Naruto and Kitsune were motionless behind him, and Basho trembled, eyes frantically darting around to the Anbu that surrounded the office. "I assure you, we made no such plans, Dash." "But you knew they were coming," the Fire Lord declared. It was not a question, and he laughed rather hollowly. "Oh yes, you knew they were coming. Why else would you petition us to place a garrison along your borders?" the Hokage asked. He leaned back in his chair and eyed Basho stonily. "What is happening in your lands?" Basho took a deep breath. "There has been a resurgence of the cult in recent months," he admitted quietly. "It's all under control," he quickly added. "We are working on suppressing it as I speak." "Under control?" the Fire Lord repeated, and giggled. He fanned himself even harder than ever. "Oh yes, under control indeed." The third Hokage merely gave a pointed look at the manila folder on his desk, and Basho exhaled noisily. He rubbed his eyes, shaking his head loosely. "At the present time, however, I am happy to inform you that Konoha will take your mission request," Sarutobi continued. "Kitsune!" Basho jerked as if struck, and Kitsune took a step forward. "Ambassador, meet Kitsune," Sarutobi introduced rather pleasantly. "Kitsune is the esteemed captain of Konoha's combat platoon Alpha. He will be your contact for the duration of this mission." "I'm afraid I don't understand," Basho murmured. "As per your request, we will be reinforcing the border between our lands with a garrison of our shinobi," the Hokage elaborated. "And Kitsune here will lead a platoon of our finest Anbu into your lands to root out the remnants of this little cult. We will find them, Ambassador, and we will end them." You can't." A sudden crack blasted through the room and Basho jerked. His frantic eyes darted about until they came to rest upon the Fire Lord, who held the two parts of his broken fan in his hands. Very gingerly, the Fire Lord placed the broken parts on the Hokage's desk, reached into his robes and pulled out another fan. He snapped it open and began waving himself again. Basho sagged, as if defeated. "Kitsune," Sarutobi ordered quietly. "You will deploy your squadron tonight and take your men into the heart of the Land of Hot Springs. You will root out members of the cult of Jashin from all corners of that land. Any man, women and child associated with the cult are to be exterminated. Those who give shelter to the cult and allow them to commit their vile deeds are to be made examples of. Those who hinder your work are to be dealt with." The Hokage's eyes grew flinty and his voice lowered until it was barely a whisper. "You are authorized, if needed, to implement a scorched earth policy if needed." "Understood." Kitsune's voice was cool and collected. It was almost impossible to determine the man's age from underneath his mask. Kumo will not take this lightly," Basho tried to warn. "They will see it as an attempt to annex one of their border countries, I will speak to the Lightning Lord." The Fire Lord waved it off. He stood up, brushing his hands on his robes. "You'll have to excuse me now, my daughter is gravely hurt, and I wished to be by her side. Basho clambered out of his seat, while the Hokage rose more smoothly. They bowed towards the Fire Lord as he left, the members of the 12 guardians trailing behind him. A few moments later, Basho also left a few moments later, staggering out as if had taken a blow to the head. The office descended into silence as Sarutobi stared into the flickering fireplace. Then, he snapped his fingers. Dismissed. The Anbu operatives within the room disappeared in a blur of movement, leaving Sarutobi and Naruto alone. Naruto stood there silently as the Hokage shuffled some papers. He picked up a fountain pen, signed his name and rolled one of the papers into a scroll. After tying it with a blue ribbon, the Hokage placed it in one of the trays on his desk and sighed. The sound echoed in the room. Naruto, Sarutobi said wearily. Please sit. Naruto obeyed, taking a seat on the other side of the table. Let us talk, the Hokage murmured. Naruto nodded and took his mask off. Although there was no difference in his line of vision, Naruto felt strangely exposed. The light of the flickering fireplace seemed harsh on his eyes, and he yearned for the shadows of anonymity once again, where nobody could see what he was feeling. Sarutobi observed him for a few moments and sighed. You've seen some hard things, Sarutobi murmured. It wasn't a question, so Naruto didn't answer. You've just experienced the darkness of this world, Sarutobi continued quietly. While the formation of the 5 great villages has imposed some semblance of order on these lands, there are still horrors from the age of the clan wars, and even from the time of the great samurai wars, that linger within this world. Yes, sir, Naruto said when it was apparent that the Hokage wouldn't speak. The young Anbu's voice was rather dull. Sarutobi eyes him with something akin to sympathy. Be careful, Naruto, he cautioned quietly. Those who cling to their masks for too long find themselves unable to take them off. Yes, sir, Naruto acknowledged quietly. He took a deep breath and tried to bring up his feelings, but the pain and anguish bubbled to the surface and threatened to overwhelm him, and he quickly shoved it all back down again. It will take time, and you will have time to recover, the Hokage said quietly. He steepled his fingers together. Now tell me more about these mercenaries. Naruto gave a clinical description of the appearance and abilities of the bounty hunters that had worn those black cloaks and red, puffy emblems. The Hokage nodded, making noises in the back of his throat. Elaborate on the Code 2A in your report, Sarutobi said after a few moments. What information was so sensitive that I had to hide it from the Fire Lord himself? During the fight, one of the mercenaries' hats slipped and I got a glimpse of her. Naruto elaborated quietly. It was only a quick look, but her abilities match her appearance. I think the woman was the mummy. Sarutobi exhaled rather noisily. The mummy, he murmured. The S-ranked missing nin from the village hidden in sand, Pakura of the Scorched Release? Are you sure? Yes, sir, Naruto answered stiffly. This complicates things, Sarutobi murmured. The Wind Lord would not take the hiring of one of their most infamous traitors lightly. What has the Fire Lord done? Sir? Naruto hesitated. He wondered if it was any of his business, but the sight of those cloaks had stirred something within him. What do we know about this mercenary group? Only that the Earth Lord has previously referred their services to the Fire Lord on past occasions, Sarutobi answered. There was technically no need for Naruto to receive this information, but the Hokage seemed to have no problem in revealing what he knew. They provide shinobi services at very good rates, and they have an excellent mission completion history. What are they called? Sarutobi eyed Naruto. I believe they refer to themselves as the Akatsuki. The moon was suspended in the night sky, the stars twinkling behind it as they bathed the soft, pale light upon the lands. Deep within the forests of the Land of Fire, a bloodied mess was thrown to the ground with a loud thud. A dark figure loomed over it, wearing a black cloak decorated with red swirling patterns. Two pale, glowing green eyes peered down upon the mangled mess that twitched and quivered on the ground. Trailing behind the man were 3 odd apparitions, swirling masses of black and gray wires and threads held together by a ceramic masks, almost reminiscent of what the various Anbu organizations wore. They floated around the figure, ignoring their 2 fallen counterparts, which had been scattered over the battlefield in a spray of debris and cracked, white shards. Behind them, the woman, Pakura of the Scorched Release, idly kicked a corpse and watched dispassionately as flesh and bone flash burned, shriveling and becoming brittle. The lead figure, Kakuzu, held a ring to his forehead and appeared to be concentrating. Then, he lowered his hand and regarded the gasping, heaving remains of Haiden impassively. Chapter 19, Moving On. The aftermath of Team Kage's encounter with the Haiden and the cult of Jashin was felt by many in Konoha. The Fire Lord had been understandably upset with the events that had occurred, especially given that his own flesh and blood had been harmed within the very borders of the Land of Fire. Almost overnight, an entire division of shinobi, most who had been on reconstruction duty, had departed from the village. They headed northeast, towards the border of the Land of Hot Springs. This halted the rebuilding efforts of the village for about a week, until companies from all across the Land of Fire were withdrawn back into the village. With one division securing the wreckage of the Sky Country fleet and a division securing the northwestern border and the customary division of shinobi, the forces of Konoha were spread thin throughout the Land of Fire. Konoha's intelligence department were completely overworked, desperately feeding misinformation and blocking espionage attempts almost daily. It didn't help that, almost overnight, Konoha's Alpha Platoon and its 25 members, led by Kitsune, had vanished on their long-term S-rank assignment. Reserves had been activated and shinobi had been called from retirement. Despite the pressing need for all of Konoha's personnel to be on active duty, Naruto found himself on administrative leave for an entire week. It was something that he accepted gratefully. Although he didn't want to admit it to anybody, he had had trouble sleeping ever since the mission. Late at night, every time he closed his eyes, all he could see were the panicked faces of the men, women, and children he had failed to save. Above them loomed Haiden, his manic and crazed expression stirring something horrible within him. His nights were spent tossing and turning, his days were spent cracking open the cover to the deep well of emotions that he had suppressed. Naruto had taken to his emotional conditioning well, but perhaps too well. He had always had the capacity to feel, but during the course of missions and assignments, he knew of the necessity to be a blank slate. Those emotions didn't just disappear into nothingness. Naruto did the mental equivalent of shoving them in the cupboard and closing the door, and there always came a time where he had to confront them. He had done so after the Blitz, but this occasion was worse. There had been some yells of frustration, many tears, and a lot of despondent thoughts. He had trashed his room in a fit of rage at one point. Naruto wasn't quite sure what the Hokage and Konohamaru had thought about it, but neither of them gave any indication of having heard anything. Konohamaru remained oblivious to anything that wasn't in his little world of concerns, and the Hokage seemed content to let Naruto work things out on his own. At the end of the week, Naruto had calmed down a lot and was ready to take on some light duties. When the Hokage and Konohamaru had come down for breakfast, they had been greeted by 4 Narutos, 3 scrubbing down the kitchen as the 4th hastily attempted to make a meal for them. As usual, the Hokage's residence was an absolute mess, and Naruto took comfort in the familiar work as he went through it from top to bottom. It kept him from thinking too hard. It kept him from thinking about Yuka, who was still in the care of the Yamanaka as they pieced together her fractured psyche. It kept him from thinking about Tawa, who had undergone emergency surgery for 40 straight hours. It had only been the intervention of Tsunade herself that had kept the man from dying. It kept him from thinking about Daichi, who had been whisked behind the walls of the Hyuga compound. Nobody knew the Byakugan like the Hyuga, and they had assured the Hokage that Daichi could be healed. At the present moment, Naruto had taken on some light administrative duties at the mission assignment office. He wore a simple pair of black paints and a bright yellow shirt, a crimson Uzumaki spiral adorning the front. The office was quite frantic at the moment, and Naruto was completely in his element. "Right, send these down to the archives," Naruto ordered a Chunin messenger. The messenger, wearing the sash of the communications department, nodded as he took the proffered papers and disappeared in a near-perfect body flicker technique. What members of the communications department lacked in combat ability, they made it for it in speed. Naruto turned around, frowning as he considered the pile of papers on his desk. Around him, a squad of Chunin, led by a Jonin, appeared, and Naruto looked up. "Team Yuna," he called out. The female Jonin, a rather pretty woman in her 30s with purple eyes and long silver hair, sauntered over. She wore a modified flak vest, which seemed to expose more cleavage than what was probably necessary, and a long bang covered one of her eyes. She carried a large, coiled whip on her back and wore a pair of spiked gauntlets. "Ferret!" the Jonin called out. She grinned. "They have you back on paperwork duty, do they?" Naruto nodded. "I like it," he told her honestly as the rest of her squad caught up. The 3 Chunin were all young males in their early 20s, and each wore a different colored bandana on their heads. Naruto's lips twitched. Yuna was a talented Jonin, easily deserving her A rank, but she was completely hopeless with names. When Yuna had been assigned a genin squad, when Naruto had just been 2 years old, she had never been able to remember the names of her genin. Instead, she had color-coded them, which they still wore to this day. Naruto still didn't know their names. "How's the brother Blue?" Naruto asked as he flicked through the pile of papers in front of him. "Out with a busted leg, Ferret-sama," the man wearing the blue bandana drawled. He rolled his eyes. "Took a kunai to the kneecap in training and earned 3 days medical leave." Ouch! Naruto uttered with a sympathetic smile. Don't let him fool you, the man with the green bandana said. Blue was the one who had thrown the kunai. The man with the red bandana snickered, idly fiddling with a crimson thread that poked out of his vest. He pulled it out, revealing a samban that span on a bit of wire, and neatly twirled it in his hands. I was just helping out his training, Blue protested. He looked flushed, embarrassed. I thought he was faster than he really was. Well, Naruto interjected before a fight could start. Here we are, Yuna. A B-ranked mission all the way to Bird Country. You're off to the manufactorium. The weapons factory? Yuna arched an eyebrow as she took the scroll. She grimaced. Is it time for the negotiations again? Naruto nodded. You'll meet with the factory's sales representative in a week. Accommodation has already been supplied, and you can pick up your expense budget at the armory. Yuna nodded with a grimace, idly rubbing her elbow. Naruto knew she wasn't too happy. The manufactorium was perhaps the largest weapons factory in the elemental continent, the size of a hidden village nestled in between four mountains. They produce vast quantities of weapons, from kunai to siege equipment, at prices far superior to anything locally made. Every 3 years, the Land of Birds would host a summit and representatives from all over the elemental countries would come and bid on an exclusive contract. The last time, the Land of Earth had won it, and the higher-ups were determined not to let Iwa possess the contract for another 3 years. Have fun! Naruto called out as Team Unit departed. And please don't go through the Land of Rain. You really don't want to run into the salamander. Yeah, Yuna called out. She waved over her shoulder and led her team out of the mission assignment office. Naruto turned back to his papers and began reviewing them again. Voices rose and fell around him, and he briefly looked up as one of the chunin behind the desk was yelled at by a red-faced, rather portly man. A moment later, a stern-looking man dressed in a jonin flak jacket appeared and led the aggrieved client away. Naruto looked down again, signed the papers and snapped his fingers. A messenger appeared, and he handed them a report from Wave Country. Department of Foreign Affairs, please, he instructed politely. The messenger disappeared in a flash of movement, and Naruto sighed. He adjusted his work and was ready to get into it when a shadow fell across his desk. He looked up, and saw 3 jonin standing in front of him. They all wore flak jackets, and his eyes traveled to the insignia patched on the collar. Oh, he uttered in understand. Hang on. Naruto stood up and made his way through the office to the payment desk. The chunin on duty nodded respectfully as Naruto came around and knelt down. On top of the payment desk was a slot, where money would be deposited after a successful payment. It led to a strong box just by the chunin's feet, a thick, solid metal container that could take a grade 1 explosive note and come out untouched. Naruto inspected the box for a second, and then pressed the button. With a groan of movement, the box lifted and a wooden paling slid away, allowing it to rise up to the desk. Signature, please, the lead jonin said as Naruto rose to his feet. The member of the treasury handed Naruto a clipboard, and Naruto quickly scrawled his name and identification number down. Then, he bit his thumb and pressed the digit down on the paper. It shuddered, and at the top left corner a green little dot appeared. The jonin did the same, and the same green dot appeared in the top right-hand corner. Naruto nodded and stood back as the jonin hefted the heavy box and disappeared in a body flicker. Naruto made his way back to his desk and finished the last of his paperwork. Most of them were mission reports from successfully completed missions. There were additional scrolls, bound by blue twine, that signified action reports, that is, reports from missions where the shinobi had encountered combat. They were sent straight to the intelligence department, where a team of smarter people than Naruto would sift through them. More often than not, they were as straightforward as they seemed, but often they provided some insight into other issues. For example, an encounter with a criminal gang in Waterfall Country might signify that the crime rate was increasing, which could explain an increase in the presence of Iwa shinobi in the region if the natives had been hiring them for policing duties. All that was left of his work was a scroll bound together with a black thread. Naruto frowned, and picked it up. He didn't open it, it would have been a good way to get his hand blown off. It was time to sign off, anyway, so he may as well take the S-ranked report down to intelligence. Naruto appeared in a body flicker in a long, shadowed hallway. He felt his tattoo pulse for a moment, and he confirmed his identity with the Anbu platoon on guard rotation. From the look of it, it was Epsilon platoon, led by Dog. He strolled past the guards and reached the door at the end. Opening it, Naruto stepped in and entered a vast chamber. Konoha's Department of Intelligence and Counterintelligence was located next to Anbu HQ underneath the Hokage's residence, and was highly guarded. This department dealt with matters related to national security, espionage, and if necessary war. Railing and pathways had been bolted into the rock that surrounded the chamber, and in the middle of the room was a pit. A large-scale model of the elemental countries had been built, and it stretched out and encompassed the entire room. Wires were suspended across it, and Naruto saw two shinobi hanging upside down as they adjusted a series of figurines on the model. With this model, and a proper flow from the communications department, intelligence was able to provide a realistic model of current troop deployments for all of the elemental countries and not just those from Konoha. As the shinobi hanging from the wires moved up a set of figurines, which represented a division, closer to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Springs, he also saw a similar massing from Kumo on the border of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Frost. Most of the figurines represented shinobis in the dozens, if not hundreds or thousands, but Naruto caught a glimpse of a unique figurine made in the image of a cat. The demon host of the two-tailed demon cat had also been posted to the border. Naruto strode past the model and jumped up to one of the railings on the other side of the room. He opened the door, nodding respectfully to the guard, and entered the office of Nara Shikaku, the Jonin commander. Shikaku's scarred visage glanced up at him. "Sir?" Naruto greeted. "Uzumaki," Shikaku said with a yawn. His sharp eyes had already spotted the scroll, and he looked depressed. "More work?" he sighed. Naruto nodded and passed over the S-rank scroll off to him. Shikaku took it with a grimace and waved Naruto away. Naruto was quite happy to leave, and as it made his way outside he looked up at the sun. It was that time of the day again, time to visit the hospital. Konoha's hospital was located in Sector 3, quite close to Konoha's Research and Development Department, and had been classified as a high-priority location. There were several smaller clinics, and even another hospital all the way over in Sector 21, that was for more general use. The main hospital was mostly used for the shinobi population of the village, those who had been wounded in the course of duty. With the prevalence of bloodlines and the sheer wealth of genetic material available, it was necessary to keep a constant guard at the hospital. Since the blitz and the raising of the alert level, the guard had tightened to the point that, depending on which ward a shinobi was in, even relatives weren't able to visit. Luckily, Naruto had all the necessary security protocols to go wherever he pleased. It was given to him as his role as the Hokage's personal aide, even when it hadn't been absolutely necessary. He recalled an incident when Naruto had supposed to deliver a package to intelligence, and he'd been rebuffed, forcing the Hokage himself to get off his lazy bum and do the work himself. The blonde Anbu suppressed a smile, and he walked inside the hospital, basking in the cool air. The best way to get anything done was to make the old man do it first, and then offer to do it yourself regardless of what permissions and dispensations you needed. Technically speaking, Naruto almost had full access to every department, and could have practically ran the village if he wanted to. "Yo, ferret!" a Jonin called out as Naruto walked into the stark white hallways towards his destination. "Hey, Riku!" greeted Naruto politely. The Jonin had his head completely wrapped up, and a cheerful brown eye peeked out from behind his bandages. "What's with your head?" "Sky Nin explosive," Riku responded cheerfully. He shrugged lazily. "Shrapnel took out my eye. They think they might be able to repair it, especially now that Tsunade is here." "Oh, well, good luck," Naruto said sincerely. "Thanks." The hallways and corridors of the hospital were deceptively confusing, and Naruto was certain that there was some kind of illusionary or sealing technique embedded in the walls. Unless you knew where you were going, it was quite possible to keep wandering the hallways until you were picked up by a security patrol. Naruto navigated his way out of the labyrinth, and he ran into perhaps the one person he didn't want to see. "Oh, it's you," Tsunade said. Her eyebrows arched as she lowered a file in her hand, passing it over to one of the many white-cloaked figures surrounding her. She waved them away and something glinted in her eyes as she turned to face him. "How are you, brat?" "I'm fine, Tsunade-sama," Naruto answered stiffly. He found that his shoulders had straightened and he clenched his fists. The last time he had seen this woman. "Well, that's just great," Tsunade declared rather unconvincingly. She gave him a bland smile. "I was just finishing up with your friends. Are you here to visit?" Naruto nodded. "I don't want to hear any loud noises if you go and see that Yamanaka girl," Tsunade told him strictly. "Keep your voice down to a whisper and don't surprise her. She's finally starting to show a constant measure of coherence, and I don't want you stuffing it up." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." "And keep your hands to yourself when you're visiting Tawa." Tsunade frowned in irritation over some kind of memory. Honestly, the man had lacerations and stab wounds all over him, and that woman decided that strangling him was the best idea. Naruto winced. He had an idea of who exactly Tsunade was talking about. Kamachi and Tawa had an interesting relationship. "Yes, ma'am," he replied dutifully. Tsunade smirked at his obedience. She reached over and mussed his hair, much to his annoyance. "You're a good little boy, aren't you?" she cooed. Naruto gritted his teeth and bore. The S-rank legend, who Naruto ironically discovered was known for holding a grudge, alternated between treating him like a piece of scum she had found on her shoes or a helpless little boy. Both attitudes kind of pissed him off, but the memory of his smackdown was enough to make him hold his tongue. It was to his surprise that Tsunade kept her hand on his head, her face smoothing over. "I remember the cult of Jashin," Tsunade said suddenly. Her face was impossible to read. "I'd left by then, but there was a bit of a stir when they came out of the woodwork, especially when they were able to take down one of the Kage even if it was 10,000 to 1. Even I had trouble against the third Raikage during the Second War." She trailed off, lost in memories, while Naruto started in surprise. The third Raikage was said to be the most powerful Kage that Kumo had ever had, the one known as the sharpest spear and the strongest shield. A battle between a man of that caliber, and the Sannin deemed as the strongest close combat specialist in the history of the village hidden in Leaves Well, that was one he would have paid to see. Anyway, she cleared her throat and mussed his hair again. "Good work, kid." "Oh?" Naruto almost stuttered and his cheeks suddenly felt a little warm. Thank you." Tsunade stared at him for a moment, and her eyes flashed with something. She occasionally did that when he saw her, as if seemingly random cues were prompting old memories to the surface. Something flickered over her face and she sighed, settling with a soft smile. "You are such a brat," she sighed. "Just stay away from that cult, okay?" If Naruto didn't know any better, she sounded rather concerned. "Alpha Squadron has been assigned to the problem," he told her. "Kitsune will take care of it." "Ah, Kitsune." She savored the name. "I've heard a lot about him. A lot of the Jonin think he's going to be a tie-in for the Hokage position one day. There are a lot of rumors that say he's close to reaching S rank. I wonder who he is." "You don't know?" Naruto asked in surprise. Tsunade smiled thinly. "I'm not exactly kept in the loop," she said with a tad of bitterness. To be fair, Naruto thought, it wasn't as if she had proved to be totally reliable. Something must have shown on his face and Tsunade's smile was suddenly strained. Her eye twitched and Naruto gulped. "I reckon it's almost time for another checkup," she practically purred, and the young elite Anbu agent who had taken on 2 hostile S-rank opponents within a month of each other backed away. "Tsunade-sama!" somebody called from the other end of the hallway. Naruto acted when Tsunade had turned her head and promptly disappeared in a lightning-quick body flicker. He appeared a few hallways away, and let out a mournful sigh. After the events with the cult of Jashin, Tsunade had made it her personal business to attend to him as his medic. The experience had been unpleasant, and Naruto never ever wanted to suffer through one of her examinations again. There were times where he thought Tsunade was warming up to him. Then there were times when he was convinced that she was absolutely pissed at him. As he felt the necklace of the first Hokage bounce on his chest underneath his shirt, he had to admit that at least she had a good reason. Naruto made his way through the ward, passing medic Nins and other visitors, until he came to a door at the end. Plastering a smile on his face, he turned the knob and walked in. "You cheating bitch! You petty little arsehole!" Naruto uttered and 2 pairs of furious eyes swept towards him. Tawa leaned back on his bed, his chest and arms bandaged up. Kamachi sat on his lap, arms reaching down as she bunched up the scruff of Tawa's gown. Their faces were crimson and flushed, full of emotion, and they were practically touching. In between them and scattered all over the floor was what seemed to be a deck of cards. "Hi," Naruto said after a few moments. He cleared his throat awkwardly, while Tawa and Kamachi practically froze in embarrassment. "I'll just go." "Captain?" Kamachi and Tawa both wailed. Naruto quickly shut the door, leaving the 2 Anbu operatives to themselves. Tawa's eyes met Kamachi's, who palmed her face and echoed the sentiments they were both feeling. "Shit." A few minutes later, Naruto was still shaking his head wondrously at what he had just seen. Kamachi and Tawa were skilled shinobi, Naruto would never claim otherwise, but in his honest opinion the 2 were freaking crazy. Still, he couldn't help the smile that crossed his face, and it stayed there as he went to visit the next room. "Hey, Yuka!" Naruto greeted quietly as he entered the room. Yuka lay back on her bed, her blonde hair unbound and spilled out around her. She looked up at him olishly, and a tired smile and an expression of pleasure crossed her face. "Yo, Captain," she answered drowsily. "Feeling better?" Naruto asked, and he took a set by her bed. Yuka nodded. "Still tired," she yawned. "They got me on these med thingies to help my mind not explode." "Not explode?" Naruto repeated. They use fancier words, Yuka admitted. But it's basically that. She touched her head. Brain almost went boom. Things are still a little hazy, they had to get creative, and I'm pretty sure they've burned out a few neural pathways. They say I can still be a shinobi, though. Naruto beamed. That's good, he said sincerely. Yep, she replied. Her eyes blinked rapidly, as if she was trying to ward off sleep. We can still working together, Captain Cutie and his blonde hottie. Naruto grinned, and then she reached out and touched his hand. Captain? She asked, her smile fading away. Yeah? Yuka didn't reply, and Naruto waited until it appeared that she had fallen asleep. He carefully placed her hand back on the bed and stood up. As he stared down at her, he felt a surge of emotion. His chest tightened, and once again he felt a great sense of relief and respite. Despite all of their injuries, despite everything that had happened, his team was okay. Naruto left the hospital in a much better mood, which was why he didn't immediately react when he bumped into Hatake Kakashi. The tall, lanky, silver-haired man stood in the middle of the road, heedless of the men and women that walked past him. His one visible eye gave off a distinct impression of boredom, and he seemed extremely interested in the little orange book that he held in his hand. At first glance, the jonin came off as extremely languid and unconcerned. However, while Naruto had never seen the man in live combat, he had had the opportunity to witness Kakashi's prowess during Anbu team exercises, and from what he had seen, the silver-haired man had definitely earned his status as one of Konoha's most elite jonin. Naruto raised a hand in greeting as he approached Kakashi. Yo, Captain! He greeted cheerfully. Oh? Kakashi's one good eye lifted up off of his book and crinkled up. Hello, Naruto! He returned lazily. Naruto fell into step next to him as the jonin turned back to his book. No more words were exchanged between them, and the young blonde Anbu narrowed his eyes. He moved extremely carefully, angling his head and trying to get a glimpse of the orange book. But in a flash, Kakashi promptly snapped it shut. Naruto almost pouted. Ma, Kakashi drawled. He waggled his finger in Naruto's face. A young and innocent boy like you shouldn't be corrupted by such dirty material. Naruto scowled and crossed his arms. Get, he snapped, but with a wry smile. Brat, Kakashi returned. Naruto leveled a challenging look at him, but Kakashi seemed to be inspecting the edge of a kunai incredibly closely, and the blonde rolled his eyes. Arsehole, he muttered. What was that? Kakashi asked, sounding distracted, and once again surprised by Naruto's presence. Naruto twitched and Kakashi's mask moved, almost as if the man was suppressing a smile. Then, Naruto couldn't hold it in any longer, and he snorted. Kakashi chuckled, and patted Naruto on the top of the head. When Naruto had been assigned to Anbu, Kakashi had been assigned a part-time role as Naruto's instructor. In between his role and responsibilities as an Anbu captain, the silver-haired man had taken Naruto under his wing, and had engraved the basics of shinobi combat in the blonde's muscles and bones. When the third Hokage had received him, Naruto had completely passed the hellish basic training, and was ready for the God of Shinobi's unique training regime. Naruto had been a child when he had been placed under Kakashi, and the childish, silly part of him had demanded to know what was under Kakashi's mask. The silver-haired man had quickly debased Naruto of that idea, so he had moved on to his second burning curiosity: what exactly did Kakashi read all of the time? Of course, at the time his reading wasn't exactly advanced, so he was mostly looking for pictures. But after basic training, Naruto had continued to run in Kakashi to the point that he suspected that the older jonin was looking in on him, and he had made it his personal mission to find out what Kakashi was reading, something that the older Anbu had taken to like a game. Of course, Naruto had long since deciphered the title and contents of the book, but he was still determined to catch Kakashi off guard. Usually that involved some kind of hand-to-hand or a quick bout with a weapon, but the Hokage had stepped in the last time Naruto and Kakashi had gotten into a kunai fight in the middle of the street, and neither Anbu had been particularly happy with their punishment. The two shinobi, both bearing Anbu tattoos on their shoulders, relaxed on that busy street, and Naruto placed his hands on the back of his head. D rank? Naruto hazarded a guess after a few moments. Kakashi uttered from behind his book. Naruto nodded at that. A family shuffled past them, the wife rolling her eyes at the two shinobi obstructing the road. Boring? Naruto scratched his nose. Annoying? Kakashi murmured. He lifted his head. Especially the small one. Tell me about it, Naruto responded dryly. A dark look entered his eyes. I had to clean under his bed this morning. You don't want to know. Oh? Kakashi's book lowered, an unconscious habit that signified his rising interest, and he stared at Naruto keenly. You mean? Nope, Naruto said flatly. He whacked Kakashi's arm with the back of his hand. He's 8. Oh, Kakashi uttered, and the book rose again. A few moments passed between them, the sound of busy Konoha in the afternoon floating by them. Then, Naruto sighed and lifted a hand in farewell. Well, I'll catch you, la dash, he began to say. He trailed off, and almost as one, both Naruto and Kakashi looked up. There was a blur of movement, and Naruto watched as the 3 genin appeared in front of Kakashi. There were 2 who looked about 12, the pink-haired girl Harino Sakura, the stoic Uchiha Sasuke, while there was one who couldn't be more than 8, Sarutobi Konohamaru. Just the sight of him made Naruto twitch. Mission complete, Sasuke told Kakashi flatly. His eyes flickered to Naruto, and a brief look of surprise entered them. The Uchiha straightened, suddenly seeming a lot more interested in what was going on. Sakura nodded as well, as she greeted Naruto with a polite bow. Naruto! Konohamaru practically screamed. He took an aggrieved stance and leveled a finger at the blonde Anbu. What's the deal with the lunch you pa arg? The young Sarutobi fell backwards from the force of the snap kick that Naruto had just delivered to him. The blonde Anbu lowered his leg, his eye twitching and his fists clenched. Despite the speed of the kick, all it had really done knocked the young boy back, and Konohamaru was on his feet in a second, his face slowly darkening. What was that for, you jerk? He yelled angrily, although the effect was ruined by the flush in his cheeks still round with baby fat and the pouting expression on his face. You little punk! Naruto growled between gritted teeth. In a flash, he had his hand on Konohamaru's head, and the young boy cried as Naruto rubbed his knuckles through his hair. Bring your dishes to the kitchen, you little brat! If I find another moldy plate under your bed again. He trailed off warningly. Ow! 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 Konohamaru yelped. The 2 were recipients to many stares from the people walking past them. A pair of well-dressed, elegant women tooted loudly and fanned themselves dramatically, but for the most the citizens of Konoha ignored what was a rather common spectacle. Konohamaru had picked up a lot of things from his grandfather, including the Hokage's hobby of picking on Naruto. However, unlike his grandfather, Konohamaru wasn't skilled enough to beat the crap out of Naruto, and there was something cathartic for Naruto to take his frustrations out on somebody who bore the Sarutobi blood. Now, Kakashi's voice rose above the din. Naruto huffed, but stopped, as the older Jonin snapped his book shut. I think that we're done for the day. He turned to his genin, and gave a short wave. Dismissed. Same time tomorrow, kids. The older Jonin was gone in a puff of smoke, leaving Naruto alone with the 3 genin. Konohamaru straightened, his eyes watery, and blew a raspberry at Naruto. Then he was gone in a flutter of blue scarf as Naruto raised his fist again, his eyes twitching. Sasuke-kun, did you want to? The girl, Sakura, began timidly. No. Sasuke's answer was short, sharp, and to the point. Looking dejected, Sakura nodded and, with another bow to Naruto, left. Only Sasuke remained, the Uchiha eyeing Naruto stoically. The Anbu stared back for a few moments, noting the spark of curiosity in the other's eyes. Yep? Naruto prompted, with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke opened his mouth, and then hesitated. He snapped it shut, looking strangely tense, and put his hands in his pockets. Naruto's lips twitched, and he stretched his arms. You know, he began, looking up at the sky. I was just about to head down to the training grounds for some light training. Did you want to join me? Sasuke stilled. Eagerness flashed over his face, but the Uchiha masked it quickly. Sure, the raven-haired boy answered, with a forced air of nonchalance. Still, Naruto had to suppress a grin as the Uchiha practically skipped alongside of him. The training grounds of Konoha were, for the most part, located outside of the village walls, far away from the highways that led in and out of Konoha itself. Shielded by the massive trees of the Land of Fire, there were no less than 300 specifically designed fields available for use by Leaf Nin. They simulated many different environments, from the rocky, gritty slopes of the Land of Lightning to the murky, damp swamps of the Land of Water. There were, of course, restrictions on who could enter which training ground. Nobody wanted a genin accidentally getting his or her head blown off because they had strolled into the training ground of a squad of jonin, for example. Sasuke's rank as a genin meant that Naruto was restricted to where he could bring him. Luckily, there was a session available in Training Ground 24, and Naruto was able to book it for most of the afternoon. Training Ground 24 was based upon the Land of Tea, with a long, narrow strip of a flat, grassy area and a wider, forest environment. The 2 boys entered the clearing, and Naruto turned to Sasuke. Hand to hand? He offered. Sasuke nodded eagerly and, after a few stretches, settled in his stance. Naruto took note of it, noticing how the center of balance was quite fluid and the positioning of the Uchiha's arms, and then took a stance of his own. Then they fought. Naruto was immediately on the offensive, and he darted towards Sasuke. His hands lashed out only to be blocked again and again as Sasuke deftly parried and countered every single one of his strikes. All the while, the Uchiha kept his balance, and at the end of the series of blows, Naruto had to duck a spinning kick as Sasuke countered. Red gleamed in the Uchiha's eyes, and Naruto smiled. Then he was at it again. They sparred for at least 15 minutes. Naruto had the advantage of speed. He was much faster than Sasuke, but the Uchiha had very good form. The Uchiha counterfist was a very passive form, allowing one with superior observational skills to analyze and parry incoming attacks, before following up with their own. Sasuke didn't use a lot of offensive strikes, but the ones he did use were potentially debilitating. He aimed for the eyes and the throat, and went in for vulnerable spots like the kneecap and the elbow. Naruto was even caught by surprise in one instance as the Uchiha redirected the momentum of his strike back at him, and Sasuke's fist whizzed through his hair as Naruto was forced to duck. Nonetheless, Naruto was an A-rank shinobi, and Sasuke was still a genin, albeit a talented genin. Naruto pushed, and Sasuke struggled to keep up. After a while, they paused for a break. Naruto was breathing deeply but was otherwise fine, whereas Sasuke was panting, his hands on his knees as he stopped to take a breath. Sweat dripped from his brow, but he looked otherwise pleased. "What forms do you use?" Sasuke asked after a few moments. "It's a mixture of several," Naruto replied. He scratched the back of his head. "It's mostly a combination of stinging wasp and talon of the eagle, but there's some monkey first and they're mostly in the wide blows." Sasuke nodded. His breathing was getting steadier. "You make thrusting motions with your hands," the Uchiha noted. He mimicked a few. "Do you use weapons?" "That's the basis behind talon of the eagle." Naruto beamed, looking impressed. "Nice catch." Sasuke shrugged. "My eyes," he offered as way of an explanation. There wasn't any boasting behind his statement, just a matter-of-face statement. "Yeah, I mostly use a kunai if I have to fight hand-to-hand. I'm not very good at it, actually," Naruto confessed. Sasuke's eyebrows rose. "Relatively speaking." Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head. He shrugged. "I don't have a lot of strength behind my blows, so it helps to have something to make my strikes hurt." Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. Then, he was silent for a few moments. While his face remained stoic, the other boy seemed to be wrestling with something. Naruto waited, but Sasuke seemed reluctant to say anything. "Would you like to watch some of it with your Sharingan?" the blonde offered generously. Sasuke jerked. Then, he nodded. Naruto went through several of the forms while Sasuke observed him. With the sun bearing down on him, and the cool wind that blew through the trees, it was quite relaxing. Sasuke's Sharingan, two tomo in one eye and one in the other, was centered on him. "It's probably not going to help you with your form," Naruto called out as he went through the motions. "It's a very offensive style, not like your defensive one, but it might help you recognize what an enemy is doing." Sasuke nodded, accepting Naruto's words. The blonde Anbu finished up after a few more minutes and stretched his arms. As Naruto was taking a drink, the red swirled out of Sasuke's eyes, and the Uchiha cleared his throat. "Thank you," he said rather earnestly. "I'm surprised you let me look." Naruto frowned, feeling puzzled. "Why wouldn't I?" Sasuke just shrugged, and Naruto rolled his eyes. He reached around and whacked Sasuke on the back of his head. The other boy started, and scowled. He suddenly looked more childlike as he rubbed his dark hair petulantly. "We're both leaf-nin," Naruto told him firmly. Sasuke jerked at that, staring at Naruto strangely. "Someday, what I showed you here might save your life. Why wouldn't I let you copy it?" Sasuke had a strange look on his face, but he stared at Naruto with gratitude. "Anyway," Naruto continued cheerfully, clapping Sasuke on the back. "Your hand-to-hand is pretty good, and I'm all excited now. Let's see what else you can do." Sasuke ran through his skill set while Naruto watched, occasionally nodding approvingly. The Uchiha had a wide array of techniques, mostly centered on tools and weapons, but there were a few fire-type techniques as well. Naruto watched as Sasuke demonstrated an innovative use of wires that bound a trunk of a tree and set it alight in seconds. All in all, Sasuke was a very solid basis, especially for a genin, and Naruto was impressed. "Right," Naruto said with a grin. He pulled out kunai, the metal polished and gleaming. "Let's see what you can do with one of these." Sasuke pulled out his own kunai and settled into defensive stance. Naruto smiled, holding his kunai in a backhand grip, and adjusted his arm. The sun shone down on the clearing, and Naruto used the polished side of his weapon to redirect it into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke jerked back, and then Naruto struck. Metal clashed on metal as Naruto pushed against Sasuke. The other boy fell back, desperately trying to keep form against Naruto's superior speed and weapons use. Naruto, pressed up against the blade, gave a push and Sasuke staggered back. "Move your feet like this," Naruto demonstrated, and watched as Sasuke's Sharingan following him obediently. The next time that Naruto pushed, Sasuke ground himself and pushed back. Sparks flew as the two blades pressed against each other, and Naruto nodded approvingly. Then, he lashed out with his other arm, and Sasuke went crashing to the ground. "Watch my shoulders, not my hands," Naruto instructed gleefully. This was fun. Sasuke staggered up, and Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the boy's hands in a tiger shield. Sasuke drew back, his chest swelling. Fire style, great fireball technique. A stream of bright yellow flame shot out at Naruto. He finished his seals in an instant. Fire style, fireball technique. He spat out a stream of fire of his own, carefully modulated, as to not accidentally kill the other genin, and the two streams of fire crashed into each other. Smoke billowed into the air, and the grass caught fire. There was a flash of movement, and suddenly a series of smaller streaks of fire shot through sizzling ball of flame. Naruto ducked and had to hastily parry a series of shuriken away with his kunai, but then he was suddenly caught in a loop of wire. The streaks of fire struck a tree behind him with a solid whack, and Naruto turned around with wide eyes. There had been shuriken hidden in the flames, tied together with wire, which had also been tied onto the shuriken he had just deflected. The wires wrapped around him, binding his arms. A second later, a hot stream of flames burst down the wires, and Naruto let out a shriek as he was enveloped in flame. On the other side of the clearing, Sasuke panted, but his Sharingan swirled victoriously. He dropped the spools of wire in his hands, breathing deeply. Naruto had been overconfident, and Sasuke had played on that overconfidence, luring the other boy into a trap. He was completely taken by surprise, however, when a hand clapped on his shoulder. "That looked like it would have hurt." Sasuke's head jerked back, and Naruto grinned down at him. Then, Sasuke convulsed, and Naruto let go of his shoulder, allowing the Uchiha to drop to the ground. The blonde Anbu's palms crackled with tiny bolts of lightning-based chakra as he crouched down by Sasuke's side. "That," Naruto began sternly, "was a good replacement, but unfortunately, you replaced yourself right next to me," the Naruto hidden in the trees called out gleefully. Sasuke whirled around, shuriken flying through the air, and darted away from the trees. He was just in time, and a loud boom echoed throughout the clearing as the branch he had been standing on exploded. It fell from the trunk of the tree and crashed to the ground as Sasuke landed on the ground, using his hands to redistribute his balance and ending in a crouch. His hands flew. Fire style, great fireball technique. He blew the ball of fire into the trees, and his Sharingan swirled as he caught sight of a dart of movement. Then, Naruto was in his face, pushing past his defenses and delivering a solid kick to his midsection. Sasuke wheezed, but kept his composure as he flipped back gracefully. More shuriken shot out from his palm, but Naruto batted them away. It did give Sasuke enough time to retreat to a clump of rocks on the far side of the clearing. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. A cascading wave of lightning tore through the ground and shattered the clumps of rocks apart. Sasuke shielded his face as the debris cut into him, and was unprepared for the devastating blow that Naruto delivered to his stomach a second later, but he hadn't been, and shattered pieces of wood fell to the ground where he had once stood. But then it was all over. Sasuke was very still as he felt the points of at least 5 kunai prick into his skin. He was surrounded by all sides, multiple copies of the grinning and cheerful expression of the Hokage's personal assistant. "I yield," he said tightly. His assailants disappeared in puffs of smoke, and Sasuke adjusted himself. "Well, that was fun," Naruto declared cheerfully. "You're obviously a ninjutsu specialist," Sasuke observed tiredly. Still he looked content and allowed Naruto to pat him on the back and hand him a drink. "I am," Naruto agreed. He smiled. "Long-distance ninjutsu is my specialty." Sasuke nodded, taking deep gulps of his water. He finished the bottle off, and shook the sweat out of his head. Naruto watched him carefully. "You push yourself hard," he noted neutrally. He paused. "Itachi?" Sasuke stilled. Then, after a few moments, he inclined his head just a fraction. "You've got a long way to go," Naruto observed. "Itachi was one of the best." Sasuke clenched his fists. "I know," he said tightly. "You seem upset," Naruto said quietly. "I'm annoyed." Sasuke eventually replied. He looked away. Kakashi never. He sighed. I don't know. I don't feel. He trailed off. Today, here with you, was the first time I've felt challenged for a while. Kakashi's a good shinobi, but he's not pushing me how I want him to. We always focus on team exercises and formations. As he should be, Naruto admitted. He scratched his head as Sasuke scowled. Look, some genin might have some unique skills and talents, but generally speaking the average genin is equipped with the basic three, some skill in hand-to-hand and weapons and the basics of team formations. The genin stage lets rookie shinobi get their teamwork in sync with their comrades, accustoms them to following orders and completing missions. You're not really meant to be learning advanced techniques just yet. But I'm better than that, Sasuke practically roared. His Sharingan spun in his eye, activated by his anger. Naruto stared at him steadily, and Sasuke flinched and lowered his head. When he looked up, his Sharingan was gone. I know I shouldn't say it, but I am. There's nothing special about Sakura and Konohamaru. He hesitated, obviously aware of Naruto's station amongst the Sarutobi. He lacks determination. He's got no drive. He's clumsy and... He trailed off, looking emotionally exhausted. Naruto knew exactly what he was talking about. Konohamaru had received much of the similar training that Naruto had once begun with, but it had quickly become apparent that he had not inherited his grandfather's legendary chakra. Even so, it had been enough to make him a genin at the age of 8. Still, Naruto had to say that at the moment Konohamaru's biggest flaw was his lack of conviction. He didn't really think that the boy knew exactly why he was fighting. At that age, Naruto had. He became strong because the third Hokage told him to. It had been all he had needed. At that age, Sasuke had also found his motivation. He became strong so that he might strike down the one who had left him in that hellish pit of loneliness. For such a young child, it had definitely been enough to force Sasuke past his limits, again and again and again. Naruto took a seat next to him. They sat in silence for a few moments, before Naruto began speaking. I made a class a few months ago, just before the Blitz, he told Sasuke. Long story short, I somehow ended up working with a team of 5 others. They're good 2A ranks and 3B ranks, but they're not as good as me. And that was probably true. During training sessions, Naruto was definitely one of the stronger members of the group. Of course, they all had their skills and strengths. Naruto's genjutsu was average at best, easily undone by a competent enemy, whereas Yuka's were much more potent. He couldn't match the tracking skills of Daichi, nor could produce medical chakra like Kamachi, and Tao's seal-based weaponry was definitely out of his area of expertise. Despite that, and hopefully without arrogance, Naruto felt that he performed just a little bit better than all of them. His strengths outdid his weaknesses by a far margin. Of them all, Kage was probably the one closest to his level, a gap closer, who could get in his face and prevent him from making hand seals faster than Naruto could stop him. Those fast close combat specialists were the worst kind of opponent for a long-range specialist like Naruto. Sasuke listened attentively. But during the Blitz, we encountered an enemy that I wasn't as good as, Naruto continued. He was stretching the truth just a tad, but Sasuke's eyes were wide. There were casualties, yeah, but our teamwork was superior, and in the end, our opponent was all alone, Naruto said somewhat wistfully. Uzumaki Shino truly had been alone, despite his strength. There had been no third Hokage to drag him from his loneliness. You're good, Sasuke, Naruto continued, shaking those regretful thoughts out of his head. You really are. But you don't seem to work well with others. He gave the Uchiha a smile, and clapped him on the back. You'll need to change that if you want to join Anbu. The Anbu? Sasuke repeated, somewhat stunned. Naruto frowned. I would have thought you'd have wanted to join Alpha Platoon, he explained. They're jerks, but they're very good. Why them? Sasuke questioned. Naruto smiled thinly. Because they have a priority S-rank standing mission that you'd be interested in, he said grimly. He stared at the last of the Uchiha clan, the one who had been left his own pit of loneliness due to the actions of another. If Itachi shows up again, Alpha Platoon will be the ones sent after him, all of them. It's one of their standing S-ranked missions, the elimination of the traitor Uchiha Itachi. Really? There was a note of something that seemed like tentative wonder in Sasuke's voice. Naruto smiled softly. What? He asked. Did you think we'd forgotten about him? Sasuke looked abashed, and Naruto suddenly realized that yes, Uchiha Sasuke really had thought that Konoha had forgotten about the Uchiha clan massacre, and what Uchiha Itachi had done. Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. When you join Anbu, you join a family, he said in a low voice. Sasuke looked at the hand, suddenly seeming more vulnerable than Naruto had ever seen him before. When Itachi betrayed your clan, he also betrayed my family. Just like you, we also want revenge. Sasuke licked his lips. Alpha Platoon, he repeated strangely. They're the best, Naruto told him. They're a bunch of arseholes, but they're very good. Kitsune is one of the strongest captains I know. Even if Naruto really didn't like the stoic man, he recognized his ability. You have the skill base for it, but you need to work on your ability to coordinate with others. If you can't work as part of a unit, they won't want you. Are you able to? Sasuke sounded tongue-tied. He was obviously not used to asking others for help. I've got no say in it at all, Naruto admitted. He frowned, biting his lip and considering things. Still, I personally think you'd be a good pick if you can get over this hang-up of yours. Sasuke nodded resolutely. Keep practicing, Sasuke, Naruto said, and he stood up. He smiled. I'm sure I'll see you soon. The blonde Anbu walked away, leaving the last, surviving, loyal member of the Uchiha clan to his thoughts. Personally, Naruto didn't know if there were any specific plans for Sasuke, but he was suddenly determined to bring him in. The Uchiha was skilled, but most importantly, he was stuck in that dark, horrible pit that Naruto had once lived in. He needed somebody to do what the third Hokage had done for Naruto, to bring him up and give him a purpose, and comrades, people to trust and fight with. Yes, Sasuke would do well in the ANBU even if Naruto had to draft him into Sigma Squad himself. Chapter 20, Preparations, Part 1. The transition from slumber into consciousness was, for Naruto, a relatively quick and painless one. No sooner had the hand of the clock moved from 6:58 onto 6:59 than Naruto's eyes had shot open. He lay back in his bed, warm and rather cozy, staring up at the ceiling with his crystal blue eyes. Then, he sighed, and was up in a flurry of movement. He flung his froggy nightcap into his wardrobe, and had stripped, made and pressed his bed in a matter of moments. Dressed in his pajamas, Naruto pressed his thumb on the red spiral tattooed on his shoulder. A loud puff of smoke filled the room, enveloping him, and, when it had dissipated, Naruto stood there clad in his Anbu armor. His metal arm guards were a little more dulled, and his gray armored vest was a little more dented and scratched. This armor had seen him through its fair share of battles over the past months, and Naruto was merely glad that the quartermaster's office had been able to repair it. He finished wrapping the bandages around his long, dark trousers, adjusted the utility belt on his waist, and made sure that his mask was secure. Then, he was out of the room, closing the door gently behind him. The clock flipped from 6:59 to 7 o'clock. Mornings in the Sarutobi household were always interesting. There were only 3 members living in the personal chambers underneath the Hokage's tower: Naruto, Konohamaru, and the third Hokage himself. Despite the Anbu team and rotation of Jonin that kept guard, the actual quarters of the Hokage were hidden from view. Only those who lived there knew of the sheer madness that occurred there every morning. Will you stop, Urk? Naruto's cry was cut off mid-sentence as a thin spike of hardened rock pierced him in the jugular. For a moment, he hung suspended in the air, his blue eyes widened with shock. Then, in sudden flare of chakra, he disappeared with a burst of smoke and a rather loud pop. The real Naruto sighed and palmed his forehead. Hokage-sama! He called out from behind Sarutobi's bedroom doors. It's time to get up. You have some important meetings today. There was no response, and Naruto huffed. Right, he said, turning to a group of blonde-haired chakra constructs standing next to him. In you go. Split up, flank him and get him out of bed. The clones obeyed with the eagerness and energy that one would expect from a barely sentient copy. In a flash of movement, the doors burst open and the trio of elite Anbus surged forward. They had barely touched the floor when they leapt up onto the walls and the roof, using chakra as an adhesive to stick there. They were just in time as more spears of stone and rock jutted up from the ground, an impressive technique given that the floors were made from wooden floorboards. Part of Naruto's mind speculated that perhaps the Hokage was using dirt traipsed in from outside that had fallen between the floorboards. The other part of his mind continued to rage. One of the clones abruptly disappeared in a puff of smoke, and Naruto held his hand to his head, attempting to untangle the rush of sensation and memory that the clone had given him. From what he could glean, there was some kind of razor wire trap nestled up on the roof. Will you stop that? Naruto called out between gritted teeth. The young, blonde Anbu was answered with the dispersal of yet another shadow clone. Naruto clenched his fists, breathing deeply as he tried to calm himself. He had almost settled down when the third shadow clone abruptly fell to the ground. It managed to look somewhat baffled before a loud, creaking noise filled the air. The real Naruto watched, just as baffled, as a pair of large, thick wooden logs swung down from both ends of the other side of the doorway. The poor shadow clone was sandwiched in between the two thick logs and disappeared in a puff of smoke. The resulting crash sent shudders through the floor, and a loud boom filled the air. "All right, you lazy old bastard!" Naruto roared. His smile was somewhat manic. He reached into his utility pack, fingering a pair of shuriken, a spool of wire and a trail of explosive notes. "We'll do this the hard way then. If you won't get up, I'll get you up. You tell him, Naruto." Naruto began priming the explosive notes as he set up a quick, basic shuriken technique. It took a few moments before it clicked, and he abruptly froze. His hands, which had been attaching the wire to the center of his shuriken, slackened, and he released a resigned sigh. "How long have you been standing there?" he asked. The third Hokage, clad in his official robes and hat, and puffing merrily on a pipe, shrugged. "At least a minute," he answered calmly. "Your situational awareness, as always, is atrocious." "I checked over my shoulder about 10 seconds ago," Naruto protested as he packed up his tools, a scowl on his face. "Idiot!" Sarutobi thundered, and Naruto winced as the old man clobbered him across the back of his head with surprising force. The old man waggled a finger in his apprentice's face. "When you looked behind you, I was, of course, standing in front of you." Naruto just looked befuddled. "What? Now hurry up!" Sarutobi snapped. He let out a weary, pitiful sigh that didn't fool Naruto in the least. "I'm hungry, and we have a meeting in an hour." "Yes, sir," Naruto said resignedly. He had already begun making the clones that would repair the damage that had been inflicted on the Hokage's chambers as well as reset all of the traps. He paused. "Wait, what? There's no meeting on your schedule for that time." "Of course not," Sarutobi barked. He clipped Naruto over the head once more for good measure. "Why would I need to schedule a meeting to talk to you, my idiot apprentice? Now hurry up, you idiot!" The Hokage left Naruto standing there with clenched fists and a rather manic smile on his face. "Treason is bad, treason is bad, treason is bad," Naruto chanted to himself. Luckily, breakfast had been a quiet affair. Konohamaru, who always loved to make things interesting, had been rather rushed. The young boy had scarfed down his food, picked up the lunchbox that Naruto had packed, and had rushed away with a half-hearted wave behind him. Naruto cleaned up the young boy's mess, an approving smile on his face. The mission to the Land of Waves, and Hatake Kakashi's encounter and subsequent battle against the ex-member of the Elite 7 Ninja Swordsmen, the Demon of the Mist, Zabuza, had lighted something within the young boy. Konohamaru had always taken his training a little too loosely, despite receiving the attention of some high-ranking personal tutors. Naruto was glad to see that attitude was beginning to change. While the little brat pissed him off to no end, Naruto didn't really want to see him die. The rest of breakfast went by quickly. The Hokage, for whatever reason, had chosen not to pull his usual antics. Naruto had stood there, watching the old man with suspicious eyes as he ate. Not only had Sarutobi eaten his fruits and drank his vegetable juices, he had also voluntarily taken the various pills and medicines prescribed by the hospital. Naruto was convinced that there was a trick. He even made the Hokage open his mouth and inspected between his teeth and behind his tongue until he was satisfied, but the old man was genuinely acting like a mature, responsible shinobi. Naruto just kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. An hour later, Naruto walked behind the third Hokage as the old man led him through the bowels of the Hokage's tower. Once the two had left the apartment-like rooms of the Hokage's residence, the decor had turned from luxurious to grim. Polished wooden floorboards and tastefully done furniture gave way for thick, cold gray stone. Members of the Jonin Guard lined the hallways at various checkpoints. They bowed their heads respectfully as Naruto and the Hokage passed. After some time, the Hokage had led Naruto through the Anbu headquarters, and into the small room where he had been promoted to his A-rank status. The young blonde was hit with a wave of nostalgia as he remembered it had been like all those months ago. These days, everything seemed different. "Sit, Naruto," the Hokage ordered quietly. Naruto took a seat at one end of the metal table, as the Hokage seated himself at the other end. For the moment, the two shinobi were alone. He waited patiently as Sarutobi pulled out his pipe, carefully inserting the tobacco, a land of tea variety, if Naruto's nose was right, and puffing on it quietly. After a few more moments, the door opened, and two people entered the room. The first one, Naruto immediately recognized as Yuzuki Yugao. She wore her porcelain Anbu mask, one resembling a cat with red stripes. Naruto hadn't heard much about her since the Blitz, but he had seen her as Team Sigma had dragged her out of a Sky Nin torture chamber, so her appearance came as a bit of a surprise. He wouldn't have thought that she would have recovered for active duty just yet. The other arrival was a young man in his early 20s. He had a crop of short brown hair, which hung over his forehead protector. He wore the standard attire of the Anbu, the light gray vest and the dark clothes, and the dark hilt of a blade was swung over his shoulder. His face came off as average and almost forgettable, but there was something about him that made Naruto frown, and it wasn't until the two arrivals moved past him to come and sit on either side of the Hokage that Naruto realized who it was. It was Kage. Naruto had never seen the man without his eerie mask before, but he almost instantly recognized the way the man moved that, and the dull black blade on his back was rather noticeable as well. Naruto met the man's eyes, and saw Kage incline his head just a fraction. The young Anbu suppressed a smile and he straightened on his chair, waiting for the Hokage to speak. Something like nervousness bubbled in his chest, and he exhaled rather deeply. You are Uzumaki Naruto, registration code 012607, codename Ferret. Attached to Sigma Squad? Yugao began, reciting off his details effortlessly. I am Captain. Naruto responded affirmatively. Are you aware of the purpose of this meeting? Yugao pressed on. Nothing was readable in her eyes as Naruto shook his head. The Hokage merely sat there, puffing on his pipe, while Kage was motionless, as if he had been carved from rock. During the last 6 months, you have been involved in 2 operations that had retrospectively been classed as S rank. Yugao continued. She picked up a folder on the table and flipped it open. During the altercation with Sky Country, which had now been formally designated as the Blitz, you took command of the remnants of Gamma Team and Iota Squad and conducted vital missions deep within enemy territory. Correct? Yes, ma'am, Naruto responded. He remembered the Blitz very well, the shock and horror and anger and rage, and he suppressed as ruthlessly as he could. Nonetheless, he couldn't stop his eyes from flickering to Kage. I led a team of 5 Anbu on direct orders of the Hokage. We infiltrated and sabotaged the enemy fleet, before locating and destroying the enemy headquarters. Uzumaki Shino, Mantis, and his team of silent, unknown Anbu. That powerful, crimson power that had surged through him. Naruto almost smiled wryly. They had been interesting times. You also retrieved an Anbu captain from the hands of the enemy, did you not? Yugao's voice was neutral. Naruto eyed her very carefully and nodded slightly. Your latest mission, also retrospectively classed as S rank, involved the daughter of the Fire Lord, a maniacal cult of immortal warriors, and a pair of mercenaries, one who you reported was likely to be soon as S rank missing Nin, Pakura of the Scorch Release. Yugao read. Something like exasperation entered her voice as she lowered her folder. You're not having very much luck on your missions, are you? Naruto couldn't help smiling. Guess not, Captain, he replied. He thought he saw the Hokage's lips twitch, and Kage settled on a slightly less unreadable stance that Naruto took to be amusement. Don't think that your actions haven't gone unnoticed, Yugao said warningly. She placed the folder on the table. The higher-ups have been watching you very carefully. Naruto didn't know whether or not this was a good or a bad thing. The Hokage took over from there. Uzumaki Naruto, he said. He paused, withdrawing the pipe from his mouth and tapping it on the table. After reviewing your reports and deciphering that incredible mess you call handwriting, and with the recommendation of the captain of Gamma Platoon, Yuzuki Yugao, squad captain of Gamma's Team 3, Kamachi, and captain of Recon Squad Iota, Kage, the Hokage's office has decided to issue you a field promotion for your exemplary service in the field, up and above the call of duty. Congratulations, Jonin Uzumaki. Naruto beamed, and his heart soared. His smile was infectious, as the Hokage chuckled and even Kage's face twitched a little. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said happily. He was still grinning madly as Yugao and Kage stood. With a quick bow to the Hokage, they departed, leaving Naruto and the Hokage alone. The old man puffed on his pipe again as he stared down at his young apprentice. Naruto stared back at him, almost biting his lip, as he waited for the old man to continue. Finally, the Hokage sighed. You've done well, Naruto, Sarutobi acknowledged. You have done very well. If Naruto's smile had been wide before, now it threatened to split his cheeks. He flushed, feeling a silly little rush of euphoria. Naruto was reveling so much in the praise that he missed the flash of emotion that ran through the Hokage's eyes, something like sadness or weariness. But when he looked up, it was gone. Your promotion comes at an opportune time, Sarutobi said. Naruto, I have a mission for you. Naruto's smile faded and he sobered. The Hokage stroked his chin and took a deep breath. You may or may not be aware, but soon Konoha will host the Chunin exams, Sarutobi continued. The exams were scheduled long before the Blitz, and after discussions with the Fire Lord and the Jonin commander, we have decided that it was absolutely essential that the exams continue and run smoothly. We cannot have Konoha appear weak or vulnerable. I understand, Naruto said grimly, and he did. The Chunin exams were the best source of public relations that the hidden villages had. They were often very large, and very loud, spectacles, and they drew thousands of people from all over the elemental countries. Everybody, from local landowners and merchants, to the rich and powerful lords, came to watch the best genin from each village compete against each other. With such an audience, the economic benefits of doing well in the Chunin exams were obvious. Villages that performed well and impressed the audience usually saw a substantial increase of mission requests. Genin who did well could be expected to see a rapid rise through the ranks, especially if they were requested personally by clients. Less obvious were the strategic and military benefits of the exams. During the exams, foreign shinobi were allowed access into the hidden village itself. Even though security was considerably heightened, it was still an information windfall. What's more, it allowed the other villages to begin creating detailed profiles of up-and-coming shinobi, and glimpses into their rivals' techniques. The concept of the Chunin exams had been created at the end of the Third Great Shinobi War, the plans drawn up by the fourth Hokage himself. There were very strict guidelines as to the organization and commencement of the exams. It was a paradoxical situation, for villages wanted to send genin strong enough to woo the audience, yet didn't want to risk such useful resources needlessly. The idea would have lurked in the back of the minds of all of the Kage, the removal of potential threats, regardless of ranks and treaties. After the debacle of the 11th Chunin exams, which had almost led to a Fourth Great Shinobi War, these guidelines had tightened even further. I'm afraid that you don't, not just yet, Sarutobi said rather grimly. The light above them glared down on them. As per the outlines of the Chunin exams, we sent our customary invitations to the Kage of the 4 other great villages. We had 3 responses. This year, our Chunin exams will be attended by the Chuchikage, the Raikage, and the Kazekage. Naruto's jaw dropped, and he sat there, stunned. The 3rd Hokage, the god of all shinobi. The 3rd Chuchikage, Anoki of both scales. The 4th Raikage, the unruly. The 4th Kazekage, the golden sandstorm. 4 of the 5 Kages all in one place. Outside of the Great Wars, it was unprecedented. They have come to watch us, Naruto. Sarutobi continued quietly. Watch us as a vulture watches a limping animal. Nonetheless, by treaty, they are allowed to enter Konoha for the duration of the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. This is where you come in. Naruto sat there silently. As custom dictates, tomorrow, there will be a conference in the Land of Grass, the Hokage informed him. Representatives from the other villages will be there. I am sending you as my representative. As a jonin, and my personal assistant, your voice will carry sway. You have 2 objectives. Firstly, you are to ensure that the previously agreed to rules and procedures are enforced. There will be no negotiation. The other Kage will agree to our terms as they are, or they will not be welcome. Secondly, you are to organize travel details of the other Kage, so that we can ensure safe passage from our borders into the village. You will be given a map, showing the preferred routes. Under no circumstances will I allow Kage free reign of the Land of Fire. Naruto was quiet as the Hokage finished. I accept the mission, sir, Naruto said. He stood up. May I be dismissed, so that I can prepare for my mission? Sarutobi nodded. Your equipment will be waiting for you at the armory, he replied. May the will of fire illuminate your path. The armory was a large warehouse located in Sector 2, deep within Konoha. Most of the actual warehouse lay underground, where vast stocks of weaponry, supplies and rations were safe from attack. The walls were made of a combination between solid rock and huge plates of steel, supported by a powerful barrier maintained by Konoha's sealing core. While most shinobi had their own private supply of weapons and tools, it was unreasonable for administration to assume that shinobi would supply all of the tools needed to complete their missions. Each shinobi had a quota of basic tools that they could draw on from the armory, allowing them to replace kunai, shuriken, wire, and explosive tags that had been used and lost during the course of their missions. The armory also distributed ration packs, solid pills, storage seals, and anything that a shinobi might need to complete a mission. Most of the missions that Konoha performed were quite routine. The Land of Fire was Konoha's largest client, employing thousands of shinobi at any one time to act as peacekeepers, guards, messengers, doctors, and any of the public servant roles that the country had need of. Loadouts for these types of missions was prearranged, and usually delivered on site. For missions undertaken for individual clients, or missions that took shinobi out of the Land of Fire, things worked a little differently. The missions assignment office would calculate all of the variables and information within the mission request, and they would make an estimate as to what tools and equipment a team would need to ensure success. This information was usually contained at the bottom of the mission scroll presented to the team captain, who would then make sure that the equipment was picked up and distributed amongst the team. Uzumaki Naruto, unmasked and wearing cargo pants, utility pouches, and a white t-shirt adorned with the Uzumaki emblem, stepped past members of the guard and into the distribution center of the armory. Almost immediately, his senses were assaulted with noise, and he winced. The armory was particularly busy these days, outfitting and organizing materials for missions entailing the repair and rebuilding of Konoha's damaged sectors, as well as the constant stream of missions from international clients that Konoha wanted to keep happy. There were at least 100 different shinobi waiting within the foyer, and the swishing fans overhead did nothing to keep the heat and humidity out of the air. Naruto sidestepped past the scar-faced Jonin captain, who was tapping his foot impatiently, and bypassed the queue completely. A dark-eyed blonde wearing a Chunin vest that barely hid her assets scoffed as he walked past, but Naruto merely cocked his head and smiled politely at her, and after a few moments she shifted her eyes away, looking strangely uneasy. He made his way to the front of the line, where a Jonin was receiving a large scroll and several ornate pins. "Here's your sealing equipment," the clerk behind the desk said hurriedly. He wiped the sweat from his eyes. "The rest will be sent to capital with our fastest transports." The Jonin nodded curtly, and turned. Big, burly and entirely mean-looking, he nonetheless recognized Naruto and gave him a brief nod. Naruto waved back, smiling politely, but as the Jonin left struggled to remember exactly who that was. A bell suddenly rang and Naruto straightened. "Next," the clerk called, his voice sounding exhausted. "Priority missions only. Next in line." Naruto stepped forward and wordlessly presented his mission scroll. The clerk took it and flicked it out, not so that it unraveled completely, just so that the bottom of the scroll was exposed. He glanced at it for a few moments, took in Naruto's face, then tore the bottom off of the scroll and handed it back. "One moment, please," he said, then turned his head. "I need a pack of 3 BS, a Jonin vest in 12 small, 2 MREs and 3 spools." His voice was just one of many that were calling out into the unseen hallways and corridors behind him, but somebody must have heard him because a few moments later, a young teenage girl appeared in a near-perfect body flicker technique, her arms cradled with stuff. She dumped it on the table and disappeared as promptly as she had come. "Right," the clerk said tiredly. "Here you go. There's a pack each of the 3 basics kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. You've got a week of rations, 3 spools of wire and a newly assigned Jonin vest. Please ensure that you maintain your armor and equipment, and report any loss through the duration of your mission." Naruto couldn't help but grin at the sight of the pristine dark green vest. He quickly placed it on, feeling his pride swell beneath the surface of his skin as he distributed his newly acquired weapons to his different pouches. He was done in less than a minute, and the clerk nodded unenthusiastically. "Congratulations on your promotion," he said dully. He rang the bell. "Next in line, please. Priority missions only." Naruto turned to leave, trying to ignore the barely hidden hostility from a few of the shinobi trapped in the regular queue. One of them caught his eye, and Sarutobi Asuma puffed on his cigarette. He acknowledged Naruto with a brief nod of his head and a tightening of the lips. The estranged scion of the Sarutobi was a rather sensitive topic in the Sarutobi household, and while Naruto didn't know the reasons which had caused the split between Asuma and the third Hokage, he knew it had been enough for Goateed Man to leave Konoha on administrative leave for years on end. Naruto returned the greeting just as stiffly and walked past the man and his genin team. The blonde Yamanaka, Ino, from what Naruto remembered, beamed as she saw him, while the Nara just looked uninterested. "Who was that?" he heard the Akimichi ask as he left the armory. "Don't you know anything, Chuji?" the girl responded in exasperation. "That's a hero of Konoha, the right hand of God." The Land of Grass was a small country, nestled in between the 2 minor countries of the Land of Rain and the Land of Waterfalls, and the 2 giant superpowers of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Due to its strategic location, the Land of Grass had been a center of interest during all 3 of the great shinobi wars. The blood of thousands of leaf and stone nin had been spilt there, intermingled with the blood of the natives that had been unfortunate enough to have been caught in the crossfire. However, despite its strategic importance, the Land of Grass had never been conquered, despite the Land of Earth's best attempts during the First War. In a battle that could still not be fully explained to this day, the first Uchikage and an entire division of Iwa's best shinobi were routed by the roaming clans of the Land of Grass. The outcome of that battle forced Iwagakure out of the First War and led to the formation of Kusugakure. Those events only added to the mystique of the Land of Grass. On the surface, it appeared to be a somewhat beautiful place. There were lush forests, and fields of green grass and beautiful, glowing orange flowers. But it was a land dotted with rivers and ravines, large cracks that had been torn into the ground from battles of ages past. The landscape was dotted with unnaturally flat plateaus, some which scholars claimed were the result of mountains having been cleaved in two. Most of the country's cities and villages had been built upon those plateaus, connected by a series of bridges. Once upon a time, Kusa or whatever the land used to be called had ruled the world. Little was known on the techniques or artifacts that had helped them do it. Supposedly, it had been an age of darkness and tyranny, one before the advent of chakra, a reign of evil that had lasted for 1,000 years. Then, one day, a man had been born in a tiny village in the heart of that evil land. He had possessed strange powers and deadly eyes, and had risen up to overthrow those that stepped down on humanity. Once upon a time, Kusa had ruled the world, and once upon a time, the sage of the Six Paths had destroyed an empire. Little remained of that empire now. There were rumors, though, whispers and fairy tales of the dangerous things that survived that terrible war and lurked within the ravines and canyons of the land of grass. There were stories of unearthly screams, of wraiths and ghouls, of travelers tricked or bewitched by strange lights and taken away, never to be seen again, and for every excavation team who dove into the depths of the land of grass and came back, there were 2 teams who were never heard from again, or so the rumors said. In reality, Kusa was a collection of tribes, clans, cults and religious orders, seemingly unified under the banner of Kyuzugakyur, but still just as divided and conflicted as they had been the day the first Uchikage had marched upon them. There was no supreme lord or ruler, and intelligence indicated that major decisions were made from a parliament of representatives of the most powerful factions within Kusa. The latest report suggested that there were still over 100 different blocks within Kusa, all with their own laws, rules, and customs. Of those 100, the elemental countries had only ever really interacted with around 20 of them. It truly was a land of mystery. Naruto jogged along the road at a moderate pace, his arms held back and his face held high as he enjoyed the breeze. The sun beamed down on him and the birds chattered on the air as he leapt off of the ground, landed silently on a tree branch, and used it to propel him even faster. He had left the border between the land of fire and the land of grass an hour ago, and was quickly approaching the rendezvous with the local Anbu. They had hid themselves well, and it wasn't until a few moments later that Naruto suddenly came to a stop on the road. Unconsciously, he had already tensed, his hands moving carefully for his weapon pouches. Something had flickered on his senses, an almost sturdy presence, and it didn't take him long to realize that he was surrounded. Cloaked figures stood in the trees, peering down at him from behind grotesque masks. The visages of snarling demons, wailing children and disfigured men and women watched him, causing an unseen shudder to run across his back. Carefully, Naruto removed his hands from his weapon pouch and reached for his mission scroll. He presented it, and under the eyes of his watchers threw it on the ground in front of him. From out of the tree came a blur of movement, which snatched the scroll before it had even touched the ground. Somebody stood there, wearing an intricate mask of a laughing demon, devouring what seemed to be a baby's head. They held the scroll, and pressed their thumb against the authentication square in the right-hand corner. It flashed green and much of the tension left the air. "Greetings, Leaf Nin." The demon-masked shinobi greeted quietly in a coolly recognizable female voice. Naruto returned the greetings just as blankly, trying to repress the shudder that ran through his skin. Most hidden villages had developed their own unit of special forces. They were still colloquially known as Anbu to the rest of the world. In Konoha, each hidden village had been assigned a label to identify them from the simple Anbu term. For Kyuzugakyur, their Anbu were known to Konoha as Ivy. As Naruto stared at that disgusting face, and while a part of him marveled at the way Kusa implemented psychological tactics directly onto the field, he had to wonder why intelligence had come up with that name all that time ago. He could certainly think of a few better. "Your counterparts await you at a roadside inn, 20 kilometers up the road," the Ivy member continued. She gestured. "We are your guard during your stay in Kusa. We will escort you to your meeting, and ensure that you arrive and depart safely. Do you understand?" Naruto glanced at the Ivy members that had surrounded him. "I think I do," he replied honestly. The blonde got the impression the leader of the Ivy team was smiling. "Good. Follow us." Surrounded by 10 men and women, Naruto was quickly escorted to the roadhouse. It was a rather plain-looking 2-story inn, with peeling paint, creaking wood and boarded-up windows. As he came closer, he caught glances of more Ivy members that had surrounded the building. By the time he had reached the front door, he had counted no less than 100 shinobi surrounding them, almost the size of Konoha's peacetime roster of Anbu. It was also with a tensing of his shoulders that Naruto realized that the Ivy members had not been positioned to keep them in. Rather, they surrounded the inn in a defensive formation, a wall of soldiers to keep other things out. He shook his head dazedly as he stood at the door of the abandoned inn. With a deep breath, Naruto turned the doorknob and walked inside. The room was dirty and full of cobwebs. There was a bar in one corner of the room, upturned tables and chairs in the other. A fireplace roared in the other corner of the room, and 3 headbands glinted under the flickering of the flames as they turned to meet him. "Good afternoon," Naruto greeted quietly, hiding all traces of his emotion. He bowed his head. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I represent the village hidden in leaves. Shall we get down to business?" Chapter 21, Preparations, Part 2. A large circular table had been provided right in the middle of the abandoned inn. Seated around that table were 5 chairs, and in 4 of them were the representatives of the 5 great hidden villages. Their headbands gleamed under the flickering light of the fireplace, their eyes were closed and guarded and their faces emotionless. Representing the village hidden in clouds, from the land of lightning, was a dark-skinned woman with green eyes. She wore very formal clothes compared to the rest, a long-sleeved, high-collared, emerald-green dress, a pair of long, silver earrings and a pair of sandals. She wore her light gray hair in a bun, and 2 bangs framed her pretty face. Her name was Mabui, a B-rank jonin, and the 4th Hokage's personal assistant. Representing the village hidden in sand, from the land of wind, was a tall man with black hair that hung over his right eye. He wore a wrap of white and gray cloth around his head, a beige robe, and black trousers. He sported small goatees, and his single visible eye was dark. His name was Yura, an A-rank jonin, a veteran of the 3rd Shinobi War, and a newly instated member of the 4th Hokage's Advisory Council. Representing the village hidden in stone, from the land of earth, was a pale-skinned woman with pupilless pink eyes. She had short, cropped, black hair, and wore a dusty brown flak vest over a baggy red turtleneck and fishnet stockings over her long legs. She was pretty in a rather rough way. Her hands were full of calluses and her upper arms were scratched and scarred. Her name was Kuratsuchi, an A-rank jonin, a member of Iwa's elite Anbu internationally designated as Rock and the granddaughter of the 3rd Chuchikage. Rock. Representing the village hidden in leaves, from the land of fire, was a young 13-year-old boy. He had spiky blonde hair and clear blue eyes. 3 sets of lines were grooved into his cheeks, almost similar to a set of whiskers. He wore a dark green jonin vest over a black shirt, and a pair of loose pants. A utility belt was strapped to his waist, and a spool of wire hung from his right vest pouch. His name was Uzumaki Naruto, an A-rank jonin, a member of Konoha's elite Anbu internationally designated as Tree and the 3rd Hokage's personal assistant. He was the youngest of the group, and had received assessing looks of grim respect as the other shinobi had recognized that they were in the presence of one of those outrageous young prodigies that Konoha tended to produce. The 5th chair, where the representative from the village hidden in mist, from the land of water, should be seating, remained empty. The other 4 representatives were quiet as they waited. 5 minutes turned into 10, which turned into 20, then 30, then almost a full hour. The representative's patience grew thinner and thinner. Mabui's pursed her lips to the point where it seemed she didn't have any. Yura's eye dropped lower and lower. Kuratsuchi's fingertips grew faster and angrier. Naruto's polite smile became more and more fixed. Finally, Naruto let out a sigh that resonated throughout the room. "Let the record show that the representative from the village hidden in mist didn't arrive," he said. He made a note of the pile of papers in front of him, as did all of the other representatives. "Not that we thought they would," Kuratsuchi muttered with a snort. "Unreliable bastards. Who knows what's going in that fucked up village of theirs?" Nobody commented on that, even as Kuratsuchi watched them carefully, fishing for information. She was mostly correct. The Second Civil War of the Land of Water had been raging for nearly 5 years now, and despite the best efforts of each of their respective villages' intelligence, nobody could say with any degree of reliable certainty just what exactly was happening in that misty, swampy archipelago. The borders had been closed, and nobody had been allowed in or out. Their borders were guarded zealously by the Mist's elite ANBU internationally designated as Tide, and few could match them in their local environment. Those lucky enough to escape were usually scooped up by the other great 4 villages for their intelligence. Naruto knew that there were more than a few refugees living within the Land of Fire, given sanctuary after cooperating with the Department of Intelligence. From all the stories came a few common elements. Firstly, the Land of Water was in a state of civil war. Secondly, the 4th Mizukage had led a crusade against the powerful bloodline clans of the Mist, and the crusade continued to this day. Thirdly, by accounts, the Second Civil War of Mizagakure was one of the bloodiest conflicts to have ever graced the elemental countries. Some of the stories emerging made the Second and Third Great Shinobi Wars look like picnic in comparison. Children were burned at the stake. Unborn children were torn out of their screaming mother's womb and drowned. Men were hung, drawn, and quartered. Neighbor had turned upon neighbor, comrade against comrade. Lynch mobs had been formed, delivering their own brand of vigilante justice. The bloodline clans had retaliated, and entire villages had been wiped from the face of the elemental countries. It was a massacre that was repeated time and time again. The fourth Mizukage was unrelenting in his crusade. The bloodline clans proved to be just as ruthless. The entire situation befuddled Naruto. The concept of a civil war was completely alien, and he struggled to even picture Konoha in similar circumstances. Nonetheless, he put it in the back of his mind, and flipped to the next page of his folder. This will be the 30th International Chunin exam, hosted by Konohagakure in the Land of Fire. Naruto recited from the sheet in front of him. There will be 3 stages. One stage will be based in a non-combat setting, with a focus on intelligence and information gathering. The next stage would be based in a hostile and foreign environment, with a focus on survival techniques, teamwork, and retrieval. The last stage will be a tournament available to the public, where genin will fight each other in a series of one-on-one duels. Naruto stopped, and slid a piece of paper across the table to each of the other 3 representatives. Here's the date and time of the 3rd stage, Naruto said. He absently scratched the back of his head, and leaned back on his chair. If your Hokage want to attend, they need to arrive at Konoha a day before, and they'll need to leave a day after this date. We're also going to need to know their travel routes so we can provide escorts. And an ambush, no doubt. The Kazekage's representative, Yura, scoffed quietly. The Raikage's representative, Mabui, didn't look too impressed, and Kuratsuchi was openly scowling. We're not in the habit of handing out the personal itinerary of our Kage, even to our allies. Naruto wasn't surprised at that. It was common knowledge that the 3rd Kazekage had mysteriously disappeared, presumably assassinated, during a journey to meet with the Wind Lord. This led to a series of smaller conflicts, where Iwa tested the defenses along the border, and Suna Anbu internationally designated as Dune roamed unchecked in search of their Kage. The culmination of those events, combined with the disastrous failed mission by Konoha's S-ranked White Fang, led to the bloody conflict known as the Third Great Shinobi War. Understand it from our point of view, Naruto said patiently. The Hokage and the Fire Lord do not want foreign S-rank shinobi running around the Land of Fire unchecked, especially given recent events. If they're not willing to work with us, then they're not welcome. Yura folded his arms, his one visible eye narrowed, while Mabui placed her hands on lap primly. Kuratsuchi just looked annoyed. The terms of the Chunin Exam Act specifically state that all participating teams have the right to be observed by the ruling shinobi of their village, Mabui said. Her voice was melodious, quiet, and polite if not a tad cool. Any of the 5 villages hosting the exams must make accommodations. There's a difference between making accommodations and letting the other Kage do what they want in our country, Naruto said calmly, although the polite smile on his face was getting wider and wider. They are welcome to watch the 3rd stage. They're not welcome to do what they want. His smile grew. We don't know what they'll do. You doubt the word of the Raikage? Mabui's voice was distinctively cold as she placed her well-manicured hands on the table. Our village has long memories, Naruto offered. As do the clans. Mabui stilled at that, while Kuratsuchi snorted in amusement. The 4th Raikage's attempt at the bloodline theft of the Hyuga clan was a well-known story, and Kumo had suffered a bit of a client boycott as the events had spread through the elemental countries. Konoha's Department of Intelligence had made sure many of Kumo's top clients, including the Lightning Lord, had known exactly what had happened, and the public backlash had been interesting. Profits for the 3 years after the Hyuga incident had been down almost 60%, while Konoha's had grown by almost a third. Here are the terms of your Kage's journey through the Land of Fire, Naruto continued. Each Kage is permitted to travel with a squad of 24 guards. Once they reach our borders, they will rendezvous with a platoon of Konoha's Anbu. That's 25 of your shinobi for 25 of our shinobi. Yura appeared as if grudgingly approved with the number. They will then be escorted directly to Konoha, Naruto continued. Once in Konoha, each Kage will be permitted to travel with 4 of their guards. The rest will be provided with accommodation outside the village. Your departure from the village will happen the same way. The Anbu platoon will escort you to your border, and then leave. Those were the terms that Naruto had been given by the Hokage and the Jonin commander, and those were the terms that he had to stick by. We can accept those, Mabui said after a few moments. That's fine, Kuratsuchi drawled lazily. She leaned back in her chair and flung her feet up onto the table, giving them all a mocking grin. Even 10 of our shinobi could take on 25 of yours. What do we call your Anbu again? Meat shields? Naruto knew she was referencing a battle that had occurred during the middle of the Third Shinobi War, where 3 platoons of Konoha's Anbu over 75 shinobi had been utterly destroyed by Iwa's 2 demon hosts, Rashi, the volcano, and Han, the burning haze. Steam. It had been a significant loss for Konoha and a tremendous victory for Iwa. I'm sorry, Naruto began, with a wide, polite smile that was beginning to border on manic. "I can't hear you over the sound of 2 of your divisions being wiped out by one of those meat shields." Yura openly laughed, while Kuratsuchi scowled. The yellow flash was never a good topic to bring up around in Iwanin. One of the last battles of the Third Shinobi War saw a vital supply bridge destroyed, leaving 2 divisions of Iwa's shinobi stranded behind enemies' lines. With supplies dwindling, the Iwa shinobi had launched a potentially devastating offensive towards Konoha's border only to be repelled by a single man, the Yellow Flash. Nobody was sure what exactly happened, only that the Yellow Flash had utilized his Flying Thunder God technique in an unprecedented fashion. There had been a giant flash of yellow light, Tripon Kunai had rained from the skies, and in little less than a minute, 2 entire divisions over 2,000 shinobi lay dead on the ground. It was an act never before seen in the elemental countries, one that had earned Namikaze Minato the moniker of the Yellow Flash, promotion to the legendary S rank, and an update to the bingo book to include the warning flea on sight. Was there anything else that needed to be covered regarding the Kage's travel plans? Naruto asked. Right. Then, let's talk about the composition of the 3rd stage. The Hokage has decided that we need 12 genin to reach the 3rd stage of the exams. Of those 12, we want 4 of the slots for Konoha's genin. We're willing to offer the other great villages 2 slots each. The Chunin exams were a public spectacle. Thousands came from all over to watch them. If a village did well in the exams, there were quite often an increase in mission requests from those that had been watching who wanted the best. The economic and political benefits from winning the Chunin exams were not insignificant. As such, the 5 great hidden villages did what they did best: they cheated. 4 slots? Kuratsuchi said incredulously. That's a third of all of the open positions. It's an outrageous condition, Mabui added. The Kazekage will not stand for it, Yura murmured, his elbows on the table as he rested his chin on his hands. Konoha was the one who bore the brunt of the Sky Nin's hatred, Naruto reminded. He couldn't stop the unconscious tensing of his hands as his thoughts went back to those times. The Sky Nin hated all of the 5 great villages, and we were the ones who stopped them from wiping you all out, at a huge cost to ourselves. He stopped, and smiled thinly. Consider this our bill for saving your life. The Chunin Exam Act stipulates that each of the villages receives an equal number of positions for the 3rd stage. Mabui rebutted coolly. 4 and 2 is hardly equal. Besides, Kuratsuchi began, with a dangerous gleam in her eye. You may have fought the war, but you've gotten all of the spoils. I wonder how long it will be before we see Leaf Nin on missions using Sky Nin technology. Yura said nothing, but looked displeased. Naruto was frowning, and he double-checked his notes. There had been some room to negotiate allocated there, as if Naro Shikaku had suspected that the other villages wouldn't have been happy. Fine, Naruto said in a clipped voice. We'll take 3. You'll have 2 each. That leaves an extra 3 spots left for the minor villages to fight over. 3 and 2 is still not equal, Mabui said. Her eyes were blank. Nonetheless, we'll agree to those terms. TCH, Kuratsuchi spat out. She put her hands behind her head. An extra slot isn't going to help you out anyway. Iwa accepts. Yura hesitated. Before Suna accepts, I need to inform you of the decision made by the Kazekage and his advisory council. He cleared his throat, almost uncomfortably, as the rest of the occupants turned to face him. Due to recent budget cuts implemented by the Wind Lord, the Kazekage has decided that Suna needs to begin aggressively pursuing an advertising campaign. As such, for these Chunin exams, the Kazekage will be sending his 3 children as the genin representatives for our village. This team will include Gaara of the Sand, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed demon raccoon. Are you insane? Kuratsuchi practically exploded. She jumped to her feet. You can't deploy a demon host to the Chunin exams. There's nothing that says we can't, Yura rebutted sharply. Gaara is still of genin rank, and his abilities will make a great showing of our village. Isn't he unstable? Mabui asked. She put a finger to her lips, pondering. I'm quite certain I've heard that the demon host is somewhat deranged. It's quite dangerous to put him there with all of our genin. This is going to be the 11th Chunin exams all over again, Kuratsuchi spat out. She looked furious. She had a reason to. 3 years after the fall of the 4th Hokage, Iwagakure had decided to make a play and use the impression of Konoha's declining power to boost up their clientele. They had sent off their best and brightest genin to the Chunin exams, which were being held in the village hidden in mist. It was never clear on what exactly happened, but many suspected that the 4th Mizukage used the exams as an excuse to gather the other villages' potentially powerful soldiers and eliminate them. Konoha has also sent in 2 teams of genin, escorted by a jonin. None of them had come back, as had none of the teams sent by any of the other villages. It had almost caused the Fourth Great Shinobi War. For months after those events, even as tensions were beginning to simmer, the Land of Water had closed its borders as the first reports of massive civil unrest began to filter out. Mizugakure had been locked in a state of civil war ever since then, one that to all reports was still occurring right to this very day. Konoha has already agreed, Naruto cut in, before the other two representatives could start arguing. Containment procedures are in place, and the situation will be monitored carefully. This is unacceptable, Mabui said flatly. You can always pull out your genin teams and protest, Naruto said idly. That stopped the woman short. Naruto didn't know the exact details of the fourth Raikage's wishes, but he would bet the first Hokage's necklace that the other Kage was quite interested in seeing the state of Konoha for himself. That said, Naruto continued, and he fixed Yura with a look. You better make sure he stays under control, and tell him to show a little restraint. Gaara was already a known A-rank shinobi, a prodigy in the rising who was said to have no conscience, and an endless appetite for blood. It was almost cruel, sending somebody like that against the genin. That isn't good enough, Kuratsuchi snarled, slamming her hand down on the table. I've heard that your demon host kills his comrades. How can we trust him with the lives of our genin? Because the Kazekage gives you his word, Yura replied back heatedly. Like that counts for anything, Kuratsuchi sneered. Iwa knows all about the value of your Kazekage's word. Yura stilled. What's that supposed to mean? He snarled. Kuratsuchi smiled nastily. I'm sure Pakura of the Scorch Release would be able to tell you all about how the fourth Kazekage tried to sacrifice her life, just for the possibility of an alliance with the Mist. Rumor has it that the Golden Storm is quite paranoid, Mabui murmured quietly, but her voice was heard by all. He doesn't take competition very well. I've heard that he's even sent shinobi to kill his son, although they've all failed. Yura stood up so fast that the chair behind him fell to the ground. It made a loud crash, causing each of the other two representatives to jump to their feet. The air was thick with hostility, years and decades of bad blood and old grudges fueling their animosity. I will not let you stand there and insult the Kazekage, Yura growled. I just did, Kuratsuchi declared challenging. Her pupilless eyes leered at him, her muscles coiled and tense, ready for action. What are you going to do about it? Guys! Settle down! Naruto tried to call out. Mabui was shaking her head. As to be expected from the Iwa and Sunanin, she murmured. Violent barbarians, the lot of them. Kuratsuchi twitched. It's a bit rich coming from you, she snapped. Considering your village is in the process of raising an army. Who are you going to go to war with this time? Mabui scowled prettily. Konoha is the one rampaging through the land of the hot springs, she countered coolly. We will take what measures we feel in order to protect our borders. Hang on a minute. We're there to stop the same mad cult that killed the third Raikage, Naruto argued loudly. His smile had disappeared, and he looked annoyed. Konoha has a policy of not starting wars. He smiled thinly. We just finished what you lot begin. The third shinobi war was Konoha's fault. This came unexpectedly from Yura. You sent a S-rank shinobi into our borders. How did you think we would respond? It was an intelligence-gathering mission only, Naruto responded heatedly. He clenched his fists. You were incompetent enough to lose your fucking Kage, and then you get upset when the other villages want to see if you're about to implode or something? Of all the villages, Konoha came out of the third war the best, Kuratsuchi said. Her hands were trembling, a vicious snarl on her face. That butcher of a fourth Hokage massacred our countrymen. You attacked us, Naruto roared. What did you think we would do? There were genin in those divisions, Kuratsuchi shouted back. Her eyes were somewhat wild. There were medics, and logistic officers, and innocent kids who didn't have a fucking clue what was going on. The fourth Hokage killed them all regardless. That's the work of a monster. He was a hero, Naruto shouted. The third Chuchikage is no better, Mabui put in slyly, fueling the antagonism of the arguments. How many has he killed over the years? You can't judge Konoha by one standard and your own Kage by another. Coming from the country that tried to kidnap a little girl for your medical experiments and breeding programs. Yura butted in coldly. I wonder, if her father hadn't interfered, what would that here the girl be doing right now? She'd probably be on her back, legs apart, forced to give birth for the good of your village. Given the dominance of the bloodline clans in Konoha, the fourth Raikage did what he thought had to be done, Mabui countered. Then he's an idiot, Yura snapped. Mabui's cool facade began to fracture, and for the next few minutes the group of representatives verbally tore into each other. Even Naruto wasn't immune as he rose to defend his village's reputation again and again. Just when it seemed like it would come to blows, with shinobi reaching for weapon pouches and chakra stirring in the air, Yura slammed his fist down on one of the walls. Then it happened. The shock of the blow traveled through the wall. Cracks formed, and a ripping noise filled the air. One of the dusty and faded picture frames fell to the group with a loud crash. A bookcase toppled over, sending tomes flying through the air. One of the books hit an upturned table, causing a chair to fall off, and a loud crack filled the air as rotten wooden legs snapped. Another of the books hit Naruto in the back of the head. With tempers high, the reactions varied. "Damn it, old man! Stop throwing shit at me!" Naruto howled. Kumo apologizes for the Raikage, and will make full reparations," Mabui said, bowing stiffly at the waist. "Stop breaking your hips, you geezer!" Kuratsuchi snapped. "My deepest apologies, Kazakage-sama," Yura pleaded. A silence fell in the room, and each of the representatives regarded each other with surprise. Naruto's eyes were widened, his mouth falling open. Then, he closed it and let out a rueful chuckle. The tension broke. Kuratsuchi was snickering, Mabui had a curve to her lips, and Yura was just shaking his head in exasperation. Shaking his head and chuckling, Naruto made his way back to his seat. Silence fell quickly, but it was more comfortable than what it was before. "Right," Naruto said. "It looks like we're all in the same boat. The Kage will do what the Kage want to do. Let's just make this work so we can go home, and our bosses don't have to tell us off, and yell at us, and drag us out to the training grounds to use us a pincushion. Or a dumbbell," Mabui added. "Or a horse," Kuratsuchi said glumly. "Or a slingshot," Yura supplied, and shook his head at the looks he got. "Trust me, you don't want to know." Mabui giggled first, and Naruto leaned forward, looking interested. Kuratsuchi looked around and gave the Sunanin a little smirk. "Actually," she said, "it looks like we do." The rest of the meeting ran rather smoothly. The tension had died down, and while the other representatives weren't happy about some of the details, they had all realized that in the end it really wasn't up to them at all. Naruto felt sorry for the third Hokage and the endless communiques he would be receiving from the other Kage, but then he remembered how much that old bastard could piss him off, and then he wasn't sorry. Perhaps there was still some trauma-induced issues lurking in his brain, but once the meeting was over the representatives from the villages took it in turns to relay just exactly why their Kage was the most demanding, and for perhaps the very first time Naruto was able to vent to people who understood exactly what he was going through. Despite their legendary skill, their monstrous strength, and their immense political and personal power, all of the Kage seemed to have one thing in common. They all liked bossing their poor underlings around. The meeting was over by the afternoon, and the representatives stepped out from the abandoned roadside inn and into the deserted highway. The demon-masked IVY members observed them from behind their creepy masks. "They're creepy little fuckers, aren't they?" Kuratsuchi observed critically, eyeing the nearest IVY member carefully. "The Anbu of Kusagakyur, the cult of the abyss. What a scary name." Naruto agreed. He heard a light, feminine chuckle as the leader of the IVY squad appeared before him again. Past the woman's mask, he could see a green headband wrapped around wisps of silver hair. "You'll have to forgive the leaf and rock Nin," she commented to Yura and Mabui, although she seemed to be looking at Naruto and Kuratsuchi. "They've never really liked us. See, they like to use our land as a playground to settle all of their squabbles, and then they get offended when we decide to kill a few squads and blow up a few supply lines." Kuratsuchi grinned nastily. "Not that it helped you much," she said darkly. "Kuratsuchi," Naruto interjected, sighing quietly. "If you're going to start a war, could you wait until we all leave? The Hokage will beat the crap out of me if he finds out I helped start the Fourth Great Shinobi War." Yeah, Kuratsuchi scoffed. She turned around and began walking away. The slender kunoichi raised an arm and waved at them indifferently as she left. Bye. Let's hope we don't meet on the battlefield. I'd hate to be the one to kill you all." "That's nice," Mabui said blandly. Her fingers were twitching, and her eyes narrowed. "She's certainly quite, spirited. There is a term in my people's native language for women like that," Yura said gravely. He paused for effect. "Bitch." Naruto snorted. "Yura of Suna, Mabui of Kumo," the leader of the IVY squad called out from a few meters away. "Your escorts are here to lead you out of the land of grass." "Good afternoon, gentlemen," Mabui said solemnly. She disappeared in a flicker of movement, and a moment later so did a group of the demon-masked figures. "We have a name for people like that too," Yura confessed. He grinned. "Babe." Naruto made a noise of agreement in the back of his throat. Safe journey, Yura, he wished, and waved as Yura departed. The leader of the IVY group was waiting for him, and Naruto and the hidden grass Anbu began to head back to the Land of Fire at a moderate pace. You know, my people also have names for powerful kids like you, she mentioned casually, not even pretending she hadn't been eavesdropping. Oh? Naruto uttered. What? The woman turned to face him, her demon face leering. Monsters, she said cheerfully. You're the kind of dangerous and fanatical prodigy that would destroy us all if it meant helping your village. She turned away. It scares us. Naruto really didn't have a comment for that. In a way, he supposed it was true. After losing his escort at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire, Naruto made it back to Konoha at a good pace. He arrived just as the sun was beginning to set, the sky aflame with hues of orange and purple. After reporting back to the Hokage, he was summoned to a meeting. The Hokage sat in the middle of a large room, around a circular table. The lights were on, and Naruto could make out the presence of several of the Jonin Guard. Sitting around the table were 12 of Konoha's Jonin captains, each in charge of a prominent genin team. In the corner of the room, Naruto noticed the representative for the Shinobi Academy, Yumino Irika, standing at attention. It appeared that for once, Hatake Kakashi was on time, and he was even paying attention too. There was no sign of his little orange book, although he looked like he was completely disinterested in what was happening. Sarutobi Asuma was also there, representing the genin of the second generation of the Shirchoino formation, a tried and true tactical squad. He could barely meet his father's eyes, and ignored Naruto completely. He seemed more interested in the pale-skinned, dark-haired woman at the other end of the table. Yuhi Kurenai was almost a stark comparison to some of the other Jonin in the room. Where Hatake Kakashi had been a prodigy, hitting genin at 6, Chunin at 8 and Jonin at 12, Kurenai had begun her shinobi career as your average run-of-the-mill genin. She had made genin at 9, and it had taken her 4 years to gain her Chunin rank. After a long stint in the Chunin military police, she had applied for Jonin rank, and had taken her exams almost a year ago. After showing some impressive talent with Genjutsu, one of the harder shinobi arts to master, she had made Jonin and gained her A rank status. While most Jonin waited before taking on a genin team, Kurenai had been surprisingly eager and applied for one almost immediately. There was a commotion at the door, and Naruto was jerked out of his thoughts. He looked up from his position behind the Hokage, although wincing when he was barely able to see past the high back of Sarutobi's chair, and watched as Madogai appeared. Hair gleaming, eyebrows wriggling and a bright smile on his face, Konoha's premier expert in hand-to-hand combat looked absolutely horrified when he spotted Kakashi leaning back lazily in his chair. Yo, guy! The silver-haired man called out. You're late. There was a cat stuck in a tree. Guy stumbled. His cheeks reddened as he grew more and more embarrassed. And Lee got it out, but then the branch fell on a house, and an old woman dropped her groceries from the noise, and a stray dog stole her package of meat, and Tenten had to go and... He trailed off. There was a moment of silence. Wow! Kakashi deadpanned. What a lame excuse. Curse you, my eternal rival! Guy snapped, but he took a seat amongst all of the other snickering Jonin. The Hokage cleared his throat, although he seemed to look faintly amused. Welcome, he greeted quietly. The Jonin quietened. We're here today to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams. For those who don't know, Konoha will be hosting them, and we're here to decide which of your genin teams will be applying. They come quickly, mused the tall, lanky man. He scratched messy hair. I don't think I'll nominate Team 3, Hokage-sama. It might be better if they gain a bit more experience. Besides, honestly, I don't think they'll put on a good show. Naruto clicked the pen, adjusted his clipboard, and on his piece of paper put a cross next to Team 3. Team 1 is out. A mustached older man with graying hair mumbled. He shook his head dazedly. The Dumbars broke the other Dumbar's ankle, bad enough that the medics say that he has to be off of it for 2 weeks. Naruto crossed off Team 1. I nominate Team 7. Kakashi broke in, his tone light and his voice sounding like he was entering a dog into a show. Yep, he added brightly as most of the room stared at him in surprise. It'll be good for them. Might bloody them up a little bit, if you know what I mean. Naruto hesitated, and looked at the Hokage, but the old man appeared to have his eyes closed and gave no indication of his approval or disapproval. With a mental shrug, Naruto ticked off Team 7. Kurenai was frowning. She appeared to be indecisive for a moment, and then her face hardened. Hokage-sama, I nominate Team 8 for the Chunin exams. Sarutobi's eyes opened a fraction. Asuma was next. I nominate Team 10, he declared, with a challenging look at Kakashi. "And I, Mato Guy, do nominate my team for the Chunin exams. Let the burning spirit of competition envelop us all in the fires of youth," Guy shouted. He lifted a fist and struck a pose. "Team 5 can have another go, Hokage-sama," one of the other Jonin said. The leader of Team 3 sniggered, and the Jonin for Team 5 rolled his eyes. I know. Hey, perhaps Kabuto will actually get it right this time." He shook his head resignedly. "Probably not, though. I thought he was working at the hospital," Team 2's Jonin leader commented. She was a thin, unattractive woman with a face that looked like it had been hit one too many times. "I'm surprised he'd keep going for it. The hospital wants him to put on a good show," Team 5's Jonin said. "They seem to think it'd be a good publicity boost, not just for the clients, but also as a way of attracting other shinobi into the medical department. Kabuto just doesn't care. He's happy where he is. He's going to break the Eternal Genin's record if he keeps this up." Asuma mused. "Sir, if I may?" Somebody interrupted, and Yumino Irika stepped forward. He seemed hesitant in front of all of the higher-ranked shinobi, but pressed on anyways as the Hokage nodded. "I'm concerned about how many of the rookie genin have been nominated. I know they're genin now, but they were academy students not too long ago, and it's hard to think that they're at the point where they should try for the Chunin exams." "Don't worry," Kakashi said cheerfully. "They are, so it's okay." "He has a point," Guy said. He eyed his rival seriously. "The Chunin exams are dangerous. My kids are good, but even I held them back a year to make sure they were ready. Lots of them don't make it to the 3rd stage, and some of them have died because they weren't ready." "Asuma, Kurinya, Kakashi," the Hokage spoke. The Jonin instinctively straightened at their leader's voice. "Are you sure that your genin are ready?" Asuma and Kurenai both responded with an affirmative, but Kakashi seemed to be thinking about it. "Well, probably not," he conceded a few moments later. "But hey, that's half the fun." Irika looked horrified. Sarutobi murmured. He eyed Naruto out of the corner of his eye. "Naruto, what do you think?" Naruto frowned, and scratched the back of his head with his free hand. "I don't know about many of the other teams, but I would approve of Kakashi's team entering," he said, much to Irika's displeasure. "Uchiha Sasuke is definitely good and could make the rank. Sarutobi Konohamaru has what it takes to survive, and he just might impress some people. As for the girl Dash, she needs a wake-up call," Kakashi said flatly. "A little life and death situation might put things into perspective for her." He paused. "Although, the last one didn't." "So be it," the Hokage sighed. "Let the record show that 5 more genin teams from Konoha will enter the Chunin exams. That puts the total count of applicants from Konoha at 87. The meeting finished soon after, and Naruto was dismissed. As the rest of the Jonin began filing out, chatting amongst themselves, the young blonde teen jerked when an arm came around his neck. "You little punk," Kakashi said cheerfully, pulling Naruto into him. He mussed up Naruto's hair, his one exposed eye crinkling up. "Congratulations on making Jonin, brat." "Oh," Naruto protested. He lashed out with a quick jab at Kakashi's ribs, and the other Jonin had to let go in order to dodge. Naruto fixed his hair up with a scowl as Kakashi stood back. Mato Guy was standing with him, and he threw Naruto a brilliant smile. "Congratulations, young Naruto!" he boomed. He flashed Naruto a quick thumbs up. "Your powers of youth are an inspiration to all those that watch. Lee will be most excited for you. Perhaps you will become his eternal rival." Kakashi chuckled at Naruto's horrified expression. "Guy's just jealous," he mentioned casually. "He didn't make Jonin until he was 15. That means you're better than him." "Of course," he added. "I made Jonin at 12, so don't get any ideas." Naruto really didn't have anything to say to that. "Anyway, it's celebration time," Kakashi said cheerfully. He grabbed Naruto by one arm as Guy grabbed him by the other. "The Jonin Lounge awaits. It's time to give you alcohol until you get drunk, throw up and make an idiot of yourself in front of all of your peers." "No, wait, what?" "Hokage-sama!" Naruto called out desperately. The Hokage had his eyes closed again, and Naruto could have sworn he could hear the old man snoring. Kakashi chuckled at his protests, and mussed his hair up again. "Don't worry," he said happily. "That's what happened to me, and nothing really bad happened. Well," he added, "I did piss off this one redhead, and she did wrap me up with chains and hang me up by my ankle." He trailed off. "Huh. Crap," Naruto uttered. The Jonin Long was an establishment that catered exclusively for shinobi who had reached Jonin rank. With a shinobi force of approximately 10,000, no more than 5 or 6% of the population would ever gain the rank at any one time. Of those 5 or 600 jonin, there was only ever half of that number in Konoha at any one time. The rest could be found spread around the country, some running the Chunin military police, the organization responsible for law and order in the Land of Fire, some making up teams, platoons and divisions that were responsible for border patrol, and others on miscellaneous missions. For those that were left, the Jonin Lounge was a popular destination if you happened to have some time available. It was located in Sector 17, one of Konoha's commercial districts. The inside was made up of a dark stained wood, and large glowing lanterns hung from the roof. Circular tables made up the middle of the room, and booths surrounded the walls. There was a set of doors for the toilets on one end, and a large bar at the other end. At the moment, Naruto was squeezed in between Kakashi and Guy as the two took one of the red velvet booths and sat down. He scowled as Guy let out a theatrical sigh. It was moderately busy that night, and there were at least 30 or so other jonin around them. Naruto spotted Asuma and Kurenai on the other end of the room, before Kakashi blocked his view of them. He blinked, readjusting his eyes, and noted that Kakashi was reading his little orange book. "Oh, Riku!" Guy called out to the burly bartender at the other end of the room. The eccentric jonin grinned, and with a flourish extended 3 fingers. "The usual, for 3. "Oi, Kakashi," Naruto muttered. The air in the lounge was humid, and it didn't help that he was practically sandwiched in between Kakashi and Guy. "I swear, if you get an erection while I'm sitting here, I will kill you and make it look like an accident." Kakashi just let out a little perverted giggle and flipped a page. A pair of jonin entered the bar, waving a greeting at Guy, and eyeing Naruto curiously. He managed a tentative smile, but it disappeared and he let out a wheeze as one of Guy's elbows jabbed him in the ribs as the man enthusiastically waved at the newcomers. The drinks arrived and Kakashi put away his book. "Right," he said cheerfully. "Bottoms up, right?" He grabbed his drink, and Naruto actually watched with some anticipation. Just how would Kakashi actually drink that with his mask on? His eyes narrowed. Naruto watched Kakashi unblinkingly, while the jonin fussed on the glass and adjusted his grip. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared right in front of him. Guy had jumped up on the table and was clearing his throat. Naruto scowled and darted his head around. Eyes wide, he watched Kakashi put down the now empty bottle. "That was good!" the silver-haired jonin exclaimed pleasantly. He let out a little burp. "Not a bad brand, eh, Naruto?" Naruto stared at Kakashi suspiciously, his eyes narrowed. "I hate you," was all he said, before Guy reached down and yanked him up. "Attention, my faithful, happy, jonin friends!" Guy called out, his loud voice booming all around the jonin lounge. Conversation stilled and Guy grinned, his teeth sparkling. "Today, we celebrate a newcomer to the ranks. Uzumaki Naruto has been promoted to jonin, and his youthful exuberance will be a credit to Konoha. Let's all raise our glasses to him." Naruto watched, his cheeks flushed and feeling quite embarrassed, as many of the jonin raised their glasses at him. "Uzumaki Naruto!" they toasted. A bottle was thrust in his hand and the crowd cheered as Naruto took his first drink of the alcohol. It burned his throat, and the flavor seared into his tongue. He spluttered, liquid dribbling from his lips, but managed to gulp. A resounding wave of cheers filled the room, and Naruto felt a strange, sweltering burning at his heart that had nothing to do with the alcohol. He looked up at Guy, who smiled kindly down at him and thumped him on the back, and then glanced down when Kakashi, still absorbed in his book, nonetheless reached out and patted him on the ankle. "Thanks," Naruto muttered to Guy earnestly. His cheeks still felt flushed, his lips stretched, and there was a strange lightness within him. Guy chuckled and jumped off the table. Naruto made to follow him, but Kakashi's hand snapped up and gripped his ankle. "Speech!" the silver-haired, lanky man called out. He flipped a page of his book with his thumb, but nonetheless radiated a sense of smugness. "Speech! Speech! Speech!" many of the other patrons chanted. Naruto was left standing there, flummoxed, with all eyes on him. He cleared his throat nervously as the men and women watched him expectantly. Well, first off, let's give a big round of fuck you to Kakashi," he managed to say, and there was some laughter. "Apart from that, there's I look forward to working with you." Most of the jonin clapped and cheered, although there was an obnoxious boo and a cry of "you suck" from somebody at the back of the room. Without looking up, though, Kakashi's hand blurred and one of the bottles smacked into the chair next to the rude jonin. Guy frowned, but many others laughed. The rest of the night was a bit of a blur. Naruto knew that there were a few more drinks, and he talked to more jonin than he remembered. He knew more than a few shinobi thanks to his work at the missions assignment desk, but he was once again taken back by just how many shinobi Konoha fielded as the other jonin chatted about their positions and missions. Many of them were extremely interested in him, some comparing his rise through the ranks to Kakashi, something that the gray-haired man snorted at. The Blitz was a favorite topic for more than a few of them, and Naruto found that with the alcohol in his system, it was easier to talk about. He recounted most of the battles against the Sky Nin, although many of the details were left out. One of the jonin was actually being sent towards the border of the Land of Hot Springs, and had been extremely interested in hearing about the cult of Jashin. By the time Naruto had finished, it was well into the early hours of the morning. Guy was spread out on the table, completely under, his cheeks rosy red as he snored loudly. Kakashi was leaning back on his chair, still reading his book, his feet up on Guy's back. Most of the other jonin had left, and Naruto waved a single goodbye to Kakashi before he too walked out the door. The night breeze was beautiful, and Konoha was quiet. Despite the slight ringing in his head, Naruto felt quite fine, and took the time to walk through the darkened streets. Despite the tranquility, he knew that all around him countless shinobi were working in the shadows, counterintelligence officers tracking possible espionage leaks, members of the Jonin Guard patrolling sensitive areas, and the Chunin military police making their rounds. Nonetheless, he was surprised when he turned a corner and almost barreled into somebody. "Oh, sorry!" Naruto exclaimed as he righted himself. The other man patted himself off. He was dressed in a dark robe that covered him from neck to toe, and Naruto could see spiky dark hair peeking out from the back of his head. There was a strap across it, and the young blonde was faintly amused when the man turned his head. He was wearing a curious mask, orange with black swirls moving outwards. A single eye hole was visible, but Naruto couldn't see past it. There was a headband strapped to his arm, although the metal was dented and it looked to have seen better days. "That's my bad," the other man chuckled quietly. His voice was a bit hoarse, if he wasn't used to speaking. Then, he started, and peered at Naruto closely. "Say, aren't you the right hand of God?" "Some people call me that," Naruto said. He tried to keep his chest from swelling. It was such a cool moniker. The man laughed, and it was almost infectious. Naruto couldn't help it, and he chuckled too. "What?" he asked, still chuckling. "Sorry," the masked man said. "It's just that I heard that name, and the first thing I thought was I wonder what the Hokage does with that hand. Naruto grimaced and the man chuckled again. "Yeah, that's what he said too," he said unhappily. Then, eager to change the subject, he asked, "Sorry, I don't think I've met you before." "You have, actually," the man answered, almost knowingly. He waved off Naruto's embarrassment. "It's fine. Compared to somebody like you, I'm nobody. When they're not throwing explosives at me, my friends call me Toby." "Strange friends," Naruto said with a smile. Toby chuckled. You don't know the half of it," he said easily. He paused, seemingly contemplated something. "Can I just say sorry now?" he asked. "What?" In a blur of movement, the man lashed out, and Naruto's eyes widened. He ducked, and slid backwards to avoid a sudden kick. His sandals skidded on the stone paving, and his hands came up to form a guard, ready for the next attack. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but his stomach felt like it was burning, his heart beginning to pump furiously. None came. Toby laughed nervously, and waved Naruto down. Sorry, he said, chuckling awkwardly. "I just wanted to see how fast you are. I haven't met a prodigy like you since Kakashi, and I'm sorry." Naruto scowled. Then, he sighed, and straightened. "I almost attacked you," he warned. "I'm sure that would have been scary," Toby said, sounding very serious. "Do you know Kakashi then?" Naruto asked, picking up on the other man's words. Toby seemed to still. "Once upon a time," he said after a few moments. "He rose up through the ranks quickly, leaving a lot of people behind. I bet he doesn't remember half of them." Naruto uttered. "Well, I'll leave you alone. I have things to do, like I'm sure you do," Toby commented. "Stay safe, Uzumaki Naruto. I think it'd be a bit inconvenient if you died." "I think so too," Naruto said frankly. He paused as the other man turned around and began to walk away. "Hey, Toby!" he called out. Toby paused. "I gotta ask? What's with the mask?" "Oh, this?" Toby gestured at his spiraling orange mask. "Once upon a time, my face met a hard surface, and the hard surface won. Long story short, I wear this now. Otherwise, babies would scream, children would cry, and all the other men would be totally jealous of me, since all of the chicks would dig the scars." "I'm sure they would," Naruto agreed with a smile. He waved, and turned around, heading back to the Hokage's residence. Toby watched him go, his robe strangely still in the cool breeze. A red light gleamed behind the single eye hole of his mask as he stared after the young demon host. So that's Uzumaki Naruto, he murmured. How interesting.